Your college football fix. Welcome to Fan University on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, DFW and the great state of Texas, and wherever you're listening to this edition of Fan University. My name is Jake Riepma, fired up to be joined by none other than Carter Freeman. Brennan Baxter, the third member of Fan University, his boots on the ground at AT&T Stadium for the Big 12 championship between his Texas Tech Red Raiders and the BYU Cougars. A little rematch action. We'll check in with him later on in the program. But Carter Freeman, it's the opening kickoff right here on Fan University. We got Khaki Kev as well on the ones and twos. One of those weekends where you got all kinds of important playoff implications on the line, and a weekend that started Friday night and not in the best of ways for the North Texas Mean Green.
No, we'll have plenty of time to kind of dissect what went wrong for UNT last night. Unfortunately, they lose to Tulane 34-21. Their dream season, their chances at a college football playoff berth come to an end, but they'll still go to a decent bowl game, something better than like one of these a bowl game playing against a 6-6 team, right?
Right.
Will Drew Mestemaker play in that game? Will Caleb Hawkins, who got hurt early in last night's game and did not return in the second half, will they play? Will they be at the school still? We don't know, but it was unfortunate for the Mean Green. You know, you had the shot to go to the CFP. You could have even been the 11th seed, depending on what happens with the ACC title game. But as far as Brennan and our Jacob, our regular producer, go, they're both out in Arlington. They are both at the Big 12 championship game today for Texas Tech. Brennan will be in the press box. Jacob will be way up in the boonies, but he will be in the building.
He'll be in the building.
At
there
a
you go.
sold-out AT&T Stadium. This is a sold-out game between Texas Tech and BYU, which the word going around is this is going to be the highest attended Big 12 championship game ever, at least since it returned, right?
Yeah.
So,
it will likely beat last year's attendance, which...
likely? You and I were both at that game and watching it on TV.
So you're picking up my sarcasm.
Yes, they could not show the upper deck because Arizona State and Iowa State, it was the first Big 12 title game, at least since it returned, where one of the participants was not from either Texas or Oklahoma. I think in the old format, it kind of had to be based on the divisions. But since it came back, this was the first one where no Texas school or no Oklahoma school played in it, so no one really local. And it showed because the entire upper deck was empty. Yeah. And it was sad.
But, hey, I will give it up for the Arizona State Sun Devil crew that I was with. There was no shortage of good times being had. Those that were there had a great time. But it's Fan University. We're fired up to be with you until noon. That's when we'll pass the baton on to Fred and Blake. And as I mentioned, we just got so much to get into on the opening kickoff. Later in the program, we'll talk to Nick Harris. He's a UNT grad. And we want to hear from the UNT faithful. I know, especially on these airwaves, it's been a busy week. Our good buddy and esteemed colleague RJ Choppy made some headways with his take on the lean green, as he called them. But 877-881-1053, that's the number to text in if you watched the University of North Texas last night, or if you've got your eyes on any particular game today on Championship Saturday. Obviously, the Big 10, 1 versus 2 there in the SEC Championship, where Georgia and Alabama are playing, where College Game Day is. But in that Big 10 game, 1 versus 2, Carter, maybe even a toss-up of who's going to win the Heisman Trophy between Fernando Mendoza and Julian Sayin, and two teams that, well, they've looked unbeatable because they have been unbeatable in Indiana and Ohio State.
They're the only two unbeatens left in the country, and it's really awesome that you can talk about these big conferences and how, Ohio State didn't play Oregon and they didn't play USC, and you've got Indiana didn't play those teams as well, right? Or I guess they played Oregon, but they didn't play Michigan. They didn't play some of the other teams that were at the top of the Big Ten standings. Well, at the very least, and I will hem and haw with you on those points, at the very least, they got through the season undefeated. We get to see the two of these teams play each other. Thankfully, there was no chicanery with how, if Michigan had beaten Ohio State, we could have gotten Michigan in this game. There was a chance that, Oregon could have snuck into this game despite having beaten nobody of note in the regular season, right? Like, these are definitely the two best teams in the Big Ten. So we talk a lot about Ohio State, how they're, allowing less than 8 points a game. This Indiana team, I think, is the one team in the country right now that really has a shot to go up against this Ohio State team and say, hey, they're not as unbeatable as you think they are.
Yeah, absolutely. And I've been on the Cignetti train, and because Indiana has been so good this year, it almost feels like, and this is exactly what we've done with Ohio State, where they're so good it's boring. Like, what, we don't talk about them as much. And I feel like once Cignetti signed the extension, when the initial shockwaves of the James Franklin firing was made, and
50 days ago, right? It was that with their, and we'll get into the hirings and whatnot.
That's
but
right.
I saw the number. It was almost 2 months ago that James Franklin got fired. I'm like, God, that feels like it was 2 years ago.
Yes, we've got a whole segment queued up for the coaching carousel that we'll get into, and I've got some stuff in Jake's takes as well, as do you in Carter's Corner. But where I was going to go with Indiana, Ohio State, not being a prisoner of the good old days and yelling at clouds, but before conference realignment, this actually feels like a Big Ten championship game. Obviously, Georgia, Alabama, that's as pure SEC as you can get. And I guess we got to talk about the ACC championship. Not for very long. Virginia versus Duke. Duke, you got 5 losses, and you're in a conference championship game. It's on at the same time as the Big Ten championship game. It will very much be on the secondary monitor for me, not the main one.
Well, the ACC title game will have a say in how this whole thing shapes up.
That's true.
Come tomorrow. I think it is worth talking about because, look, if a 7-5 Duke team wins the ACC, they're probably not going to the college football playoff. They were not ranked in these last rankings that came out on Tuesday, but James Madison was. And James Madison beat Troy last night. They beat Troy and their quarterback named Goose Crowder. As I was watching all of the championship games from last night, the Sun Belt game was on, and Goose Crowder had Troy in that game against James Madison until he got hurt late in the third quarter. But James Madison pulled away, champions of the Sun Belt. They're 12-1. They were 25 in these last rankings, and Duke was unranked. Now, if Duke beats Virginia in that game, you can say, well, Duke has a top 15 win or a top 20 win, depending on where Virginia is, and they've beaten a bunch of, Power 4 opponents, is what you talk about with Duke, where it's like, oh, James Madison hasn't done that. Well, James Madison hasn't had the chance, right? Because they play a group of 5 schedule. And in my mind, yes, Duke won a lot of games against, or 7 games against Power 4 competition. Well, they lost a bunch of games against Power 4 competition too. I think the reason that you'll see James Madison in this thing over Duke, if Duke is to win the ACC, is because you don't know what James Madison is going to do against those teams. They played Louisville earlier this year, lost by 2 scores, but they were competitive in that game. So I think you'd rather give the chance to James Madison in this situation. I would think.
I think so as well. I'm going to go high level here on it. Just take the teams out. I don't think the committee or any college football fan had debating the merit of Duke versus James Madison for the
Duke
final.
versus the Dukes.
Yeah, that's right. But my point being, look what all of the outcry that there was following the seeding of the automatic buys last year, and an immediate change was made. So I think if you see Duke win and you have to have this debate of Duke or James Madison, you're going to see immediate changes made so that we don't have this exact same situation next year. And they're going to continue to pick and peel of what component of this college football playoff can improve the overall product. And by improve, I mean make the most money and keep everybody happy, because that's what college football is turning into.
Yeah, keep only one group of 5 champion in this thing. Because the big thing is, with the ACC, you're having Virginia, who is 10-2. Credit to Virginia. They're 10-2. They've lost 2 games against ACC teams, but they only have 1 conference loss because of that fun out-of-conference game they played against NC State early in the season that they lost. But this is with Duke being in this game instead of the highest ranked team in the ACC in Miami. The ACC is 100% going to change their conference title game rules. I would assume to something similar to what the American has, where the American, it's all based on CFP rankings. That's why Tulane and UNT ended up being the teams that played in that game last night. Instead of Navy, who also, I believe, only had one conference loss, they were in the mix too. They weren't ranked.
You're right.
So
I didn't realize that's a really good point.
I believe the Mountain West does something. No, so the Mountain West does it by computer rankings.
Okay.
Because they had a four-way tie at the top. It was between the two teams that played last night, Boise State and UNLV, but New Mexico and Hawaii were also in that mix. They do the mysterious. If you really like the BCS, you should love the Mountain West because that's what they go off of as computer rankings.
I've got some friends in my circle that miss the old BCS because their whole argument was we get the best game every time, and it's not every time, but there was an argument to say, hey, I just want to see the two best teams play for the national championship.
Well, you get that tonight with Ohio State and Indiana. Do you think people would be happy with that as a national championship game?
I know I would be based on my roots and coming from Big Ten country. I know a lot of people around the SEC and, take your pick would not be.
Yeah, I don't think the general public would be happy seeing Indiana in a title game. Even they're undefeated and they've earned their spot in the Big Ten title game and in the CFP to come. But yeah, I when people are like, the BCS was this, the BCS was that, I'm like, well, look at it on a year-by-year basis. Like last year it would have been Oregon versus Georgia. The team that won it came from the 8th spot, right? It was Ohio State.
Right.
So I don't know. We always look back with rose-tinted glasses at what we once had, but I think no matter what the situation is, people are just going to fight about it anyway.
No, I was just saying, you made the comment, I don't remember if it was last show or one, but college football is about yelling at each other and arguing.
It's part of the fun.
Exactly. It's Fan University right here on 105.3 The Fan. Jake Reitman and Carter Freeman with you. We'll catch up with Brennan Baxter live from AT&T Stadium later on in the program, but want to catch up on some fan text from the 214 on my way back from New Orleans at the UNT game last night. Disappointing night, but still a great season. Too many turnovers and 2 tough referee calls. Hoping Neil Brown can keep the momentum rolling in Denton. We'll definitely touch on the Neil Brown hiring because I like the hiring. Where he was at West Virginia prior to this season, there's some ups and downs, but I think with Neil Brown at West Virginia, you could make the case that even in some of the shortcomings, his guys loved playing for him.
And make the point of him at Troy before he was at West Virginia, the home of Goose Crowder, by the way, Troy, the Troy Trojans, that they were competing for Sun Belt titles year in and year out. He was an excellent coach at the Group of 5 level. And with UNT, you're probably not going to end up with 11-1 seasons every year. That's just not realistic. But if you can raise the floor to something close to Tulane or something close to Memphis or South Florida or Boise State or one of these other Group of 5 powers that are currently in that spot and they've been in that spot for a while, that's what you want. That's what you expect Neil Brown to do. Because I don't think he's going to be a guy that's like Eric Morris was, where he had this incredible rise and then he ends up leaving in a couple of years. I think Neil Brown's the kind of guy that can stay at UNT for 5 or 6 years, really continue to elevate their profile, right? Because no one before the season nationally knew who North Texas was.
That's a really good point.
Now they do.
Yeah, and Neil Brown had his, and I think we're saying the same thing here, where not necessarily that, hey, you come to North Texas and this is where you want to retire per se, but I don't think he's chasing the way, and that's not a knock on Eric Morris because he earned it, and that's I call it the coaching food chain. That's just the way it works.
Yeah.
And I know there's been some interesting conversation. He turned his. I've talked with a lot of North Texas grads of this is the greatest season we've had, and he's got one foot out the door in the most important game. Last night, and unfortunately they turned the ball over 5 times, and it doesn't look good. But I would caution you to overreact to that sentiment in one game compared to the body of work that Eric Morris, that Drew Messmaker, and to your point, nobody was talking about the University of North Texas Mean Green before what Eric Morris and that team did this season.
Yeah, and I think Neil Brown can just continue to keep UNT at a level that's above most of the rest of your competition, because you may not have played some of the best teams in the American this year, and you struggled when you played Tulane last night, you struggled when you played South Florida. turned the ball over 9 times in those 2 games combined. It's not going to win you a lot of football games when you end up doing stuff like that. And we can talk about the refereeing. There were some egregious errors that the referees made in last night's game. There was 100% UNT, Drew Mestamaker, actually, quarterback, forced a fumble that should have went out the back of the end zone. It was 100% a touchback.
I watched that. I felt like, when Michael Scott in the office says, I've looked at it from this angle, from that angle, and 100 other angles. And I was so sure that he fumbled the ball before it went, before the goal line, and it should have been a touchback.
Usually in those situations, I think they called a touchdown so they can automatically review it, right? Because if they don't call it that way, there are plays where they're unreviewable. So in my mind, if I'm a referee, if I'm 50-50, I call it to the point where we can take a look at it so we get the call right. But that just seemed like, I feel like there was pretty indisputable evidence that it wasn't a touchdown. The ball hadn't crossed the goal line, and that it was fumbled, and then it ended up in the back of the end zone. And there was kick-catch interference on the muffed punt as well, but we can talk about those things, but we go back to the turnovers. We go back to the inability to stop Tulane from running the ball. Like there are other things that went into UNT not having their best night.
Correct. My take as a fan, the officiating was horse bleep, and UNT came up on the short end of it. My take as a X's and O's coach and former player is can't turn the ball over 5 times on the road in a championship game. You just can't do it.
Be aware of where the ball is on a kick, on a punt like that. I mean, it's not as bad as the Florida State one from like 2 or 3 weeks ago where it bounced off the dude's head.
Oh, that's right.
Not that bad, but it did still cost you 7 points.
Yep. Appreciate everybody tuning in to Fan University, hitting us up at 877-881-1053. The college football conversation is off and running. I like this one from the 817, heading to Tarleton State, North Dakota game right now. That's right. You got the FCS playoffs
That's
as
at
well.
noon, I believe.
Yeah, early kick there. Early kick. Our guy Todd Wheaton, the head coach, and looking forward to the Texans, making a run at it.
Let's get a deep playoff run out of the Texans. I mean, we're with SMU coming up short last week, with UNT coming up short yesterday. We're down a couple Texas teams that could have made the CFP, and it looks unlikely that UT is going to be in this mix as well, just given where they are in the CFP rankings right now. So let's get the Texans. Let's have them have a nice run, man.
Absolutely. Todd Witten, my apologies. I said Witten. Early. The CTE brain's coming out early here on Fan University.
I'm waiting for the D2 reference already.
Yeah, don't worry. But there's one conference championship game that we haven't done a deep preview on just yet. Brennan Baxter's there. But I'll tell you what, I heard this hype video on the way in, getting ready for Texas Tech against BYU. This is narrated by Taylor Sheridan, who is the co-creator of Yellowstone and Landman. And if this doesn't get the blood pumping, the juices flowing a little bit, I don't know what will. Khaki Kev, cut number 14.
I have a story to tell you. A story about a team that didn't wait for respect. They went out and earned it.
I can feel it coming in the air tonight. Oh Lord, and I've been waiting for this moment for all my life. Oh Lord.
See, in West Texas, we're no strangers to hard work. Wind will push you, sun will drain you. Life will knock you around just to see if you'll stand back up. Out here, when you strike oil, the gusher's seen from miles away. Texas Tech didn't climb the rankings. They blew the doors off them. A surge so loud, so violent, the whole country had to look west. And now, it all leads here.
That's only just a portion of it, but man, does that get me going? Texas Tech football Twitter account tweeted that out this morning, and I was like, all right, here we go.
Yeah, that's exciting, man. I mean, I feel like several points in this year we've had some of the biggest games in Texas Tech history, and if this game today isn't the biggest game in Texas Tech history, I don't know what is. You can talk about 2008 against Texas. I mean, there are other games in their history that are big, but to win this game, win an outright conference title for the first time since the 50s, and to potentially, if things go your way in other games, you could move all the way up to be the 2 seed in this thing. Like,
for sure, host
this is ginormous. And we'll talk to Brennan at 9:40 today. He's out in Arlington, so we'll get a boots on the ground report from him.
I love it. It's Fan University right here on 105.3 The Fan. Let's do a little sights and sounds and go around the coaching carousel next as we continue on Fan University 105.3 The Fan.
214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to for car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Fan University right here on 105.3 The Fan. The coaching carousel. Not quite completed, but some major developments. And with the gap of our schedule on Saturday mornings, we had the Lane Kiffin saga playing out as we were on the air last Saturday. But now I wouldn't say the dust has settled there, Carter Freeman. But it at least we have the divorce papers. I think they're signed, and the sound bites and everything else. And obviously, there's more than just Lane Kiffin.
Oh, a ton more than Lane Kiffin. This morning, we're seeing certain coaches leave schools for greener pastures, and those are at the lower level, so we won't get too deep into that. But yeah, the Lane Kiffin, I like that. The divorce papers are signed. They've been posted on social media. They've been scrutinized. Every aspect of the terms of the divorce have been, vigorously debated. And whenever the news dropped, I'm like, okay, it's finally done. I can finally stop hearing about Lane Kiffin because he's making it all about himself, as he tends to do. And we were all fooled. We all thought that, he had changed. He had this ESPN puff piece where he said, I'm happy, I've stopped drinking, and wait a second.
Stop making it about me.
No, wait a second. Actually, I remembered who I am. I'm Lane Kiffin. I don't leave schools without making it an absolute disaster for whoever I leave for.
And this will be a kind of a combination of sights and sounds as well as the coaching carousel here. So I've got my thoughts on Lane Kiffin. I'll have more in Jake's takes, but I feel, like you said, completely bamboozled about the fluff piece documentary. But Paul Feinbaum, who... he is what he is. He's a character.
You know what he is? He's Lane Kiffin's friend. Have you ever seen the two of them interact on Feinbaum before?
Yeah.
He's like a grandpa and like a grandkid, and the way that they talk to each other is like they've come a long way from when he started at Tennessee and to now, and even when he was at Alabama, they just make fun of each other when they're together, and it was like this kind of went into Lane Kiffin, maybe he's a little different now, maybe he's mellowed out a tad, the way he interacts with Feinbaum, but I think Feinbaum's about to light him up here.
Yeah, that type of dynamic in their relationship might be gone after Feinbaum had this to say about the Lane Kiffin just debacle.
It's just so typical of Lane Kiffin to do something so utterly destructive, and that's what he did. It's hard to believe, really, almost anything he said there in that interview. If he wanted to coach these kids, as he put it, he could have. And the simple answer is he would have remained the Ole Miss football coach, where he began the season, where he told these young men, we have a chance to win a championship, and they still do. And what does he do? What Lane Kiffin always does. He lights a match to the castle that he built, and he runs out of town in the middle of the night, although this was in broad daylight. It's utterly disgraceful.
There you go. Utterly disgraceful, and I don't think he's wrong.
I don't disagree. It's so unprecedented to see a coach leave a potential championship winner, a championship contender at Ole Miss that he built from the ground up for the rival school. Because, look, Ole Miss and LSU hate each other. It's maybe not it hasn't had the national, appeal of LSU, Alabama, or Alabama, Auburn, what may have you over the last couple of years in the SEC, but LSU and Ole Miss have played each other over 100 times. They played each other every year since 1945. They do not like each other. They're in neighboring states. They compete for the same recruits, and you've already seen a bunch of guys who were committed to Ole Miss when Lane Kiffin was there flip, because National Signing Day was this last Wednesday, flip from Ole Miss to LSU. And you've seen it go the other way as well. And we can talk about Pete Golding at Ole Miss too, but yeah, it's unprecedented. And Lane Kiffin making this all about him, it's typical. Like Feinbaum said, this is kind of expected. This is what he does. He can't leave a good thing behind unless it's Florida Atlantic. That's the only job he's ever left where there wasn't just fire behind him.
Feinbaum said where he liked to match to it, and the Tennessee exit was under the cover of darkness. Obviously, getting tarmacked in the middle of the night, but yeah,
getting fired from Alabama before the championship game, because it is really it's every place that he leaves something like this happens, and yeah, it's just. I'm glad the saga has basically come to an end. He's putting together his staff. And the point I'll make is there's been a lot of people especially ESPN on game day, who said they should have let him coach. They should have let him coach the CFP.
His PR agency, College Game Day, which
Yes.
he will be on game day later today.
He will not.
Oh,
that got canceled. I did want to bring that up. I saw Lane Kiffin was supposed to be on game day. He said, I'm actually putting my staff together. I'm building the recruiting class. I don't have time. So maybe all this, maybe he looked at it and said, maybe this isn't the best time for me to show up here. And here's a good point from the 469. If Ole Miss wins the Natty, do they give Kiffin a ring?
I saw that, and I don't think
you do.
I don't think
not
they
in
will.
college football. Not
Right.
the way he left, and not the way that the Ole Miss has seemed to really come together around Pete Golding, who was their defensive coordinator and he's one of the best defensive recruiters in the country. And they decided, look, let's keep the continuity together with Golding. We're going to keep as many of the assistants on the staff as we can, try and keep some of this going into this playoff run. And imagine this. If you're Ole Miss and you let Lane Kiffin go, he's going to LSU, but you let him coach your playoff game, everyone at the stadium's excited. Everyone at Vaught Hemingway Stadium in Oxford, Mississippi is just like, yeah, let's go. We're going to play Tulane. Imagine they play Tulane. We're going to beat them again like we did earlier this season. And then Lane Kiffin runs out of the tunnel. That is going to be 65,000 people booing him to hell and back. You do not want that.
Right.
That would be so wrong. You're supposed to be happy that you're hosting one of these games.
It'd just be such a split in emotion.
So toxic.
Yes.
And just cut that off and let him go off and do his own thing.
Absolutely. It's Fan University right here on 105.3 The Fan, and at least there's a guy that can have a sense of humor about the whole Lane Kiffin debacle, and that is Marty Smith, who obviously was covering it at length, literally waiting for the decision to be final a week ago. But when he actually had the chance to catch up with Lane Kiffin, literally catch him for the departing interview, he recounted exactly how it went. This is from him telling the story on the Pat McAfee show, Marty Smith, on how he was able to catch Lane Kiffin for an interview on the way out.
I knew they were going to drive him straight onto the tarmac. So I'm trying to figure out how to get on the tarmac when I know that's against the law. You can't just walk out there. So I'm like, dude, where are they taking you? So he tells me this area, right? I'm not going to disclose the area, but I did know that it wasn't where I was. So I yell at my crew. I'm like, come on, boys, let's go. And I had been given at the Birmingham airport Thanksgiving night this conversion van.
Yeah.
Now, y'all, this ain't no minivan.
No.
This is like a 16-person.
Oh, yeah.
It's like driving a loaf of bread. And I'm going to tell you something now. I've been getting my balls busted constantly about that by everybody in the world for driving that loaf of bread. But you know what? God is so good.
Yes, he is.
If I didn't have that van in that chaotic moment where we're running to get Lane Kiffin, there's no way I can fit my whole crew, all the cameras, all the gear in one vehicle. But I had the loaf of bread. All right, so we all get in the loaf of bread, and Lane is basically giving me the play-by-play on where he is, and we're wheeling this van.
That's right.
And we take a left. And when we take a left off this highway, there is all these fire trucks that have blocked off the road.
Oh, no.
There's firemen blocking the road. Well, I said to hell with it. We're Bo-Duking this thing.
Hell yeah.
What?
So there's a field that I drove around the barricade, through all of this farm equipment. The van's bottoming out. We're bombing this thing through ditches, over the hill and through the woods to this road. And then I mat this van all the way up on top of the hill to the tarmac area. And there he stood, laughing his ass off.
Shout out to the loaf of bread, man. Yeah. I never thought to describe a car like that. And if that's not the most Mississippi method or way to get to a departing head coach in an airport, I don't know what is.
No, and Marty Smith telling it just adds one more element to it. He's like, come on, boys. I love it. It's Fan University right here on 105.3, The Fan, Sights and Sounds. Now, we talked about a toxic departure with Lane Kiffin, and it wasn't exactly that with Matt Campbell leaving Iowa State to go to Penn State. Penn State finally, what did you say, it was 55-something days without a head coach?
50 plus. I'd have to go back and look at the exact days, but I know it was nearly 2 months that the search went on.
Yeah, which is kind of bizarre because the calendar is so broken in the sense that Iowa State just signed, I mean, every school signs on the National Early Signing Day on Tuesday, and then 2 days later, those kids are not going to be playing for Matt Campbell at Iowa State. But that didn't stop Jamie Pollard, the athletic director for Iowa State, talking about everything Matt Campbell meant to Iowa State.
You're sad, but, you know, I get it. I've done this long enough that these jobs are hard, and we make sacrifices that fans will never understand. We do. And he's had an amazing run as our football coach.
You mentioned...
And didn't get to do it in front of his family and friends. You know, and he had other times he could have left, and he chose not to. You know, Matt Campbell owes Iowa State nothing because he did more than we could have ever dreamed he would do as our head coach. And so, yeah, a page turns, but none of us are here forever. And so life goes on. And that's how I just viewed it. And maybe, you know, I've been here 21 years. It's not the first time we've gone through something like this. And, you know, the sun will come up on the east like it does every morning, and we'll go on. And that's why I'm excited about where we're going.
That's some pretty good perspective from your AD.
It is, and it shows that these coaching transitions don't have to be this ugly, toxic affair like the Lane Kiffin one was. And this is very much just simply like, look, we love Matt Campbell for everything he did at Iowa State. We appreciate it, but we understand that Iowa State is not the end-all, be-all for a lot of guys. And Matt Campbell was not an Iowa, you know, he didn't come from Iowa. He's not from there, but he became an Iowan, right? Because he was there for 10 years. So he gave them, and I'll get some of these stats. Just it's truly staggering to see what he did at Iowa State for his 10-year run there compared to what they had before. That school has, I think, 12 all-time wins against Texas and Oklahoma, and they've been playing football since the 1800s. They have 12 all-time wins, and Matt Campbell has like 6 of them. So in 10 years, he got half those wins against programs that are regularly competing for conference titles, for national championships, stuff like that. They have top 15 finishes under him. They've beaten top 10 teams under him. They've done so much with him, and he's given them basically everything that they've gotten. And like when he decided to move on, I think this is the best way to look at it. And also, shout out to Iowa State for hiring their next head coach in about 2 hours when Penn State took 2 months to find their guy.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I will also add, with when he said there's been times where Matt Campbell had other interests, this was a guy that was getting NFL interest.
The Lions and the Bears, I believe.
I can remember.
The Jets were one of them, too.
Yes, when the Lions hired Dan Campbell, there was discussion. Obviously, I was working in Detroit at the time of, did we hire the wrong Campbell? Should we have hired Matt Campbell? But some good perspective there from Jamie Pollard, the athletic director for Iowa State. Coming up, we'll talk to Brennan Baxter, the third member of Fan University, who is out at AT&T Stadium, getting set for Texas Tech BYU. That's next on 105.3 The Fan.
You have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
you've got to forget something else to remember that
No, that's absurd. Hey, you remember when you used to see, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady? Razor blades. Not make ladies? I just said that. Is it Spice Girls?
doesn't sound right.
What was that one called?
It's back to the Fan U, and this segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world, they've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Fan University on Conference Championship Saturday. Jake Rietma, Carter Freeman in studio with you. And time now, as we always do on Fan University, a little boots on the ground action, because at AT&T Stadium in Arlington, about the only reasonable explanation for him not being in studio is Brennan Baxter joining us live from AT&T Stadium, getting ready for Texas Tech and BYU. It's going to be a sold-out crowd. Brennan Baxter, we hear the crowd noise behind you already. How is the environment at AT&T Stadium?
Gentlemen, good morning. It is packed. I miss you guys there on Fan University, but this game is the most anticipated Big 12 championship, I would say, in the modern Big 12 history. Sold-out crowd. The lines to get into the stadium were out early. It is a fantastic scene here at AT&T Stadium in Dallas right now, Jake.
We miss you too, Brennan, but on a scale of 1 to 10, how drunk is that area right now? Because when I think of West Texas, I don't care what time of day it is, when you got a big game like this, there's going to be alcohol flowing.
Yeah, man, I would say it right now, the alcohol content level is probably a 5 out of 10, I would say.
Right.
It's probably not as much as you would think. Sorry, I'm getting a selfie here.
I was
right
just
now.
about to say, did someone just ask you to take a selfie?
Mr. Popular over here.
Selfie here on the Broadway Shuffle. But I recommend. So sorry, guys, I'm double tasking here. But it is it's an environment that I think you probably would expect if you're a Texas Tech fan. A ton of red, ton of black out here. But BYU fans too were out. It's just a great atmosphere right now, man. I can't wait for the game.
Oh, I'm so jealous that you are there, and we miss you. But my goodness, just people coming up taking selfies with Fan University's Brennan Baxter. I love it. And, one thing I did want to ask you about, Brennan, and we had him on our show, Jacob Rodriguez, but he gets the Buckkiss award for the best linebacker in the country, and just what that means to Texas Tech. And I know we've been making a case to get Jacob Rodriguez to New York, and Carter and I were talking about that before we went on air. That would be awesome, but just some of the national recognition that this Texas Tech team has gotten in terms of the current state of Texas Tech football in comparison to the past.
Well, I think it starts with Jacob Rodriguez as being the heartbeat of this team and his story, and I think the national attention from his wife. And then him just turning into being the best linebacker in the country has what has really brought Texas Tech into a national media landscape. And I think you see the best linebacker in the country in the Butkus Award and what that means to the university. Texas Tech for so long was looked at as a school that would only play offense, can't play defense. And to have your identity around one player, one guy that is the best linebacker in the country, it's not only a huge honor for Jacob, but it also signals a change for Texas Tech, that they want to form their identity around being an all-around football team, not just being a high-powered offense, which they still have. But I think with Jacob, and, is he going to get to New York? Probably not. But the recognition of winning the best linebacker in the country, the recognition of being the best player in the Big 12 on the defensive side of the ball is enough for Jacob. We've spoken to him on FanU. We know this guy only cares about one thing, and that's about his team and about winning. It's not about him, and he recognizes that. But for a guy like that to be at the centerfold of this 2025 team for Tech is a huge, huge honor. And it's great that he's gotten the national recognition that he deserves.
Totally deserves it. Great kid. I mean, we talked to him a couple times here on the show already, but there's so many other good defensive players, first team players on this Texas Tech defense. Do you see them having that same level of success they had against BYU the first time? Because I know one of the stats I saw, Brennan, is in Big 12 championship game rematches of regular season games, the team that lost the regular season game has won the rematch 4 out of 6 times. So just your early, you being on top of this game the entire week, having seen it before, do you see that being any different from the first time they played?
Man, I'll be honest with you. I watched the November 8th game again last night in full, and just to see, where are some holes? Where could BYU exploit Texas Tech? Was it just the turnovers? Was it special teams? And that was a part of it, but Texas Tech just could stop the run. They're the number one rush defense in the entire country. BYU needs to run the football to set up Bear Bachmeier for success, and they just can't do that against this offense. And so I don't see a scenario, barring Texas Tech throwing interceptions, muffing punts, essentially what BYU did in Lubbock, where BYU over the course of 4 quarters could find a way to beat this team. I just feel like it's too big of a mismatch. It doesn't fit BYU well. And I think that sets up very well for Texas Tech this afternoon. But, BYU is probably the most motivated team in the country, and I think you have to take that into consideration with what's on the line for them. So I do expect BYU to come out with gadget plays and a little more physicality early, but at the end of the day, I just don't for 60 minutes.
Brennan Baxter is with us on 105.3 The Fan University. He's live at AT&T Stadium for the Big 12 championship game. We're breaking that one down right now. Kalani Sitake, the BYU head coach, was one of the more, I think, notable rejections that Penn State had to deal with. Not the only one. There were a couple of people rejecting that job.
Thanks to Crumble Cookies.
Yeah, which is just the most college football
Shout
story.
Shout out to the CEO of Crumble.
Absolutely. The most college football story of all time. But, Brennan, you just made such a great point about BYU almost being the desperate team here, because I think we can all agree Texas Tech is in the college football playoff regardless of the result today. Maybe not guaranteed it, but you feel pretty good regardless. Whereas BYU, it feels like if they lose this game, they are out
They're
completely.
Dunsky.
Yeah, Brendan, have you been able to sense just being down there and everything, the anticipation from the BYU perspective?
Yes, I think 2 things can be true at once. That BYU absolutely has to win this game, but they're also the most overlooked team in the entire country and should be in the playoffs. And so it's a disappointing thing for BYU. There are a ton of white and blue shirts and jerseys out here. I mean, I'm telling you, I think they feel it. I think that BYU, even last year, felt a little overlooked, going 10-2 and missing the playoff. And so this has been one of the most consistent teams in the entire country over the last 2 years, and yet they haven't had a trophy to show for it or a playoff bid to show for it. And so at this point, I do think that BYU, it's just a need. There's an anxiety. There is a absolute must. We have to win or we're out, but we should be in mentality, and that's unfortunate. And I think for the Big 12, it's unfortunate because the Big 12 deserves to have 2 teams in this year. They're not going to get it if Texas Tech wins, but that's just the reality of where the conference is right now.
All right, last thing I got for you, Brennan. You see Joey McGuire sign the extension at Texas Tech earlier this week. with all this coaching movement, it's become so common in recent years for coaches to see greener pastures and say, oh, I can go get this elsewhere. What does it say to you when you talk about the defense earlier, building your identity around that Joey McGuire has become so ingrained in Lubbock that he decides, look, his name wasn't even mentioned in any of these other searches, despite how successful he was. I'm sure, like in Arkansas or somewhere else would have wanted him, but he didn't even, there were no feelers even seemed to be put out that he would have any interest in leaving Lubbock.
Right. Well, with Joey's high school history at Cedar Hill, winning multiple national championships, being entrenched in Texas recruiting, he wouldn't fit in Florida or at LSU or Arkansas or Oklahoma State. He is a Texas coach, and he loves Lubbock. I think Lubbock is probably the best mix of what you could feel like Friday Night Lights turned into Saturday football for college football. And Joey, he loves it. When he says he wants to die in Lubbock, he really does mean it. We've had a chance to talk to him on FanU. I've had a chance to talk to him on my show. And Joey really does just love the people of West Texas. And as long as Tech is able to provide resources like this year, there is no reason Joey would ever want to leave Lubbock, Texas. And with how we're looking right now, I just do not see that happening anytime soon. So I think Texas Tech and Joe McGuire are going to have a marriage for a very long time. And that looks to be a really good thing for the Red Raiders.
No doubt about that, my friend. And as we've said several times throughout the course of this season, it's good to be a Texas Tech Red Raider this year and foreseeably in the future as well. But, Brennan, before we let you go, I got one challenge for you. It's not even just a question. It's just a challenge. When I was at Lavelle Edwards Stadium on BYU's campus in Provo earlier this college football season, everybody was so nice to me. And my challenge for you is, even though you're a Texas Tech guy through and through, you gotta make at least one friend with a BYU fan today. You think you can do that?
Hey, man, look, West Texas people are just as nice as Mormons. Let's not pretend here that there's not a West Texas charm involved here too. So absolutely, we will be able to make friends with the BYU faithful, and it's going to be a blast today. But can't wait to see it all unfold here. A little over an hour. I'm walking into the stadium right now. I'll be down there on the field looking at all this. So it's a moment that Texas Tech's been waiting for 50 years.
Go find Jacob if you can. Give Jacob a shout. I think he's up in the boonies, up in like the very top of the stadium. But if you can find Jacob Ray out there, let us know.
I'll see if I can find some binoculars and try to look up at him.
Perfect.
I love it.
I'll tell you guys, FanU fam, if there's any place I'd rather be than here, it's with you guys in that studio. So I miss my family.
Stop it. Don't do that. Go have a blast on the sidelines in the biggest game.
Boots on the ground,
that's
baby.
Right, your school's history. There he goes. Brennan Baxter getting you ready for kickoff between Texas Tech and BYU. He is appreciated, and that's just going to be awesome.
It's going to be. It already sounds like a scene. Sounds like the drunk. And when Brendan said, "Oh, it's only about a 5 right now," I'm like, "Bro, it is 9:50 in the morning in DFW. Like, that's pretty darn high, and it's only going to get higher if, like the 940 says, Tech wins by 17 plus, and it gets ugly."
Yeah, Texas Live might be the place to be for the rest of the college football Saturday. You can watch the SEC championship and then the games, or you can listen to the SEC championship on 105.3 The Fan, because we'll have that and the Big Ten championship.
Yep, right
game
afterwards. So after Fred and Blake, after us, you will be set with college football for the rest of your day right here on The Fan.
I love it. I love it. Coming up next, let's keep the show rolling. We're going to go out and check in with Nick Harris, a UNT grad, and I know he's got some takes on the college football playoff as well. Nick Harris from the Fort Worth Star-Telegram next on Fan University.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's your college football fix. Welcome to Fan University on 105.3 The Fan.
Fan University on Championship Saturday. All kinds of conference championship games taking place today. Coming right up in just an hour, it's the Big 12 Championship out at AT&T Stadium, Texas Tech and BYU. You got Jake Rietma and Carter Freeman in studio. We just checked in with Brennan Baxter, the third member of Fan University, out at AT&T Stadium. And right now, it's time to check in with a friend of the program from the Fort Worth Star-Telegram, Nick Harris. He covers the Cowboys. He's also a UNT grad. So, Nick, my friend, I'm sorry. How you feeling this morning? It didn't go well last night.
Yeah, appreciate you fellas for having me. Yeah, that's a tough one. A really tough one to stomach, I can't lie. There was a lot of things that just did not go right for UNT last night, whether it was losing starting running back Caleb Hawkins in the first quarter to an injury. And then, look, I'm not a guy that says the refs, hand the game to the other team. But when the refs do personally hand off 14 points to Tulane in that ball game, that really is brutal. But then also you look at the self-inflicted wounds, too. You talk about the Caleb Hawkins fumble, 2 interceptions in the end zone, and in a 13-point game, that could have helped, make up the difference as well. Drops all over the place from Wyatt Young. Just, again, anything that could go wrong in New Orleans last night went wrong. And, yeah, it's tough. It's super tough. And unfortunately, with the landscape of G5 football and where it is now, that's probably a once-in-a-decade type achievement and type of opportunity. And now they have to reset here in the Neil Brown era.
Yeah, well, that's kind of where I wanted to go. Just you as a fan and you as a football just guru, Nick, is like you do have 5 turnovers in this game. You had 4 against South Florida as well. So in these 2 games against some of the top teams in the American, you turn the ball over a lot, and that's not going to win you football games. But how do you balance that with those refereeing decisions? Like, where do you fall in, like, I blame the refs versus I look at the turnovers and, like, we needed to play better and not put ourselves in a situation like that?
Yeah, I think there's a balance to it, and I think I tweeted it out in the fourth quarter last night. I was like, look, UNT probably deserves to be down multiple scores in this game. They have not played well, but when this offense can score in bunches like they have throughout the season, number 1 scoring offense, number 1 total yardage offense going into that game in FBS, and you're trying to get back into a ball game, those 14-point swings certainly do not help. I mean, it was pretty clearly a touchback on the Drew Mestemaker hit right at the goal line. Look at his high school safety instincts coming into play there. Yeah. And then the kick-catch interference that was not called at the end of the first half that gifted them another 7. I mean, so it's tough. It's super tough. But, again, at the end of the day, North Texas didn't play well enough to win that ball game.
Nick Harris is with us on 105.3 The Fan University, breaking down the UNT game. And looking ahead for the Mean Green is what we'll do now, Nick. And you mentioned it, the Neil Brown hire. I credit the entire North Texas athletic department for moving quickly, kind of doing the opposite of the Penn State and dragging this out. But they've got their guy. And Neil Brown, somebody that built Troy. And, I wouldn't say his time at West Virginia was a complete failure. Coaches are hired to get fired. They'll all tell you that. So eventually fizzles out in Morgantown there. But how do you feel about the hire and the future of the Mean Green?
Yeah, it's something that I've grown to like, the Neil Brown hire in general. At first I was like, okay, interesting. North Texas typically goes after the young hotshot coordinator. At least that's what they've proven to do over the course of the last couple of hires with Seth Luttrell and Eric Morris. And, this is a guy who is proven at the G5 level. Like you said, he was able to build Troy, lead them to 2 Sun Belt championships. They won one, ended up with an 11-win season in one of those years. So he has that proven experience with these type of resources. If anything, North Texas maybe has a little bit more resources than Troy did when he was coaching there. And it's also a guy who has, made that P4 jump, and some teams that might be looking to hire Neil Brown in 2 or 3 years if he has some success here at North Texas might be a little hesitant in doing so because he has that that failure track record on his resume already at the P4 level. So honestly, I think I like the hire because it might be able to keep Neil Brown there. It might be able to give them a layer of consistency, even if they do find some success early on with him. And so I will say their new athletic director, Jared Mosley, who got into the building, he's been in the building a long time, but took over the job over the course of the last couple of years. He's made some really good hires in multiple sports. So any benefit of the doubt that I have, I'm just kind of resorting to that belief and his track record so far. But should be fun. He's coming off of a year where he has learned the landscape in the state of Texas as a special assistant to Steve Sarkisian at the University of Texas. So he's got a lay of the land, and we're going to find out pretty early on what he could do from a team building perspective, because that roster is most likely going to get gutted.
Nick, this is why you're a professional, because you set my next question up for me. You mentioned Neil Brown, special assistant at Texas. They're not playing this weekend. They're at 13 in the CFP poll as of this past Tuesday. College football playoffs going to be set tomorrow. Is there any path for the Longhorns to somehow, some way sneak into this thing?
Yeah, I don't think so. I mean, it would take BYU getting run out of AT&T Stadium here in about an hour. It would take Alabama getting run out of run out of Atlanta by Georgia. You would probably need, a couple other things to happen. I will say, though, this is one thing that I think Texas fans should maybe hold on to. This has been the dumbest committee over the course of the last 11 years.
100% agree.
Their reasoning for decisions have been all over the place. They have not been consistent whatsoever. And so if there's any hope for Texas fans out there, it's that maybe there's a 2014 situation when TCU dropped to 6, even though they beat Iowa State 55-3, and then Ohio State jumped in for no reason at all. So maybe there's something afoot that way.
Nick Harris is with us on Fan University, and let's just keep the college football playoff conversation rolling. And you talked about this committee and how they've just shown time and time again, whether it's a soundbite or just the proof of the lack of reasoning for moving teams around one way or the other. But, some of the hot button teams that have the most debate around them being Notre Dame versus Miami, the head-to-head discussion there. As it, obviously everything that takes place today will determine how it plays out. But if you're the committee, does Notre Dame get in over Miami? How do you handle that head-to-head with Notre Dame winning, and if that comes down to the last two teams at the at-large?
Yeah, the head-to-head it should be the number one data point to separate two teams. It shocks me that that's a discussion, and that Notre Dame has been consistently coming in over them in the rankings. I know it was all the way back in week 1. I get that they are two completely different teams now, but you have that data point, and it's something that I think you have to lean on, especially when you look at a Notre Dame team that doesn't play in a conference. They don't play in a conference championship, so these head-to-heads are even more valuable for them because you can kind of put them up against teams that, that rarely you might see them stacked up next to when you have these playoff discussions. And so, Miami should be in over Notre Dame if it's one or the other. The head-to-head point, you have to be able to value that at the end of the day. And I think the ACC would probably tell you the same thing. They're trying to get two teams in.
Yeah, well, the ACC network is playing Miami versus Notre Dame on repeat. I saw that, I think, yesterday and today. That's what unless they're doing ACC title game preview, that's what they're doing. So they're trying hard. And you mentioned the TCU Baylor thing. I could see that where if they're ranked next to each other, Miami and Notre Dame, that they flipped them in the last week, and the Fighting Irish are really mad. But Nick, as far as the other teams in Texas that are most likely going to be a part of this tournament, we've got Texas A&M and we've got Texas Tech. Texas A&M loses their rivalry game to Texas in their last week of the season, aren't going to play in the SEC title game, but will so most likely host a home game. How do you feel about them as they lose their last game of the regular season going into this thing, and then vice versa? Texas Tech, this is the season from, the chosen season from them. They seem like there's nothing that can stop them on their path to, CFP glory. How do you feel about them as they get ready to take on BYU?
Yeah, I'll start with A&M. I think there's been a couple of concerns over the course of the month of November that I think you can point to, not only the loss to Texas, but that South Carolina game that should have been a disaster. Granted, really good credit to that coaching staff, Mike Elko and his group, Colin Klein, their offensive coordinator, who's now at Kansas State, for being able to get them back into that ball game after facing a 30-3 deficit at halftime. But I think you look at a couple of these games, the Arkansas game that they only won by 3 points, Auburn earlier in the year where they were at home and Auburn had a chance to win that ball game late. They can't be playing with their food in a college football playoff game, and if they're going up against a team in the first round, even if it is at Kyle Field, but if you're hosting a Oklahoma or a Notre Dame or an Alabama, you're going to have to bring all 4 quarters. And so I worry about the consistency of their offense. That's the one thing I maybe look at as a potential negative, but they have the talent, I think, to completely run the table. I think you look at the defensive talent that they have on all 3 levels, and it has proven to be pretty stellar this year. As far as Texas Tech, man, speaking of defense, I think they have the best defense in the country, and especially in this playoff, just a really great job done by Joey McGuire and James Blanchard, their GM, and building that roster over there in Lubbock. And they have a chance today to double dip on BYU and try to secure a first-round bye, and they should be able to do so. And if they get slotted into the Cotton Bowl, you can bet that there's going to be a lot of West Texans filling up that home side of AT&T Stadium on New Year's Eve.
Absolutely. Nick Harris is with us from the Fort Worth Star-Telegram. And Nick, early signing day was earlier this week. It's obviously a big day in the state of Texas and around the country. Your roots in high school football, all the contacts and connections you've got there. What can you tell us just about, what National Signing Day, early signing day meant in the state of Texas? And really, I think kind of not to get too opinionated on it, but where we're going with the college football calendar, of all the holes that are in the college football calendar, I think the early signing day is one of them, because you look at kids signing with Iowa State and then 2 days later they've got a different coach. But just kind of your perspective on where we are with the college football calendar.
Yeah, I was surprised to see them move the signing day up this year, up into the first week of December. It used to be, it was the week of Christmas, and that was the early signing day. But I think it was an attempt to try and help mitigate the calendar issues, but I think it just made it more convoluted. The calendar overall, I mean, it's been an S show over the course of the last decade in college football. And they not only need to fix that for recruits and for players, they need to fix it for coaches too. I mean, these coaches do not get a break, and it's something that I think has forced guys like Jeff Hafley, who was doing a good job at Boston College, to make the jump to the NFL. Just because, man, a month and a half, even if it is just a month and a half, that's a really good time to get a break in the summer. College coaches just don't get that. But early signing day, at least around DFW, it did not go without any drama. Legend Bay, the athlete recruit over at North Forney, signed with Tennessee, and a lot of reports have come out that he was coerced into signing with Tennessee by his family, and that he is going to request a release from his national letter of intent so that he can go to Ohio State. A really messy situation, and it has been reported pretty well by Mike Roach over at 24/7 Sports, and that's been a very interesting situation. And he cannot sign his own letter of intent until he turns 18 on December 24th, and apparently Ohio State and him are just waiting out that Christmas Eve date so that he can ink with the Buckeyes and get up to Columbus. So, just a wild signing day drama type situation, and we've had a few of them in DFW. A couple of years ago, I think back to the Peyton Bowen situation, where he committed to Oregon on signing day, but then signed with Oklahoma the next day, and even though he was committed to Notre Dame the entire process. But that is the one thing I do love about signing day these days, is that I can be a fan of it and I don't have to cover it.
Yeah, you don't have to be on top of this. And look, I'm a Sooner fan. That whole Peyton Bowen saga, it seemed like he was going to flip to us the entire time, and then when he picks Oregon, who hadn't even been mentioned in that recruiting process, it was like, okay, this whole system is just nutso. And the Legend Bay stuff, he had Ohio State gear and everything at his signing day at his school, if I remember right. It was all decked out in Buckeye stuff. So that whole situation is just absolutely insane.
Yeah, I feel bad for the kid. Honestly, it's very clear that he's in a tough situation and being pulled in different directions. And he tweeted something out. This was on Thursday. Yeah. And it was quickly deleted, but he was saying, hey, my family has control of this account. Any tweets that come from this account anymore will not be from me. My brother has access to this account. I'll be in touch about how to, convey my news moving forward. And then it was quickly deleted. So a very, very messy situation. I hope it works out for everybody involved, though. You hate to see, really good things happen to kids, like being able to go to Tennessee or Ohio State, and then it causes a wedge between families like this. But for my days covering recruiting, thing. This is it's a norm. Unfortunately, there's a lot of these situations that do happen.
Yeah, that's just wild, man. But great perspective as always, Nick. This has been awesome. We appreciate your time. Sorry about your mean green, but like you said at the beginning of the segment, the future is absolutely bright there. We'll get you out the door just quickly. Who do you like? Texas Tech versus BYU, and then in the SEC championship, you got Bama, Georgia, and I guess we'll mention the ACC too, Virginia, Duke, and then the big one versus two in the Big Ten. Who do you like?
Yeah, I'll start with the ACC. Give me Virginia, the Highland Park quarterback Chandler Morris. I think he gets it done, gets the Cavs into the playoffs. Ohio State, Indiana. I want to pick Indiana. I'll pick Indiana.
Yeah, there we go.
Give me
go with your heart.
Yeah, give me the Hoosiers there. I think they're just gritty, and they've been such a fun team to watch this year. SEC, give me Georgia. I think they get it done the second time around against Bama. Big 12, give me Tech. I think they're just too dominant, and they showed that when they played BYU the first time. And hey, fellas, I'm still sticking around in Detroit. I'm about to roll over to the MAC championship. We're getting some MAC in here.
Dude, heck yes, Nick.
Give me Western Michigan in that one. The boys from Kalamazoo are going to get it done this afternoon.
The Ghost Ponies.
Oh, my gosh. Dude, Nick Harris, you buried the lead. You're in my home state in Michigan. And I got all the kinds of recommendations for you. I'll text you, man.
I appreciate it, man. Y'all have a good one.
Oh, there he goes. Nick Harris,
Man.
Fort Worth Star-Telegram.
We could have spent the entire segment talking about the MAC championship game. I would have been so here for that.
Dang, that's right. Don't sleep on the MAC championship. That's why he's the best, man. Just a nice
we love
curveball
Nick.
at the end there. He does such a great job covering the Cowboys, and obviously just a certified ball knower at every level from high school to college to the pros. But let's keep it rolling on Fan University. When we come back, we're going to dive into some Jake's Takes next on 105.3 The Fan.
The more time you give, the more our crush grows. Together we continue to build something special. Keep turning it on and leaving it on 105.
like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
If you've been injured in a car or a truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to for car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
And it is time for the most electrifying man in DFW.
Jake Rietma. He's the only hope. He's the only injection that we could count on.
He's a tree. Bobby's wrong. He's a tree.
He's not some walk-on scrub, Yost. The boy's a player. He's a star.
Someone said football, so I come running. What's going on, everybody?
That's right. Jake's Takes. Let's do it. Let's talk some football. All kinds of stuff going on Fan University. Jake Rietma, Carter Freeman. You got Khaki Kev on the ones and twos as well. We've chatted with Nick Harris and Brennan Baxter. Brennan Baxter out at AT&T Stadium. Nick Harris going to the MAC championship in the Motor City. That's the definition of boots on the ground. Great stuff there. But Jake's Takes, guys, 877-881-1053. I'll be a little opinionated in this portion of the program, and would love
get to your own takes here. Like that's okay.
Thank you. I appreciate
Don't feel
that.
like I'm going to leap across the table and just attack you. I promise I won't.
But I hope to make this segment productive as well, because I've got some solutions. And the first bullet point I have, we're not going to spend a lot of time on this, but I was bamboozled by Lane Kiffin. And I wanted to kind of, have that moment on the air here in Jake's Takes just to say I was wrong. He fooled me. I bought into the Fluff Piece documentary. I thought he was like, man, this guy reinvented himself. He had a more family-oriented at-home life outside of coaching. He had, it seemed like, involved in his kids' lives once again. And he threw it away, I feel like. It was such a bummer the way it all played out. And maybe other people just say, hey, some people, show you your true colors. But when he officially, like I said earlier, the divorce papers were final, I just kind of threw my hands up and was like, this is who he is. This is Lane Kiffin.
There was a great article from CBS Sports about the whole saga and how it got to the point where he left Ole Miss. It talked a lot about how he felt like he had really done just about everything he could have done at Ole Miss. He resurrected them from the Matt Luke era or the end of the Hugh Freeze era into a real contender in the SEC. And he didn't feel as though, which it's really funny to say this because this is a team that could still go win a national championship. He felt like there was nowhere further up to go. And he'd always wanted to get one of those blue blood jobs back because he had it when he was at USC earlier in his career. Fumbled that away, got tarmacked, right? Like that's a term in college football that came from Lane Kiffin.
Right.
Like I don't think we talk about that enough. That came directly from him, but he just felt that like what he had done everything he could at Ole Miss, and that he needed a new challenge. And I don't know if he felt the same way about Florida, because during that whole process, Florida was also involved. They eventually go get John Summerall, which we can talk about those hires in Carter's Corner in a little bit. But yeah, he just felt like he had done everything he could at Ole Miss, which I think is a silly thing to feel when you have a team that went 11-1, and what do you mean that you can't accomplish anything more? You've never won an SEC there. You never won the SEC. You've never even played in the SEC title game. And him going to LSU now, he'll still have never coached in a college football playoff game. Ole Miss is going to play in one, but he ain't going to coach it. It's going to be Pete Golding. So it's such a college football diva head coaching thing to twist this into like, this is why I wanted to do this.
Yeah, the hypocrisy. I think I kept going back to him being hypocritical, and Feinbaum kind of touched it on a little bit too. You say you want to do this for these kids type of thing, and this
the ones you just left behind.
Right, and it was just like, you know what? No, I'm calling out the BS once and for all. I'm done with the fluff pieces, but I don't want to spend any more time on Lane Kiffin. The next part of Jake's takes, I think, and I've been thinking of this a while, there's a solution to the college football calendar. And rather than me tell you everything, how about friend of the program, Joey McGuire, who's been on Fan University, he's the head coach of the Texas Tech Red Raiders, getting ready for the Big 12 championship. But how about some of the headwaves he made with these comments regarding the college football calendar? There's a couple of them. Kev, let's start with cut number 8, just his overall view on the new calendar.
I don't want the portal in the spring. I want to know what my team is in January so I can create my team and what we did this last year and the chemistry and everything. And so you're just putting a Band-Aid over the problem until we address the calendar. So in my opinion, we all should have played August 23rd. So instead of week 0, we play, that's week 1. That would mean with the buys and everything, the conference championship would have been played over Thanksgiving. So you get that out of the way. So now we know who's in the playoffs.
I think Joey McGuire listened to one of my hits with KNC earlier in 2025 because I had the same point. I think week 0 is already in August, and week 0 should still exist. Week 0 should exist in some way, shape, or form. But I'm with Joey McGuire. If you want to move everything up, if you want to have week 0, let's say August, 15th. So you still have the Ireland game. You still have the FCS can play that weekend. You can still have some other games here and there. How about this too? And tell me what you think about this. Put Army-Navy in that week as well.
Yeah, we
have
talked about that. You have me until that point. Leave Army-Navy as their standalone same weekend as the Heisman Award. And this is my dumb brain can't adjust to certain things changing. The Army-Navy game would be something I don't want to change, but everything else, I'm with you. Joey McGuire is obviously campaigning for it, that's what we should do. And one thing that I think college football could do a better job of that the NFL does is they know how to look at a calendar from a 12-month point of view and find the holes in the overall sports calendar that they can then own. And I think there's a hole in the sports calendar in the months of August that college football could completely own before the NFL gets going.
It's NFL preseason, and you're in the dog days of the MLB summer.
Yep.
And
and they still got a full month of regular season baseball where you can start doing the MLB playoff push, if you will, in the month of September in the regular season. But if college football started earlier, the way Joey McGuire alluded to, that would be an opportunity for them to own that, and then it solves so many of the other issues that we're seeing now that we talked to Nick Harris about with the early signing day, the transfer portal that Joey McGuire was talking about. It just makes so much sense, which is probably why it won't happen.
It's exactly why it won't happen. And look, the other thing too is we talk about how college football, the schedule and how messed up it is. I didn't like last year that the national championship game was so late into January. It felt like people didn't care about it because the NFL playoffs are going on at the same time. And as much as I love college football and as much as I will always push college football over the NFL personally, most of the world does not feel that way.
Yep.
57 million people watch the Cowboys on Thanksgiving, right?
It's crazy.
That ain't going to change. So, you just need to move your stuff up a little bit to have your own time, right? Like, what if the national championship game was on December 1st? Kind of like it used to be. And it doesn't need to be the bowl system where it was like, oh, these different teams played and we just, all the selectors decided who was the title. No, have the college football playoff be exclusively in December, and then your championship game, if it's up to me, it'd be at the Rose Bowl every year, but wherever your championship game is, have that on January 1st of any given year. Then the rest of the time it can be for the NFL. Then you have the portal and everything else after that.
That makes so much sense. It's almost, did you hear this cut before? Because that's almost word for word what Joey McGuire said.
I tell you, I think he listened to me because I had these same points earlier this year. I will tweet those out. I swear, I had these same thoughts. Joey, we're lined up here.
That's why he's a friend of the program. Let's hear cut number 9 on the specifics of the college football calendar.
So if you were saying the first round was going to be played Saturday and then the quarterfinals 7 days after that, semifinals 7 days after that, you actually could play the national championship on January 1st. And then the portal would open on January 2nd. So the season would actually be over. So until you do that, we're still going to have this.
Yeah, that's not going to go away. And look, having the games spaced out evenly, too, is a big thing as well, because, look, your semifinal games are going to be on a Friday and a Saturday. Then your national championship game is not the following Monday, the Monday after that. So you wait 10 days after your semifinal games. And I like that the championship game is on a Monday, because that does give it its own spot, because by that point there's no Monday Night Football. But still, there's so much else in the NFL world that's going to overtake you, going to swallow you up, that, yeah, if we scoot this up, you make August your own thing. You dominate December with these college football play that are inevitably going to expand, right? So if you're just going to get more games at some point, just make these things your own. Like, it should be your time too.
It's Jake's Takes right now on Fan University. We are solving the college football calendar problem with the help of Joey McGuire, the head coach for the Texas Tech Red Raiders. He's not in studio. He's preparing for...
He's a little busy.
Yeah, a little busy. But earlier this week,
Brendan's probably talking to him right now.
Yeah, exactly. Brendan's probably taking selfies with people. That was wild.
Yeah, look, we can only hope to measure up one day to how famous Brendan Baxter is in the world of Texas Tech football.
That's right. We will never let him forget that moment. Live on the air on Fan University, someone coming up to him if he missed it, saying, "Hey, can I get a selfie with you?" That was awesome. But
we got to pull that.
Yeah, real quick. Now we've gotten into the specifics of the college football calendar, but how about some punishment for tampering? I love this, and I am all for it. Here's what Joey McGuire had to say regarding punishments for tampering.
If we're going to be like the NFL, to where everybody's saying that, in the NFL, there's a tampering for coaches also, and there's a penalty. And so, hey, if you're going to leave your team that's in the playoffs, maybe your team that you're going to is not eligible for the playoffs the next year. Maybe that changes some of the things. Or, hey, you're going to leave your team for the playoffs. Nobody from your past team or your team that you're coaching at can go to the team that you're going to.
I think the second thing, that's if there are going to be changes to the way that coaches or players move, that's what it would be, right? I think there are rules in the NFL where you can't change, you can't go as a head coach from an NFC East team to another team like in season. I might not be totally correct with that, but there are some parameters in place where you can't just leave your team for another team in the division. The SEC needs something like that.
Yes, guardrails.
Big Ten needs something like that. Like those things need to happen because, for Lane Kiffin to just leave scot-free and then take a lot of his staff with him as Ole Miss is preparing for a playoff push, that just doesn't seem right. And that seems like a fairly simple thing to just put in the SEC bylaws, what may have you, to make sure that doesn't happen again. And not everyone's Lane Kiffin. Not everyone's going to be a scenario like this, but because it's happened once, you want to stop it from happening again.
Yep, and learn from what has taken place and make the necessary adjustments. But I want to wrap up Jake's Takes with a little conversation. I think we're going to get more into this in Carter's Corner about some of the new coaches in place. But you guys know I pounded the table for Pat Fitzgerald, covered him at Northwestern in college. He took the Wildcats to 2 Big Ten championships when I was there. Now, obviously, the end of his time at Northwestern, a little bit tumultuous, but he lands at Michigan State. And I'm here to tell you, I think Sparty might be back. Back. Not just because they hired Pat Fitzgerald.
Say, take your bias out of this. I know you love yourself some Pat.
But because they are finally adjusting to the new era of college football. Pulling a Texas Tech, this week they received a $401 million gift. They're starting a Sparta fund that I'm hearing is going to have the value of $1 billion. They're going to start paying their athletes, and they're going to now put the resources in place to be able to compete in the Big Ten, combined with the hiring of Pat Fitzgerald. I think Michigan State, give them a couple of years, but we could be looking at the old D'Antonio years where they're competing for Big Ten championships and a couple times getting, to the Rose Bowl.
Yeah, this is a lifeline. This is the kind of thing you dream of, I think, in this era of the sport, is getting not just, a couple $1 million donations, $401 million. That, could you imagine you had that much money to spare to give to something you liked? Just the thought of that boggles my mind that you could give them that. But yeah, Pat Fitzgerald is a Midwest guy. He was a Northwestern player, was a Northwestern coach for freaking forever. And, the way he left Northwestern, the way he got fired, the way that went down, say what you want about it, this could be to Michigan State's benefit because, yes, he knows the area. He had success at Northwestern at times. His final couple of years in Evanston were really nothing to write home about. In fact, I don't think they won a Big Ten game for a while there. And the one season they beat Nebraska in Ireland to open the year,
and then lost
every other game. They didn't win a game on U.S. soil for 2 years or something like that.
But that was a great game in Ireland, though, back and forth, and ended up pulling it off. And all right, we're 1-0, just beat a Big Ten team. Here we go.
That was the game where they ran out of beer at halftime. Nebraska and Northwestern fans drank so much beer they ran out at halftime. Or there was something with the credit card machine readers weren't working, so they were just handing it out. That was a wild game, but Pat Fitzgerald's got to prove he can really coach in this modern era. That's my biggest thing is I understand Northwestern's not the best. They're not going to have the best talent, but even with what you had, you stunk for 3 out of your final 4 years there.
Yep.
So can you change that at Michigan State? Jonathan Smith couldn't. So
the $401 million commitment is from Greg and Dawn Williams, and Greg Williams, who started Acashire Insurance that we learned about earlier today, and he's didn't even go to Michigan State, which is crazy.
That's nuts.
And it's not from any. It's just his personal portfolio. I don't know,
you
personal bank account.
Casually have $401 million you can wire to your favorite school.
Yeah,
that you didn't even go to.
Yeah, go green. Here's $401 million. But that's college athletics for you. And that is Jake's takes for you. Coming up, we've got our picks for the final time this college football season right here on Fan University.
I love to cook for the holidays, and I love the way the house...
To remember that these things have those.
No, that's absurd. Hey, you remember when you used to be what was it,
Indian sisters?
That sounds right. Nutmeg maidens? No. You said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it so popular?
I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Freaking hell.
It's back to the Fan University. This segment is sponsored by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Fan University, one of our favorite segments because it means the games, the early slate that is, are getting ready to kick off. We've got our picks for you. Jake Riepma alongside Carter Freeman in studio. Brennan Baxter out at AT&T Stadium for Texas Tech and BYU, the Big 12 championship game.
Sending us pictures of him on the field right now.
Look out. Look at that. Yeah, make sure you specify pictures of him on the field. And tell him, hey, we need to get a selfie with him because apparently everybody
He's famous,
at
yeah.
AT&T Stadium, which, by the way, Odyssey Rewind app, if you want a good laugh, we're talking to Brennan, and literally someone comes up to him and says, hey, man, I need a selfie with you. Like, and we're never going to let him forget that because that is pretty hilarious.
Never happened to me. I mean, I guess, I would remember that too.
Right.
So
a lot of Texas Tech fans texting in at 877-881-1053. Wreck 'em, and I love it. Some LFGs as well. Won't read that one on air, but man, we've got the excitement building for the early slate of the conference championships, and we talked to Nick Harris, who's going to the MAC championship.
Heck yeah,
I love that at the at Ford Field, still there from the Cowboys Lions earlier this week. And Ford Field used to host the Quick Lane Bowl. That was always a great tradition. You could get tickets for about $4, usually the day after Christmas. I don't know what it's called. Before the Quick Lane Bowl, it was the Little Caesars Bowl. And I don't even know if they have one anymore.
I believe they do. I think it's changed names because I'm like, that was always maybe the second or third best MAC team versus the worst Big Ten team.
Yep.
Okay, Jake, I cannot believe you didn't know this. It is the Game Above Sports Bowl right now. That changed. Gosh, when did this change? I guess it used to have an ACC tie-in. But
I've watched Georgia Tech there before.
Does still exist, and I guess last year it was the Game Above Sports Bowl.
Yeah, because it was Little Caesars, which makes sense because Ford Field and Little Caesars headquarters are right next to each other.
Very Michigan of them to do that there.
It was the Quick Lane Bowl. It was the Motor City Bowl, but now it's the AboveSports.com Bowl. No.com.
But today it is the home of the MAC title game. And here, answer me this, riddle me this. I was thinking about this last night, how the 4 Group of 5 championship games we saw yesterday were all on home campuses, which I think is really cool. Will the MAC ever change that, or do you think the weather in that part of the country, that's just too much of an ask for them to play? Because this game would be in Kalamazoo, Michigan.
Yeah.
It's Western Michigan hosting Miami of Ohio.
Yeah.
Like all those teams, Ohio, Indiana, Michigan, even Buffalo, right? Like I don't think they could ever really end up hosting that game, sadly.
And you see it in the Division II and Division III playoffs that are going on in that part of the state, that part of the country, really, where it just changes the game so much when you've got a snow bowl and you're outside, and they just don't have the resources like an NFL stadium might to clear it off and everything. And so I don't anticipate that happening. I think it's good at Ford Field. It's very MAC-esque. But let's get into some picks. Update on the standings. We're efforting to get Brennan's picks. I'm not sure if we will, but we've got Carter. I believe you're still in the lead, right?
No, Brennan is in the lead. Brennan is in the lead by 1. Brennan went 3-3 last week. I went 4-2, so I gained a game on him, but he's still one ahead. And maybe we don't get his picks, so he'll just stay at that number. And if I get all mine right today,
Right.
you and I could potentially jump over him because you've gotten 39 right, Brennan's gotten 42 right, and I've gotten 41 right.
Okay.
So you and I both went 4-2 last week. So we're gaining ground. Last chance to gain some ground here, at least regular season is concerned.
All right, let's start with the MAC championship. Miami, the Red Hawks taking on the Western Michigan Broncos. The spread in this one, Western Michigan -2.5. You can get Miami on the money line +120. I'll lead it off. Western Michigan from my home state, Kalamazoo, west side of the state. But Chuck Martin, head coach for the Miami Red Hawks, good friend of my late father. I'll go ahead and take the fighting Chuck Martins. Give me Miami, Ohio.
Okay, Miami is interesting because they lost to Ohio and they lost to Toledo, who are two of the better teams in the MAC. But they all ended up in a 4 or 5-way tie for second place behind Western Michigan. Miami somehow wins those tiebreakers. So like Toledo, you could say, is a better football team. Ohio is a better football team. This is very Virginia and Duke-like in the ACC championship game where because of these bigger conferences and the way they've taken away divisions, which I hope come back someday, it seemed like Miami of Ohio ends up getting into this game. Seems like Western Michigan, the ghost ponies of Western Michigan, because their logo looks like a ghost horse. They have this kind of year once every decade. 10 years ago, it was PJ Fleck. It was row the boat. They're undefeated in the regular season. They win the MAC title. I'm going to go with Western Michigan here. I'm going to say they'll get a MAC championship under their belt.
I like that from an X's and O's standpoint. That pick makes more sense. I'm just going with my heart on this one. And
I'm just happy we spent all this time talking about the MAC title game. I didn't think we would be here, but I'm here for it.
All right, Big 12 championship game at AT&T Stadium. Brennan Baxter is there. Texas Tech, a big-time favorite. I feel like we should maybe pick this one against the spread because it's 12.5, unless somebody's feeling really dangerous and going to take BYU. But I not only like Texas Tech, but I like Texas Tech to win and cover.
Texas Tech is 11-1. Every game that they've won this season, they've won by 3 or more scores. That is how good they've been against the teams they've played. And they did it against BYU, and you saw BYU just did not look as good as BYU has looked. I think because they look so bad in that one game against Texas Tech, the rest of the country is discounting how they are good as a football team, right? Which is disappointing, but it goes to show just how different Texas Tech is right now. So I'm picking Texas Tech. I think if things go right for them in other conference title games, they could end up as the 2 seed, but I definitely think they're going to win. I think they're going to win by double digits. I think BYU will put up more of a fight this time around. Texas Tech's going to win. They're going to get a bye in this whole playoffs, and I never thought I'd ever say that, but here we are.
Yeah, and Brennan made the point of how good Texas Tech's run defense is. I think BYU needs L.J. Martin.
A Big 12 Offensive Player of the Year, L.J. Martin.
Yes, and that will be a fun matchup to keep an eye out on. All right, afternoon slate, the Georgia Bulldogs, the Alabama Crimson Tide. We haven't touched and covered this game enough. Don't worry, ESPN and the PR firm for the SEC will do that. But at the same time, two blue bloods battling it out. I heard Alabama is 17-1 in games played at now Mercedes-Benz Stadium. It was the Georgia Dome. Saban has some incredible record there as well. Obviously, Kalen DeBoer is coaching. But Bama already has beat Georgia in Athens this year. Carter Freeman, I'll let you lead this one off. Who do you like?
The stat on game day that we saw this morning was that Georgia is 0-4 against Alabama at Mercedes-Benz, the Mercedes-Benz Stadium. They're 8-1 against everyone else. Wow. It's just still the bugaboo that Kirby Smart and Georgia have not been able to figure out. But Alabama has not looked maybe as good as they did late in the season as they did early in the season. They end up beating Auburn by a touchdown. They lose to Oklahoma. But this one I've gone back and forth with because I do think Georgia's great. But then I look at them when they play Georgia Tech at the same stadium they had played at Mercedes-Benz last week at a neutral site game. Georgia had 70 passing yards in that game. They scored 16 points against a Georgia Tech team that had just given up 1,500 yards in the previous 3 weeks combined. So they're barely moving the ball against a defense that is just that porous. That's a little concerning to me. Couple that with the mind games that Alabama will play against Georgia. I'll go with the Crimson Tide here. And I don't want that to happen because if Alabama wins, they're going to jump my Sooners. My Sooners will have to go on the road in the CFP, but I'll go with Alabama, man. We need a little bit of chaos in this weekend. I don't think BYU's going to get it for us, so give me the Crimson Tide.
Yeah, I'm with you there. And I just, Kirby Smart, and I haven't talked about this enough on Fan University. I don't take away anything he does as a coach. Brilliant mind and gets his guys ready to play. But the off the field stuff, and I know Georgia's not the only program that has off the field issues, but I just felt like Kirby Smart and that program is the most dismissive of things like that. And it's almost like it goes talked about because they win so many games. So I'm bringing this in just to kind of explain why I want Alabama to win, and you gave us all the reasons they will win on the field, so I'll also go with the Alabama Crimson Tide.
And just on the terms of the Georgia Kirby Smart, off the field issues they've had, watching the Sun Belt title game last night, Troy has a receiver named Ra Thomas, and I was like, why do I know that name? Because he was at Georgia in 2023. And I'm not going to forget a guy whose name is Ra. Well, why is he at Troy now? Because he had off-the-field issues, a domestic violence issue that ended up getting him kicked off the team. And the main thing with Georgia has been the speeding, the traffic violations, and all of that. But there are other things that have gone on around that program that success have masked.
All right, last one here. No, we got two more.
We got two more.
Look at that.
Don't forget about the ACC title game.
Even on purpose. Wow. All right, we'll do it. Duke Blue Devils, Virginia Cavaliers, Virginia 10-2. Chandler Morris, the quarterback there. What a season for the Cavaliers. Duke 7-5, a 5-loss team in your conference championship. Come on, ACC. We got to be better. I like Virginia. Spread in this one, -3.5 for the Cavaliers.
Virginia already beat them in the regular season. Virginia was like the only top-tier team that Duke played in the regular season, so I think that's going to happen again. Now, the ACC, look, Coastal Chaos is real. It could come back in this game, but I think Virginia is just better, and I think we'll see Virginia win.
Yeah, that was a great game last year when SMU mounted the comeback, only for Clemson to win on the long last walk-off field goal. But the Mustangs still got into the playoffs last year. They could have been in this game if they hadn't choked away the opportunity by losing to Cal.
Well, the same thing that happened that ACC title game last year happened to them against Cal, right? Where they got
to make the comeback.
They got down big. They ended up coming back late, but they give up the lead. They give up the lead late. They lose, and unfortunate. The same things happened to him 2 years in a row.
Yep, major bummer. All right, 1 versus 2. The billing in this one, the Big Ten championship. Pat McAfee said on College Game Day, the whole state of Indiana has shut down. And you know what? Why wouldn't? The Hoosiers are trying to win their first Big Ten championship since, I believe, the 50s?
68 was what I've been saying. That was the last time they went to the Rose Bowl, which the winner of this game will go to the Rose Bowl for
basically
the
yesterday,
semifinal.
68. But point being, Indiana, Kurt Cignetti, this one I'm picking with my heart. I want the Hoosiers.
Well, dang, man, I wanted to go with my heart, too, and now I feel like I shouldn't because I want to see Indiana win the Big Ten. I want to see – we've normalized how good they've been under Kurt Cignetti, and I think we still need to just acknowledge this has been one of the worst programs in the Power 5, Power 4, however many power conferences there have been for a long time, and all of a sudden they've lost 2 games over the last 2 years. Like, that is how good they've been. But Ohio State's Ohio State. I know Ohio State hasn't been challenged in quite some time, since really week 1 against Texas. And you say their game against Michigan, but they ran away with that towards the end.
They ran over Michigan.
Yeah, Michigan was just overmatched.
Yes.
Indiana's going to be the best team they've played in a long time. This is going to be a 1-score game. But I'll just go with the experience of the Buckeyes. I'll go with Ryan Day's been here before, and it's not Michigan, so he's not going to muck it up like he has in the past. So against my heart, I will go with Ohio State.
Yeah, I think that's a good pick, and that's such a great quote from Colin Cowher, who said Ohio State beats everyone except Michigan. And they
beat Michigan.
Yeah, they got over that hump, and the Buckeyes certainly look like a wagon. Those are the picks, and at some point we'll get Brendan Baxter's picks, even though they weren't on the air, because it's way too close to not have the picks from our guy who's boots on the ground, and not only that, but literally boots on the field on the sidelines at AT&T Stadium right now.
I told him to send us his picks for the day, I think he took that as pictures and not pics. Finally, put two and two together. I'm gonna specify now. We'll get that on the other side of the break. I promise.
That's exactly what happened. That's great right there. All right, what are we doing next right here on Fan University? Let's start debating that college football playoff picture and what it might look like. That's next on 105.3 The Fan.
Take us with you where.
To remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Freaker?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's your college football fix. Welcome to Fan University on 105.3 The Fan.
That's right, Fan University, right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got Carter Freeman, you got Khaki Cav on the ones and twos, and you've got me, Jake Riepma. We checked in with Brendan Baxter, the third member of Fan University, who is currently on the sidelines at AT&T Stadium getting ready for Texas Tech and BYU, the Big 12 championship. We can't wait for that as well. Maybe you're on your way there now at AT&T Stadium. Thanks for tuning in to Fan University. Our thanks to Nick Harris as well, who joined us, who is in the Motor City still, getting ready for the MAC championship
title game.
Yeah, that was an unexpected boots on the ground call from Nick Harris, but got his thoughts on UNT as well. So if you missed anything of the show, the first 2 hours in the book, use that Odyssey Rewind, and of course you can watch us on the Fan Cam. We've got college football coming up later today, and why wouldn't we after we pass the baton on to Fred and Blake? Then we've got the SEC championship that you can hear right here on 105.3 The Fan. Then the nightcap, we got the Big Ten championship game that you can hear right here on 105.3 The Fan. 1 versus 2, Indiana against Ohio State.
Just like we all thought, Indiana, number 2 in the country.
Which should be a nice home field advantage for Indiana, although not that far from Columbus either, but that game being played at Lucas Oil Stadium. And that's a fun environment. I've covered a couple Big Ten championship games, when my Wildcats were in there.
Well,
yeah, go
anyone
Cats.
ask for selfies with you while you were there?
No, they sure did not. That's only a Brendan Baxter thing covering Texas Tech. But Carter Freeman, the college football playoff debate can continue for really only about 24 more hours, because then it's all set in stone. Then it's final. We've got our 12-team playoff. But this committee has been so all over the place that even with the results of today's conference championships, the only thing we can plan for is chaos.
It's true, or is it? Because I really wonder, if you look at the chaos is going to have to come from outside of the teams currently in the top 10, in my mind. Because the only way, there's 2 ways that you get chaos. It's BYU beating Texas Tech, ensuring themselves a spot in the CFP, bumping Texas Tech down, because I think most of us assume even if Texas Tech loses this game, they will still be in the CFP. They're ranked 4th in the country. If they would drop from 4 all the way down to 11, that would be a crime. So you would need that for some chaos, and that would bump out a Notre Dame. Could it bump out Alabama if they lose big to Georgia? This year, the College Football Playoff Committee has seemingly changed their reasonings for why teams are ranked in certain spots, basically like week in and week out. And what they care about is different than, ones of years past, right? Like this year, it seems like the quality losses are really what they care about. That's why Notre Dame
just drives me insane.
That's why Notre Dame's been in this thing from the very beginning. But could they look at this differently than last year? Because let me give you a scenario. Alabama loses big in the SEC title game today. Last year, when SMU lost in their title game, they ended up making the CFP.
Yeah, they
were the
punished.
last team in. Is this group going to look at it the same way? Could Alabama lose today and then end up outside of on the outside looking in? If that happens, the SEC title game's going away. I guarantee you they'll never do that again. But that's the way you're looking at chaos here. Because otherwise, Oregon's not playing, Oklahoma's not playing, Notre Dame's not playing, Texas A&M's not playing, Miami's not playing, Ole Miss isn't playing. These other teams seemingly have their spots locked in, and they're going to have major bones to pick if there's a lot of shuffling going on this day where none of them see the gridiron.
Yeah, and I also find it fascinating where you had the conversation with teams that you said are sitting home this weekend. The story that came out that Vanderbilt was trying to find someone to play
some extra credit.
Yeah, which is just so crazy that I do worry, and Nick Saban was talking about this, I worry that with the future, and today could be an example of it, where conference championships hurt you and don't help you enough. If that happens, to your point, them going away, conference championships, as a coach and as a player, that's almost goal number 1.
It should be.
And it should be, right.
As us non-football coaches sit here, us non-football players say that, winning the conference has been a thing in college football forever. as an OU fan, OU's won the most conference titles of any school in college football. They have 50 conference titles between the Big 12, the Big 8, whatever came before that. Like, that matters to, I think that should matter to your players, because you can say for the rest of your life, yeah, I'm an SEC champion. I'm a Big Ten championship. You know, I have a ring. I have that to prove it. The way the sport's changed to where now there's a tournament, or it's not just a one game, you know, people decide where you go based on your season. You can talk about, yeah, maybe things need to change a little bit, but my hope is that these big conferences aren't going to change, but bring back divisions of some sort.
Yeah.
You need a little more balance in your schedule, to where, with Nick Harris, we talked about earlier how A&M hadn't played a lot of the top teams in the SEC this year, and they beat the crap out of all the bad teams, but at the end, when they play one of the teams in the upper half, they struggle and they don't win that game. So there just needs to be more balance to it. But yeah, it would be a sad day if conference title games go away, in my mind. Mm-hmm. But if Alabama gets left out today, then I very much think that's going to happen.
Well, like I said, their PR firm will take care of it, and everyone that has the ability to make decisions and the key role players in college football will ensure that their precious SEC teams are not punished that way by losing a conference championship.
And this is a year where the SEC can get 5 teams in. Last year they got 3 in, and they were mad because Ole Miss and Alabama and South Carolina were on the outside looking in with 3 losses, as in my mind they should have been. But this year you could get 5 teams in, and you're still going to pitch a fit, you know, potentially if Alabama gets left out. And look, if you're Alabama at that point, you should look at them losing to Florida State. No other team in this current CFP, you know, in contention for it, has a loss that is worse than losing to Florida State. Maybe Texas with Florida, but does Texas even still have a shot? We had somebody from the 972 text in earlier ask if there's a way for them to get in the playoffs. I just don't think there is. I think the committee, you know, they telegraphed what they thought of Texas by dropping them to 17 after they picked up their 3rd loss. And you need a lot of chaos in front of you to happen. There's just not enough games for that chaos to happen. You needed help last week, and you didn't get the help last week.
It's Fan University right here on 105.3 The Fan, chalking it up on the college football playoff bracket. Jake Reitman alongside Carter Freeman. The MAC championship getting ready to kick off, as is the Big 12 championship. The Western Michigan Broncos wearing the highlighter yellow uniforms. We just missed it on the screen. It is.
If I'd known that, yeah. I would have picked. I would have picked Miami of Ohio.
When we get the game back on in studio, Carter, prepare for your eyes to bleed. But last thing I'll say about the college football playoff, I do think, and this was a discussion I had queued up for Jake's takes. We didn't quite get to it, but I do think playoff expansion, there's an avenue for it in my mind, because of what we're seeing with teams that, too good of teams that have a legitimate chance to win it all, being left out. In my dumb little brain, the way it's all going to come together is similar to the D2 format that has 32 teams now. They used to be 28. They've expanded to 32. And it goes back to starting the season earlier. And yes, that would totally eliminate pretty much every single bowl game. But you slap the sponsors of the bowl games on each round of the playoffs so that they still get their advertising and revenue and everything that comes with that. And you've got an expanded playoff. And then, just like in March Madness, nobody's ever upset if they don't make the tournament, right?
Yeah, but in that scenario, if you invite more teams in, I need those first-round games to be on campus.
Yes.
I can't have them play these playoff games at the Sun Bowl or at the Pop-Tarts Bowl, as much as I love the bowl games and the systems. And I just... when you're debating Team 11 and Team 12, those teams have warts. Alabama lost to Florida State. Oklahoma's offense stinks. Ole Miss doesn't have their head coach, right? Like, you get down to these teams that aren't conference champions or aren't at the very top of the rankings, you're just looking at teams that there's a lot of things to further debate. Like, it gets harder to differentiate the best from the best, right? Like, who really deserves it. You get down to adding Team 19 and Team 20 into this thing, or even down to 16 and 17, we're debating the merits of teams that have lost 4 games in the regular season. And I think that just does not compute to me in the way that the college schedule is set up. Like, right. Vanderbilt wants to play an extra game so they get a little extra credit, another way to, add in, something for the committee to look at and say, okay, maybe they are deserving. Like, Are we barreling towards colleges adding more games? Because, like, where's the time in the schedule for that?
Yeah,
we've talked about the schedule and how messed up it is right now. There's no room for that. Like, you added the 12th game most schools did in, the 90s or the 2000s, is we went from 11 games in a season to 12. So you haven't seen the regular season expand in quite some time. I just don't think I don't think it's right to be putting in teams that lose 4 games in the regular season. I think that's when you really start devaluing it.
Yeah, because the conversation on the other side of the coin being, how do we get the best teams that legitimately have a chance to win it all? Because that's the conversation you have with the automatic qualifier of the group of 5 teams, that the best. Like, does Tulane have a legitimate chance to win the college football national championship?
No, but does Montana State have a chance to win the NCAA tournament? No, but you add in all the conference champions into that. Every other NCAA postseason tournament includes automatic qualifiers. And people throw a fit when you talk about that with college, when every single other aspect of the NCAA, of their postseason, has that. I've never understood that. Like, you give those guys a chance to see if they can. And in the 4-team CFP era, those teams went 4-6 in the New Year's Six Bowls. It's not like they lost by 50 points every single time. In fact, you saw Tulane beat USC. You saw Houston beat Auburn. You saw, the UCF teams, the national champion in 2017. Like, you give them that chance because they're not as far away as you think they might be.
No, you're exactly right. And that's why, and again, I don't know exactly how it would work out, but that's why, like, in that additional expanded field, you have a chance for those teams to not just the one automatic qualifier, but multiple teams that could make a run in some capacity.
Just don't ever do this 24-team playoff that the Big Ten really wants to do. Yeah. Tony Petitti is like, he's clearly not a college football guy, the Big Ten commissioner. He is a TV guy because he's looking at getting Fox and NBC and CBS, all these more games, more things to fill their time on the network. And I'm not about that, because do you want to see the 4th best team in the Big Ten? This year, that's who? USC? Okay, USC's 9-3. That's not the worst thing if USC ends up having a chance at this. But I go back to last year, where in the 12-team format, you're fighting over teams with 3 losses as the potential last team in. Not every season is going to be like this one, where you have maybe 15 teams that really have a case to make this. So the college football is super reactionary. It's emotional. It's passionate. That's why we love it. But changing the format of the playoff after just 1 or 2 years of it, I don't think is right.
Right. There's not as much data, not enough sample size.
It took 6 or 7 years. I didn't even mean to do that with the funny meme and everything. It took a while for the 4-team playoff, for that to kind of work itself out and us say, okay, we need to move on from that. You cannot go about changing this after 2 years. That's ridiculous. And you already changed it after 1. You changed the way that the buys work. And that's okay. That's a small change.
Right, a little tweak.
That's a tweak more than a change, right? Like, yeah, we can differentiate between words there, but you do not need to go make wholesale changes to this thing after just seeing it. And we haven't even seen this year's CFP.
Yeah, maybe it'll all work out. But we will find out on Sunday, tomorrow. Looking forward to that. But coming up next, we've got Carter's Corner. What's going on in Carter's Corner?
Well, we got games going on, so we'll give you updates on the Big 12 title game, the MAC championship game, the most important game of the day, obviously the MAC title game.
That's right.
But I also want to talk about these coaching moves, and we're going to compare and contrast who went where and who we think is going to have more success at their new school. We'll do that next. Fan University, 105.3 The Fan.
Our goal is to have you winning every sports debate with your buds. We'll do the...
To remember something, you have to forget something. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course I have. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I don't know your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just feel like this is your hair. But that's your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair, okay?
Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady? Cinnamon Sisters? Razor Waves. Saffron Squad? Nutmeg Lady? No. Nutmeg Me. I just said that. It's a spice, yeah. Doesn't sound right. Was it Saffron Squad?
Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to for car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Carter, anything? Oh, that's right. You don't come on the radio.
Carter?
Carter Goodell.
He's Carter Freeman.
Carter Freeman?
Right, Gavin Dawson. I do come on the radio, and I'm on the radio right now here, Fan University on 105.3 The Fan. We've got the Big 12 championship game and the MAC title game kicking off already. Looks like Miami of Ohio just scored a touchdown. You're going to get more MAC championship updates than you ever wanted listening to Fan University here.
Yeah,
we got a
way,
Detroit native.
That's right. I hope you took the over in this game because we're 3 minutes and 20 seconds in, and we got 14 total points. So both teams scoring on their opening drive in the MAC championship game.
You love to see
Maction.
it. We're done with Maction on our weekdays, so we need our Maction up at Ford Field in Detroit.
Yeah.
Look for Nick Harris, okay?
Yeah.
Look for him when they do crowd shots. Look for him up there. As Texas Tech and BYU have kicked off, Texas Tech did not score on their opening possession, and BYU's moved the ball fairly well to start their first possession of this game. And I have to say, just seeing the crowd in AT&T Stadium right now, that place looks electric. We can't hear it, but it looks like it is a full house like they've said it's going to be. Everyone has butts in seats as soon as the game kicked off. Like, that is the place to be today. And I'm sure Texas Live after the game is going to be popping too. So text in if you know you're going to go, if you're going to be over there in Arlington, just, let us know because it looks like a scene. But what I wanted to get into here in some Carter's Corner, some of these coaching moves, okay? I'm not going to spend too much time on Jason Candle, the Toledo head coach, going to UConn. That move was announced this morning. Or Charles Huff, the Southern Miss head coach, who was only there 1 year, going to Memphis. That was finalized this morning as well. No, we are going to talk about some of the bigger coaching moves this season in the world of college football. And I figured there was no better place to start than last night because I wanted to kind of compare and contrast some of these people, some of these coaches, where they're going. And to the 316 who says, Gross Carter, I don't know what you're talking about. I think that all the time. Let's talk about Eric Morris and let's talk about John Sumrall. So that is the head coach of UNT and the head coach of Tulane, respectively, who are going to Oklahoma State and to Florida, respectively. And I figured since they played each other, it's an easy spot to start because Eric Morris going to Oklahoma State, on paper, that seems like a great fit. The dude is an offensive guru. UNT this year, their offense was humming. Even in years past, when UNT wasn't winning that many games, UNT moved the ball really well. And that's something Oklahoma State's identity has been a lot on, having really good offenses with Ollie Gordon, with Mason Rudolph, with what may have you over the last decade of Cowboys football, Oklahoma State Cowboys football, that is, versus John Sumrall going to Florida, a incredibly intense pressure cooker of a job that has not really seen any sort of sustained success since Urban Meyer was there. And ladies and gentlemen, that was a long time ago.
Long time.
That was over 15 years ago. But John Sumrall won at Troy. He's won at Tulane. Those are two of the, Troy's a solid Sun Belt group of 5 job. Tulane's one of the best group of 5 jobs. And he continued the success that they were having that Willie Fritz had there before him. So Jake Riepma, I ask you this. Eric Morris at Oklahoma State going to the Big 12 or John Sumrall going to Florida in the SEC. 5 years from now, who are we going to look at and say that was the better hire?
So much of it is going to be predicated upon which coach has the better infrastructure and opportunities in place to be successful. And I think college football as a whole has switched to that just that ecosystem of you need a lot of things to be successful as a head coach, more than just what one person brings to the table. And obviously recruiting, all that, everything is a part of it. From an X's and O's standpoint, I obviously love Eric Morris, what he did at UNT. And there's an element of the perceived expectations versus reality. And I think that favors Oklahoma State. Now, Gundy was there a really long time, and they weren't necessarily a program that would rock the boat any one way or the other. I mean, Gundy had some great headlines through his days, but you weren't really talking about Oklahoma State football. Whereas Florida, they think they're going to win the national championship every year. And I think that plays a factor in all this as a head coach. I really anticipate Eric Morris hitting the ground running, all the ties that he has to the state of Texas to be able to bring in talent that way and to almost utilize the, hey, we've bottomed out as a program and there's only one way to go up, or only one way to go, and that's up. And I think it's going to be Eric Morris.
I think I lean with you, yes, but I agree with you on the Eric Morris front. But I do look at last night's UNT game and the way that they struggled on defense, and that brought back some of the worst memories or some of the bad memories of UNT and their defenses in the last 2 years before they brought in Skylar Cassidy this year. But look, when you're an air raid guy and you're an offensive genius, figuring out the defense should be your number one priority because the offense is pretty much spoken for. It generally is when you're that kind of coach. But man, seeing that defense struggle last night and seeing the way Oklahoma State's defenses have struggled over the last couple of years, I'm like, can Eric Morris figure that out? Because at Oklahoma State, you should be one of the big dogs in this modern edition of the Big 12. You were regularly competing for the Big 12 under Gundy in the last iteration in the 10-team Big 12, right? You never won it, but you were constantly competing for it. So it should be up there. But with Eric Morris, I still have questions about him, who he's going to bring in defense, how they're going to figure that out. A lot of Oklahoma State over the last 10 years and over Gundy's entire tenure there was finding diamonds in the rough and turning them into great players who end up getting drafted. That's a lot harder to do in this day and age of college football. Florida is just, like we mentioned, the pressure cooker. The ceiling, I think, is a lot higher, but the floor is so much lower.
Yeah. And it can change. I feel like in Gainesville and any of these SEC destinations, it can change so quickly.
Look at Shane Beamer in South Carolina. Coming into this season,
that's a great
they're
example.
Top 15 team. You think they're going to compete for the SEC, then they score the least points in SEC play this season. I think they won one conference game, and it was against Kentucky. So, like, it can change on a whim. Now, how about John Summerall? Let me put it like this. Do you like it more than you like the Billy Napier hire at the time? Because Billy Napier was a hot name going from Louisiana to Florida.
Yeah, it's when you do the hot name hire, and we talked with Nick Harris a little bit about that North Texas had kind of done that, obviously at a different scale, but it's almost like you're swinging for the fence. It's a home run hire, or there's plenty of hot names that were amazing as, group of 5 coaches or even coordinators, what have you, that all of a sudden you're the CEO of a Fortune 500 company. You're the CEO of the Florida Gators, and everything that comes with that outside of just coaching a game. Some guys handle it better than others. So I think Summerall has from what you can see and what he's done at Tulane, I think he has it. But again, that's why he's hired. Every hire, nobody makes a hire thinking, no, I don't think this guy's going to get it done. But I do think that he'll get the Gators going in the right direction.
Only Frank Reich at Stanford. Because you needed a quick fix. You needed someone to step in and be like, hey, put a Band-Aid over this for a year.
Yeah.
Yes, but no, I'm with you. Well, John Summerall was a guy that I really thought LSU would consider for their head coaching position.
Yeah.
Like, he's right in your backyard,
right in the same state,
having success. Like, they're going to Tulane has made the 12-team playoff before LSU did. That is a kind of a crazy statement when you really think about it, but obviously, Lane Kiffin is the guy that LSU ends up getting. That was their preferred target after they said, we're not going to guarantee, the Louisiana governor said, we're not going to guarantee all this money towards a new coach, and it's ridiculous. And then they give Lane Kiffin one of the biggest contracts for a head coach in college football history. So Ole Miss pivots to Pete Golding, who was Lane Kiffin's DC at Ole Miss, and he's just going to step up into the head coaching role. He's never been a head coach before. He's been a DC there for a while. He was at Alabama before that. He's had a lot of SEC experience, but this is his first go-round being at the top, being in charge. Now, maybe this is ridiculous to put them next to each other, but if I give you Lane Kiffin at LSU and I give you Pete Golding at Ole Miss, who over the next 5 years do you see having more success? Because I think LSU is just as likely they're just as volatile, and they're just as likely to blow up with Lane Kiffin as they would be with anybody else.
Yep, you're exactly right. And that's kind of what I'm rooting for. I think that would be a fitting end to this whole saga. And the Pete Golding hire, almost like what I was just saying, when you promote from within, you're banking on some of the immeasurables of things you can't quantify, like morale, chemistry, and in an emotional weekend like it was at Ole Miss, you win that moment. You got players, cheering, and the videos that all surfaced of how excited everybody was, and you can ride that out into the college football playoffs. You can, that be what your rallying cry that you move forward with. But at some point, Pete Golding has to prove that it's sustainable and that they're not, just thriving on this big rah-rah emotional moment and go in and do what a head coach does to be a sustainable, successful program. And can he do that? We have nothing to go off of to know. And he's never been a head coach, like you said. Versus looking at Lane Kiffin, I said it in Jake's takes. We know who he is. This is who Lane Kiffin is, and he's
it's going to end bad at LSU.
It's just
they
a
might have
matter of
success,
when,
but it's going to end poorly, most likely.
Yep. He's the most attractive gal at the ball. He's the most, he's that toxic, beautiful girlfriend that there's always something, but maybe, you have some good days. And it's
I can fix him, right? And then you're not going to. He is who he is.
That's right. So I'll say I'm rooting for Pete Golding and Ole Miss.
But I personally think Kiffin's the easy choice because he's had success before. And at LSU, you should say, he's got more resources. He's got all this money to put towards his roster and towards his coaching staff and all of that. And LSU is one of the best jobs in the country for sure, but there is a lot of volatility with it. I think a lot of people thought the Brian Kelly hire, while weird as a culture fit, Brian Kelly was a proven winner. And you were like, okay, the last 3 head coaches at LSU, Ed Orgeron, Les Miles, Nick Saban, they all won national championships. So there's no reason why Brian Kelly shouldn't be able to do that, right? Well, that ended up not being the case. Lane Kiffin right now seems like, all right, this is a great fit. This is like, okay, this is exactly who we wanted. He should fit everything we want LSU football to be. Is that going to work out? I don't know. But I'll lean with Kiffin because the unknown of Pete Golding. And I think this season, I think it could maybe win them a playoff game. But going past that, seeing him as the GM, as the guy, the de facto guy in charge, he's going to recruit great. Pete Golding's been an awesome defensive recruiter since he's been at Ole Miss. But being in charge of everything else, I have questions about that. All right, my last one. Alex Galesh goes from USF, South Florida, to Auburn. I thought Galesh was going to go to Arkansas.
I did too.
Or even Florida. I thought he might end up there. But he goes to Auburn. And then yesterday we see Matt Campbell, Iowa State's head coach, go to Penn State. The long, protracted hiring process for Penn State finally ends on the guy that they should have gone after from the very beginning. They kind of fall ass backwards into hiring the right guy after going over some swing and miss candidates elsewhere. But Auburn's such an interesting case because this year I don't think they were as far away from being good as most of the country thinks they were. Their defense was one of the best in the SEC. I think they had a top 5 defense in the conference. Their offense was just so damn historically bad that it canceled that out. So Auburn with Galesh or Penn State with Campbell. Who do you look at? Who do you think in 5 years who's going to have more success?
Listen, I think it's to your point of Penn State lucking out. This is the definition of lucking out because I think they got the right guy. They've got a guy that, by all indications, has done everything right over the last 10 years at Iowa State. And on top of that, they got a guy at this juncture of the college football calendar where almost feels like Penn State salvaged something at the very last second. And with Galesh, not that I don't think he's going to be successful because I really do, but getting over the hump at Auburn, what does that look like? And again, we're talking SEC fan bases, so the craziest of the crazy. Like, I could see him, a couple of 8-win seasons, but does that satisfy the fan base? No. Like, every SEC fan base thinks they should win a championship. And Kurt Signetti, I think...
He ruined it for everybody by being so good at Indiana.
So good. And it just doesn't happen overnight like that. It's not a quick fix. But this was kind of interesting. The James Franklin and Matt Campbell comparison against top 25 opponents. Franklin was 15-28. And Campbell 16-27. So one game better.
Yeah, but look, that's Iowa State winning games like that, right? Like, Iowa State has had more 8 or 9 win seasons since Matt Campbell was hired there than they'd had in the previous 100 years of their program. I mean, they've won a ton of Big 12 games over the last couple of years. Like, everything Matt Campbell did at Iowa State, we'll look at it now, we'll look at it in a couple of years and be like, that's probably not going to be repeated, not frequently, at the very least. And for him to be a guy to do a lot with a little at Iowa State, get them to an 11-win season last year, something they'd never done before, get them to Big 12 title games twice, which is, just for reference, this is Texas Tech's first Big 12 title game. Iowa State played in 2 before Texas Tech played in 1.
That's crazy.
Like, that is something that you just, it's crazy. I think that's the best word for it. So I think because of that, Matt Campbell at Penn State should really work out. I think it might take a minute because Penn State signed 2 players, count them 2 on National Signing Day.
The infrastructure point I was making, there's a lot of things that have to be in place to be set up for success.
And back to the Florida thing with Summerall really quick, they hired David Caldwell, a former NFL general manager, as their football GM. So I'm really interested to see how that works out. It's like Jim Nagy at Oklahoma was the Senior Bowl director. So then he comes to be OU's football GM. So far this season, it's been a roaring success. So I'm interested with that, the NFL move there. But I do think, and I think Galesh will be fine at Arkansas. Better than Hugh Freeze. Not that saying much. But he'll be fine. Sorry, at Auburn, not Arkansas. Galesh will be fine at Auburn. I think Penn State will be really good. Give it some time. with Matt Campbell at Penn State.
Yep, I think you're exactly right. Carter's Corner, always a pleasure. Don't forget, we've got college football coming up later on these same airwaves, 105.3 The Fan. We've got the SEC Championship for you and the Big Ten Championship later tonight. But coming up right around the corner will be Fred and Blake, and we will crosstalk with them to hear what's coming up next as we close out Fan University right here on 105.3 The Fan.
It's back to the Fan U, and this segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
It's Fan University right here on 105.3 The Fan. What a lineup we've got. The rest of the day, we're about to pass the baton on to Fred and Blake, and then you can hear the SEC Championship on these airwaves, as well as the Big Ten Championship, 1 versus 2. But fellas, welcome in. We got to continue the discussion that we were having during the break. Jay Creedman alongside Carter Freeman on Fan University. We've got Blake Elliott, the Phenom, and Fred Davis. And I'm glad that you guys explained to me how it all went.
Had to clarify some things.
Had to clarify some things because
have you brought it up already on the radio?
We have not brought it up on the radio.
Strictly off air until
now. My fiance has this way. She says you get in your feels all the time. Sean and RJ call me sensy for being too sensitive, and so maybe there actually is some truth to that because I was a little bit hurt that I didn't get to go on Fan After Dark and talk about my Detroit Lions, which I'm especially hurt now because I would have gloated a little bit based on the, I wouldn't say ass kicking, but
so did you call that? You saw it coming?
No.
Okay.
I will tell anybody that will listen. I thought Dak was going to sit back there all day and throw for. I mean, Jordan Love, the Thanksgiving game was not pressured. I don't care what PFF says about Aiden Hutchinson getting pressures and everything. Jordan Love sat back there all day and threw 4 touchdowns. I think Dak Prescott is significantly better than Jordan Love in that Packers offense. So I saw him just standing back there.
You would think the Cowboys O-line is comparable, if not better.
Yes, and just dice. So that game did not. I thought it'd be a shootout, but I thought it would be. If you would have told me the final score is 44-30, I would have guessed the Cowboys.
Okay, there's nobody better to ask than you two gentlemen. What will be the result of today's games? Like, where do we see maybe some movement happening?
This team is
picks.
Hey, what happened in North Texas last night? Anybody see?
I'm
sorry. I was on the radio last night. What happened in that North Texas game?
No,
because
Fred, we cannot.
I'm sorry.
The fan text line's blaming the refs.
I'm sorry.
Did you see? I went back and watched some bits and pieces because obviously we were on the radio when the game went. That game was rigged.
There were some bad calls.
But
they turned the ball over 5 times.
Into the end zone, that was bad.
That's points right there. That's not just quote unquote bad. That's game swinging.
Well, North Texas gets the ball back in that case.
And there was a fair catch, and homeboy's like waiting to get the ball. The Tulane green wave just runs into our player. It's all over Twitter, and they just say, "Oh, he muffed it. Tulane ball." Like imagine Turpin just gets run over waiting for the ball, and then they just
he's just going to fair catch and then run out.
He
should have went all Turpin on him and thrown up a fake fair catch. On the non touchback, what did that come after? An interception.
Yeah.
That was one of 5 turnovers on the day. Like we can talk about how the referees made bad decisions. And I understand being emotional, but like UNC
let's not pretend.
There's a radio voice right there. In this game and their game against South Florida, they turned the ball over a combined 9 times. You just can't do that and expect to win.
And 2 big moments, Drew Mestemaker has not looked like his best self. Offensive coordinator hasn't looked like his best self.
Caleb Hawkins getting hurt was a huge thing last night too. You could not get the running game going.
I took his under, so I was.
So you're feeling okay about this.
It was at 123 yards.
Green fan over here.
His over-under was 123 yards, and he's been balling this year. But South Florida, these bigger games, I'm like, it's going to be a Drew Mestemaker game. So Drew Mestemaker misses over by 5 yards.
So what you're saying is when North Texas plays legit D1 competition, they don't play as well.
Yeah.
Just making that observation.
I would say like all teams do that. You know, when you're playing.
Well, no, I mean when you're in an actual legit D1 conference, it's a little bit different. But I digress. I'm sorry. I've gotten on a tangent.
We need?
Gotten on a tangent here.
Kansas didn't show up this year.
Gotten on a tangent here.
If you were a Georgia fan,
the number of fourth quarter leads they lost against teams that are fighting for a playoff spot. But anyway, again, we have gotten off track.
Now we're flexing losing leads.
We're going to get it back on track while also getting it off track. You know what we need, and we can't get it this year? We need a Kansas and North Texas bowl game to finally settle this. That would settle things for at least one show. That would provide content for you guys for an entire night.
You don't think y'all would lose? Be for real. You can blank on UNT all you want, and yeah, we're probably not ready for the top SEC dogs. I'm aware. It was a fun season. But you really think Kansas would beat UNT if they played in a bowl game tomorrow?
Absolutely.
No comment.
That's what you guys can debate.
Watched, I mean, this is coming from the same guy that's watched one UNT game all year.
Them all.
Pieces of it, okay? Pieces of it. All right.
I do like
has zero
football.
idea of what the Big 12 is. All right. You guys play in the American.
Yeah, I do.
The American.
But the American has been a breeding ground for coaches to go to the next level.
Yeah,
and
then
that's generally been the teams that go to the New Year's Six or the group of, or the CFP. That's where they come from. So you're talking about the best
Big
of the
12
rest.
is falling off, buddy.
Yeah.
Big 12 is falling off.
No, I'm not going there yet. I'm not ready to go
Americans
there.
next up.
No, Jalen Daniels has fallen off. That's the thing with Kansas. That's why I would pick UNT in that game. Is if I have to see Jalen Daniels play football for one more game
to leave North Texas and blossom at Kansas.
Oh, that's a good point. There's a connection.
Jason Bean was not good at UNT. He was a
right,
backup.
and then he went and became an NFL quarterback at KU. So. Anyway, what are you guys going? Where are you guys?
I do like North Texas's hire as the new head coach.
Yeah, I do too. Losing Eric Morris, Oklahoma State is not great, but that's what UNT does. We are a breeding ground.
I appreciate it. I do respect that.
I'm very aware of we give great coaches, running backs, receivers, quarterbacks, and they go somewhere else and make. And now it's making NIL money. So I'm all
this
for
is
it.
the kind of the opposite part of the cycle because Neil Brown built Troy. Goes to West Virginia, and it wasn't. Coaches get hired to get fired. It was fine for 4 or 5 years.
Terrible.
Yeah, he was
at West
fine.
Virginia. Like that's the thing. People. I mean, I don't know how. What West Virginia's kind of expectation.
Yeah, it's
like
you're
West Virginia.
Yeah, it's a weird, weird mental frame to get into because it's the only pro team. It's kind of like Arkansas. Like the fan base is so passionate and rabid. It's the only team in the state of West Virginia. They don't really have a big state rival.
Pretty sure the Greenbrier's haunted too. Just putting that out there. I went there for a Texans training camp.
Oh, look out!
Now look, it's uber nice, but yeah, like if it's a weird place.
Ghosts of coal miners.
Here's a West Virginia. They played you know how they play basketball games in weird venues at the beginning of the season.
Yeah.
West Virginia women's basketball played at the Greenbrier, and all 5 of their bench players were kicked out of the game for a little scuffle in women's basketball. So they had 5 players for 3 quarters, and they beat Duke. There you go.
I'm talking about.
My question to y'all earlier was not more so your picks, but like, let's say you're predicting a BYU win or a Tech win. What's going to be the result of that today? I think a team could fall out of the playoffs. Could you see some movement, or do you think these are just going to be enjoy the games for what they are, entertainment, the 12s is 12?
I think your only chance at chaos is if BYU wins. If BYU wins, they're in, and they're currently up 7-3. Texas Tech had first and goal at the pretty close to the goal line, and they could not get the ball in the end zone, so they kick a field goal. But if BYU wins, they're in.
Okay.
If Tech loses, I still think they're in. I don't think you drop them from 4 all the way down to 11, which is the cutoff point this year.
If BYU loses, are they in?
I don't think so.
No.
Okay, so you think they'll be punished? Because right now,
I don't think they'll be punished. They're currently not in the field.
Yeah.
Right? They're at 11.
Yeah.
Which is it's crazy that a team can go 11-1 in a power conference and end up not in the top 10. But that's where BYU's been. I think they looked so poor against Texas Tech in their one national game that everyone's down on them. Even though BYU's beaten Utah, they've beaten Arizona, they've beaten a lot of other good teams this year. So BYU really, maybe so, over the last 2 years, because BYU was really good last year as well. But BYU has to win. And if that's the case, then teams start to get pushed down. And that's where the bracket could change. I think if Alabama loses today, if they lose close, they're going to be in. They're going to drop one spot. They're going to be the 10 seed. They'll go on the road to like A&M or Ole Miss or whoever it may be. But
so you don't see much chaos other than this game right here.
This is if you really want it, you need BYU to win this game.
Yeah,
that's the only way it can majorly happen.
Potentially, and we've been getting this all day, is how can Texas get in?
Yeah, that's what I'm asking myself.
Yeah,
Come
exactly.
on, man.
So
we need Tech to win, right? Knock BYU out.
Yeah, you need Tech to win. You need almost because the committee has shown style points matter, which is that's a whole nother discussion. But if Bama were to get absolutely run like
mollywopped,
yes, mollywopped.
One of my favorite words. Someone in the YouTube chat used that earlier. I was
there you
proud
go.
of them.
3 to 4 touchdowns, then, okay, Alabama, do they deserve to be in there? Because they would both have 3 losses, but Bama's 3 losses, one of them being a conference champion loss. The committee showed last year they're not going to punish you for a conference championship loss because SMU lost the ACC championship and still got in.
Yeah. But the committee's been different pretty much every year. This one could look at it differently than last year. The problem for Texas is Miami's in front of you.
Yeah.
And if they're going to be right there side by side with Notre Dame,
don't get me started.
That's where the head-to-head's going to start. Miami might jump Notre Dame and end up in the field. I just think there's too many teams in between Texas for them to really have a shot to jump in.
We need some chaos. We need all the.
There you go.
You need changes of heart. You need the whole committee to say, you know what? Actually, that road loss to Florida, that doesn't matter. Those overtime wins over Kentucky and Mississippi State, those don't matter.
That was a bad little 4 or 5 week straight.
Yeah, listen to Steve Sarkisian and his world's tiniest violin complain even more.
Texas is 2-3 on the road this year, and their 2 wins are in overtime. And if they make the CFP, they'd have to go on the road.
They'll win. I mean, I shared the stats. Arch Manning dropped like 20 points a game, passer rating drops, completion percentage drops. All the bad things happen on the road. I'm very aware, not a great road team. Young Texas team that people don't talk about.
It's his first year starting.
I mean, the whole O-line's darn near young guys. The receivers and running backs are all juniors. A lot of guys went to the NFL, but I think they are one of the best 12 teams. Are they a little bit high variance? Sometimes play down to their competition, but they've also the only team that's beaten 3 top 10 teams. I know that's been said before, but at the end of the day, I don't care who you lose to because it's going to happen. You're going to have a bad week. Who can you beat? Because that's what we want to see in the college football playoffs. You want to see a team that's able to beat another high-ranked team, not a Tulane, UNT, JMU. I'm like being for real, like going to beat an Ole Miss or Tech. You want a team that, yes, could they lose? We saw Oregon lose by 20 in round 1 last year. I want a team that's also able to have the firepower to maybe be in a big game like that.
We've also got our eyes on Tarleton State. Their
they're about to kick off
game against North Dakota, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep. So other than singing my
South
praises,
Dakota.
Yes, is it?
No, you're right. It's North Dakota. It's the Eagles.
Yes. Formerly the Fighting Sioux. Before we got all politically correct and everything, got to change the mascot.
What, because Sioux don't fight or what? It's like the peaceful Sioux now?
Yeah,
or
apparently,
Sioux Falls, right? They don't want to fall.
There it is. But other than singing, it's an Indian tribe in the Dakota region, North Dakota.
Anymore? I mean...
Well, you just can't say they're fighting anymore, I guess.
Yeah, North Dakota
peaceful people.
Yeah. They had an awesome logo, very similar to the Washington
The cordial
Redskins.
Sioux, I think is what they're called now.
But other than saying how athletic I am and singing my praises, what's coming up on the program?
Blake?
Anthony Davis had a 0 burger until he got a Make-A-Wish bucket. We will be talking about the Dallas Mavericks, who got absolutely blasted by the Thunder last night. Of course, getting you guys ready for all the college football games later today and a little NFL Sunday picks as well.
I love it. Tune in because you also got the SEC Championship and the Big Ten Championship. But this has been Fan University. Carter Freeman. Our thanks to Brennan Baxter for hopping on live from AT&T Stadium and Nick Harris for joining us as well. Khaki Kevins with a perfect game on the 1s and 2s as well. Thanks so much for turning it on and leaving it on right here on 105.3 The Fan.
I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freak.
Dallas-Fort Worth, an Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. Thanks for turning it on, leaving it on. 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome in. There you go. You're live.
Welcome in, DFW. Glad to have each and every one of you on board on this. There's no lights on over here, so I had no idea if my microphone was actually on or not because nothing works over here. You know what? That's okay, though. Doesn't matter. We are live. Buttons are working, even though they're not lit up. And it's a little Fan After Dark on a overcast Saturday afternoon. We are in full. It's not quite winter yet. I mean, let's call it what it is. It's not quite winter yet.
I would say it's winter-esque.
Okay.
I think we've moved out of
for
fall.
North Texas folks it is, but for anybody that's lived in a actual winter climate, no, it's
we
50
live in
degrees
Texas.
outside.
Well, we live in Texas.
Again, I
know, but why did you disparage us? You're like,
I didn't
you know
disparage you, but it's not.
Texas-
It's 50 degrees outside.
It's
Like people are wearing shorts.
Okay, yeah.
Myself
People,
included.
yes, from the Midwest, I'm sure don't think it's as cold, but for everyone listening right now that lives in Texas, this is our winter.
Again, and that's why I specified for people that are from actual winter climates.
With a smirk.
I mean, Texas, right now I just saw a stat this morning. DFW is the most moved to state in 2020, or excuse me, city in 2025. In fact, Houston, DFW, and Austin are the top 3 places that have been moved to in 2025.
Which is kind of scary.
It is, right?
Just talk about raising our housing prices.
Seriously.
I've been here.
That and bringing different ideologies around as well. So anyway, that's another story for another time. Welcome in. It is the Fan After Dark. I'm Fred Davis. Buttons are working. Lights aren't. That's the one, the only Mr. Blake Elliott.
Hi. Parlays didn't hit yesterday.
We're not. You know what? Let's cease the parlay talk today. Okay.
no, I'm good.
I want to be in a good mood today. I hate parlays. I'm tired. It has ruined my week. Anthony Davis, you bum.
We will be talking about Anthony Davis today, who, for all intents and purposes, had a zero burger.
I'm sorry. Anthony Davis isn't a bum, but I just he made me mad.
Can we even?
He made me mad.
I think we have to say he scored 0 yesterday. Because he scored 2 with like 5 minutes left against the third.
The only reason he was in there was to get a basket. You can't tell me under any other circumstance.
They were down 30.
You're down 30 points. Some G League 3-leg way guy who came from Croatia's in there just taking up minutes.
It's actually not an exaggeration. OKC had guys I'd never even heard of.
I'm telling you, right? You had 10-day contract guys that were, probably in the CBA a couple weeks ago, playing last night against the Dallas Mavericks, and AD is out there. And, of course, the viral clip that of him trying to guard Chet Holmgren, hurting his hand as Chet Holmgren slapped it away, then getting his knee buckled. And,
he been moving his knee. It looked like he just gave
what
out.
are we doing right now? I mean, look, I'm at the point now where if you can trade AD for a 4th-round pick for the Cowboys in like 2028, I think you might do it. Okay?
Jerry and Mark Cuban and Dumont get together. Hey, we're gonna get a Cowboys pick for AD.
Man, first ever, NBA, NFL mashup draft pick. I don't know. Maybe you can do something with Green Bay since he's such a big Green Bay fan. But we'll get to some talk about the Dallas Mavericks here in just a little bit. Obviously, a lot of folks are still feeling some type of way, or are they feeling some type of way about the Dallas Cowboys?
I'll be there in person.
Okay.
Tonight, I'll be there to watch them.
At the Dallas Cowboys?
At the Dallas Mavericks.
Okay.
I thought we should talk about Mavericks.
I'd switch gears, but that's
Kevin,
okay.
did he switch gears? He switched too fast. I already had my statement.
He was ready.
Primed
He was
in my
ready to
head.
go.
Stopped listening to Fred, and you were talking about the Cowboys.
Yeah, no, that's kind of par for the course for this program on a Saturday afternoon. So you got Dallas Cowboys.
Golf
People are still
reference.
feeling some type of way.
Golf reference you just made.
What?
Par for the course?
That's exactly what it is. It's exactly
taking the over on the birdies.
Actually, it's the unders that scored for you.
Was it the unders?
That's Blake Elliott, just mumbling incoherently over here. And then we've got our boy. I'll tell you what, growing up before our eyes.
Growing up.
Okay, growing up before
Fresh
our eyes.
fit.
Got some new pants that he's debuting today here at 105.3 The Fan. None other than the khackiest of the khaki, Mr. Khaki Kevin Walker. Khaki Kevin Walker, you got some new pants on today. What made you decide to branch out and try something new? Because you've got kind of a cargo pant going on today. We should probably get a picture of that and put it out on the tweets and on the socials. What made you decide to branch out wardrobe-wise?
Got tired of wearing sweats with Jordans, to be honest with you. Sweats with Jordans is a good look sometimes, but not all the time. And sometimes you just got to do something else to your closet, and I don't know, just wanted to wear them. And I can't wear them any other day because I'm not going to wear them to my other job. So
why?
Whoa.
Why can't you wear them to your other job?
Well, I mean, I could. I just don't want to because moving boxes around, I don't want to get a marker on them or anything like that. So
you like these pants.
I do like these pants.
I got a follow-up question. Did your lady, did she influence this choice, or was this a full Kevin Walker choice?
This was I grabbed them off the shelf. I said, what do you think about these?
Yeah.
She said, I like them. I went to try them on. I said, how do you feel about these? I feel good about them. How do you feel about them? She confirmed that she also felt good about them, so we bought them.
We've got
natural follow-up. You think it's a 10 in your head. She comes out and goes, it's a 7. Do you buy it? Do you not buy it?
If I liked them that much, I probably still would have.
You're getting them anyway.
Yeah.
Thanks for your opinion.
I'm gonna.
I have a different vision than you do.
You just
trust me. I got this.
I gotta see it with the full fit.
I think it's only right. You're here for only an hour.
Correct.
And now you and your booth thing have been together for a month now? I mean, you guys have been together for a while, but I'm saying living as roommates, as cohabitants for a month?
A little over, yes.
A little over a month. I think it's only right that because she's here, let's pull the curtain back. I think we need to get a 1 month check-in.
Yeah.
Okay. Because did Abby hear?
Look at him.
when we interrogated you playing Abby's dad?
Oh, she heard.
Okay, so she heard. So here we are now. 2 months, 3 months removed from that?
I think even more. It was like
might even be longer than that.
It
might even be longer than that. Okay,
while.
time does fly, so it may be 3-4 months. Either way, regardless, from that point when and probably one of the more contentious on-air discussions, role plays that we've had with Khaki Kevin Walker.
Kevin was ready to fight.
Kevin was ready to fight. Kevin was ready to fight, and you know what? But I feel like, look. Iron sharpens iron.
Yeah.
Okay. And there was nothing he wasn't going to hear from Abby's dad that he didn't hear from us.
Well, I guess let's just hear from Abby.
Okay.
See if you did a good job role playing.
At 12:40, we're going to have Abby and Khaki Kev on to discuss how this first month has gone living together.
And if she's lying, I'll be able to call her.
She's pumped right now.
Well,
we'll call her out.
Hey, come on.
There's no prepping back there. There's no, hey, say this.
Well, first of all, they don't know. I mean, first of all, I got kids your age, okay? So don't try to play me. We've got I'll be the dad in this role, all right? You got the older brother in Blake, all right? So we're excited about it. If you the texters have any questions, 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. Let us know, but we will get a 1 month check-in for our young couple here at 105.3 The Fan, Khaki Kevin Walker and his boo thing.
Pulling the lens back, as I brought up in...
I would love to be able to cough right now, but I don't know if my microphone will be off.
Just cough into the mic.
Yeah, that sounds...
We're real and raw with the listeners. I want your reeled back... Fred is on a different microphone now. Please don't actually do the show from there. I want your pulled back 2-1. The Cowboys lost one of the games, obviously against the Lions. Does it hurt because it's the most recent game? Does it hurt because it was the Lions and you were pumped up for it? Like if we had gone 2-1 but you lost to the Chiefs or lost to the Eagles, but then you win the back-to-back, like we're 2-1 at the end of the day. The record's the record. I think it's just this feeling we have right now. When you remove this and if they still go on a run and are able to make it to the playoffs, they already put themselves in a hole by losing to the Cardinals,
Carolina,
losing to the
Arizona.
Panthers. Like, those are games that at the time, Carolina's a good team. Obviously, just beat the Rams.
I mean, hey, they might make the playoffs. They might make the playoffs.
But, like, you needed a better showing against them, and you should have won that game. And Rico Dowdle beat you by himself. Bryce Young and Tet weren't even on the same page at that point in the season. We geared ourselves so much up for this game, and it felt like a playoff game, and the Cowboys were playing like a top 5 team, so I think that's why it hurts. But like I said, when you scope it out and you go 2-1 in the hardest stretch of your season, it's hard to be that angry based on who we thought this Cowboys team was a month ago.
Expectations change, right?
Correct.
So when you beat when you beat the Eagles, when you beat the Kansas City Chiefs, now it's one thing to just get invited to the dance. All right. Hey, we're just happy to be here. Okay. There's that aspect of it. And I think you've got a couple things at play. One, you've got just a jaded fan base, number one.
Oh, they're going to be even more jaded after last night's game.
Well, but here's the thing. I don't know that people are any more jaded because basically what it is.
Same old Cowboys.
You know what it is? And I hate to, and Blake always gives me a hard time because he's like, oh, you always use these terrible examples and why are you such a negative Nelly and da-da-da. You ever had a situation where your dad was supposed to show up on the weekend and then didn't?
Yeah.
Okay. And every weekend you get your bag and your mom tries to get you psyched up for it, but she also tries to keep you kind of like, hey, he might be, he said he's going to be here. And then you called him earlier in the week and he told you he's going to be there. And then boom, Saturday morning rolls around and guess what? Dad doesn't show up. Yeah. Okay. Or for all you raggedy moms out there, maybe that happens too. Okay. Whatever. Deadbeat parents, you know who you are. That said, that's kind of what the Cowboys are. We as kids, we as fans, we got our hopes up. Mom told us, hey, you had 2 great weekends with Dad in a row. Now all of a sudden, what? Dad turned a corner? Dad's that guy all of a sudden?
Yeah.
Cowboys are that team?
You're always kind of holding it at a distance. You're loving it at a distance.
But in your heart, you know that difference between your head and your heart, like your heart's telling you one thing, but your head's telling you another. Like everybody, damn near to a T. And look, we do this every week, and I've seen this just from whether it's being on the Specs Tailgate Show or doing Fatties on the Phone. Is Cowboy fans, and look, I've only been here for 18 months, and I get it. Right? Like, I understand, like, this team, that old line from Godfather 3, just when I thought I was out, they pulled me back in. Well, that's what the Cowboys did. When the Cowboys beat the Eagles, when the Cowboys beat the Chiefs, they pulled us all back in because we thought to themselves, you just beat the last 2 Super Bowl winning teams and did so, not necessarily decidedly, but you did so, and it wasn't like they lost it. The Cowboys won it.
Yeah.
All right? And so you went into a game against the Detroit Lions that you were about as healthy as you've been all season long. You had an ailing, wounded Detroit team. And you went in there, and they popped you in the mouth early. Now, to the Cowboys' credit, did they just fold like origami? No, they didn't. They held it in. And the last thing you knew, with middle of the fourth quarter, you're down a field goal.
Dude, when it was 1927, it was 1927 and third, and I was like, how?
You kept saying, I don't know how this. And you were down a field goal with 5 minutes left, and I was listening to I was listening to KNC Snacks on the way home last night, and Mickey Spagnola made a great point. For as much as we talk about how the Detroit had all the big plays, and I think it was 8 plays of 18 yards or more, whatever it was, Cowboys did too. Right? I mean, the Cowboys.
Ryan Flanoy had a couple.
We have come for as much, and let's just make this clear. All right, CD was balling. We know. Boom. He's probably gonna be out another week or 2. We've already talked ad nauseum about George Pickens. All right, and if we want to delve back into that later on the show, we can too. Unfortunately, because of the way George Pickens played, we have totally glossed over the fact that Ryan Flanoy had, again, another excellent outing last night.
I think he led the team in targets, 9 catches, over 100 yards.
Over 100 yards, had a touchdown. I mean, look, if you had him in fantasy, if you put him in a parlay, I'll tell you what, Flanoy I shouldn't say he got you paid, but at least his leg hit.
Because you probably had the George Pickens leg on there, too.
Yeah, don't get me started on that. So,
but there are certain pressure points, Fred, Kevin, Tolo's listening, that people remember about a season. And the Cowboys just had one of those crucial marking points, pressure point, whatever word you want to use for how you remember a season. Like, is anybody going to remember the game against the Jets a year from now, 2 years from now, unless you're a diehard fan?
I don't know if people remember it now.
That's just a game you forget about. People remember that Bears game where CeeDee Lamb got hurt and you got absolutely smoked and you look like an incomparable team. People remember the first game after Marshawn when you play the Raiders and you smacked up on them. People are going to remember that Eagles and Chiefs for the right reasons.
Yeah.
But people, I promise you, the game that people 3 years from now, 2 years from now, even next year, that it will be held for better or worse against them was the game last night, or the game Thursday, excuse me. The game Thursday is going to be what people remember. Unless they win out and go on a playoff run, I promise you, when people, even if it's positive Cowboys fans.
Well, let me ask you this, and you guys
maybe the Chiefs game right next to it on a positive note, but the game that'll be talked about the most, for better or worse, will be that Lions game.
Here's the and the thing about the Lions game, and I'll just take it a step further, and fans that are older than Blake and that have been watching this and been going through the iterations of being a Dallas Cowboys fan. Would you argue that the Thursday night game is a microcosm of the last 30 years of the Dallas Cowboys?
Why don't you explain that on the other side?
Okay, that's a great, and by the way, I fixed the button too, so boom, there you go. All right, lots to get to today. It is a Fan After Dark on a Saturday afternoon. 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. We got Texas Tech, we got BYU, we got college football out the wazoo today. Shout out to Tarleton State. We'll keep you posted on what the Texans are doing today as well. We got khaki Kevin Walker in the glass. We're going to touch on a little bit more Cowboys. We're going to get to some Mavs talk as well. We may open up the phone lines depending upon if you guys are feeling some type of way about it. Maybe we will. Maybe we won't. Maybe we'll do a little fair or foul. Either way, let's jump more into this Cowboys discussion as well. Your text messages, don't go anywhere. This is the Fan After Dark.
Sean and RJ, the KNC Masterpiece, G-Bag Nation, and Fan After Dark. Live and local. Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan and our Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Hello, seniors 65 and older. Want more personalized health care? Then check out Centerwell Senior Primary Care in DeSoto in the Walmart on West Beltline Road in I-35 East. At Centerwell, your senior-focused doctor spends more one-on-one time with you. You really feel heard, not hurried.
is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
Out of pocket costs, they only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to for car and truck work attorneys in Dallas.
Looking like a snack. Welcome back in. It is the Fan After Dark on a Saturday afternoon. I don't know about you guys. I went straight home last night.
Instead of curved home?
I'm sorry? Instead of what?
Curved home. You said you went straight home.
Wow.
Instead of curved home?
Is that you trying to just be funny off the cuff? Or
Off the
you
cuff.
can be, but let's go ahead and retire that joke. Went home last night, watched maybe one of the most boring documentaries I've ever, to the point where I turned it off because I was like, you know what? Bedtime sounds more exciting than this.
And that's a bad feeling because a documentary that's bad is bad. Like, documentaries are very volatile. Like, they're either 10 out of 10, you want to tell everyone about it, it's so informative, or it is the worst thing you've ever seen.
It's just...
And then you just wasted 3 hours of your time.
But Monty Jones made a great point about how Netflix is kind of ruining the documentary game right now. Because their whole shtick is... and this is just what he said. I don't know how true this is, but I'm guessing he's fairly plugged in. Is that Dylon walking by? What's up, big dog? That they won't do a documentary on somebody unless that person can be in it. Which, and he made a great point. What's the fun of that?
I think my favorite one that I watched in there was the Manti Te'o one, the fake girlfriend.
Yeah.
That was like, I watched every episode and I was locked in because I remember that story coming out. Like, that to me
that story was crazy when it came out.
Because I enjoyed it because you didn't have them all in the same room. But I'm saying, like, it was different parts of the country.
Yeah.
It was like you're hearing this and all of a sudden you're getting the family side.
Yeah,
you're getting the fake girlfriend side.
Yeah, the fake girlfriend was. I mean, I saw one clip of her and I was like, okay,
this is gonna be a wild doc.
I'm good on this.
You didn't watch it?
I watched parts of it. I mean,
it was wild, bro, because it answers all your questions, and you feel bad for Manti Te'o.
No, you absolutely did. Now, look, he's a tremendous bounce back for Manti Te'o. Okay,
great analyst. I want to say analyst.
He does NFL Network, had himself a little 6-7 year NFL career. All right, I mean, he was respectable. I mean, nothing great. Didn't have near the level he was at college, but again, a serviceable linebacker. I want to say he played with the Saints and the Chargers for most of that time, but. 3 Mile Island was the documentary I watched, and
speaking of islands,
I had to fall asleep.
What was it over?
So basically, in the 70s, there was a nuclear meltdown which I'm sorry, but nuclear meltdown doesn't get you excited. At least I thought it was.
I'm thinking of the documentary style of them saying it. Can you give me like?
Well,
they
did a great job. I mean, they did a. I mean, I tried watching over 2 nights and I just couldn't do it. I was expecting Chernobyl.
Someone says, does the show Cheaters count as a documentary? They are kind of documenting people's real life.
That's reality TV. That's reality. Now, if it's reality or not, I mean, that's a whole nother conversation right there. Cheaters was wild back in the day.
I remember. I actually used to watch that back when I was like young.
Cheaters was wild.
You're getting like a mix of like Cops TV, like you were watching Cops as well, kind of mixed in.
Dude, Cheaters was insane. And the host, he was just as smarmy as the people.
Whoa, you went today. You didn't think I'd come out of this bush, did you?
They're fighting each other. He's sticking the microphone in. So you're saying you're mad at her? Tell us more. What a show! What a show!
Is that similar to the How to Catch a Predator with the Hansen guy? Because I remember those both being popular at the same time, right?
The Catch a Predator, though, what made that show outside of the fact that you just had a bunch of perverts that would show up, but the thing was, and this is what I never understood about the whole to catch a predator deal, was you'd have your boy Chris Hansen chilling on the island in the kitchen. Okay.
My favorite
arms
is just
crossed.
when he just pops out and it's just
yeah.
I'm gonna go change into my outfit. The underage girl says, and then he just
some nondescript underage girl shows up. I'll be right back, and the guy's sitting there at the kitchen table, and then your boy Chris Hansen shows up out of nowhere. So you're a pervert, huh? You know she's only 12, right? And they're like, no,
I knew I should have came every time.
We were just gonna get some food. That's all. Like, no, dude, you're a pervert. And
you're on TV.
You're about to go to prison. So yeah, and you're on television too. So we miss TV like that. Where have those gone? Where have those TV shows gone?
The Diddy documentary is on Netflix.
Okay. The Diddy documentary I have not watched yet.
That takes a full watching experience.
That takes a full watching experience, and I just don't know that mentally I really want to hear the perverse stuff that Diddy was up to.
It's the only thing being watched more than Stranger Things right now.
Ooh,
I believe it. I believe it.
I haven't watched either. Sports Boys.
You know what? Now I will say this.
It's championship weekend.
Okay, hold on. Now, okay, hold on. We've now got 3 different texters all texting in. We've got the 469, the 972, and the 817. Now, I don't think they have 3 burners, but interesting. I was on Cheaters 2 times. From the 972.
Now, as which person?
Well, here's the thing. Well, 469, Cheaters was filmed here. It's all fake.
All fake? Wow.
817, a really good friend of mine was on Cheaters. That show is fake. Joey Greco, Cheaters host, got stabbed on the show. I do remember that. That's like 95% in Dallas, by the way. So we've got 4 Cheaters references, 3 people saying that it's fake, 1 person saying that Joey Greco got stabbed. I do remember that faintly, hearing about that. So I'll tell you what, I would love to know more about your friend being on Cheaters and what makes that show fake.
I would too.
I'm intrigued by that, especially on a Saturday afternoon.
Talk amongst yourself. I'm going to ask Kevin a question.
Okay. Let's see. So I asked the question.
By the way, Google AI search.
Yeah.
Yes, the TV show Cheaters is widely considered to be mostly, if not entirely, fake.
Oh, wow. Now we're just getting it straight off Google. You ain't got to do no research.
That's a real punch in the gut, if I do say so myself. I was really hoping that there was some reality to that show. But, I mean, couldn't you... Okay, here we go. They're paid actors on Cheaters.
Like the full-on thing, you just say full-on TV show? It's not even kind of real?
From the 469, I know 2 people who met on Cheaters and still together now.
Because to them, I guess it's just a TV show. They're just on set. They're like, hey, you're kind of cute.
Yeah, how did they meet? Were they actually cheating with each other, or what exactly went down? Again, that show was fire for a little while.
They're both just background characters.
I was going to say. Now, I know that there was one episode in particular where this dude was with his side chick, and his actual wife, I guess, showed up, and he made it clear, like, look, I pay for your rent, I pay your bills, I get you what you need. Like, I'm going to do what I'm going to do. One of the most defiant cheater stances I've ever seen. And I respect that.
You had a Cowboys take teasing us out.
I did. I appreciate you bringing that back up. Okay, so I asked the question going to break, was Thursday night a microcosm of the last 30 years of the Dallas Cowboys? All right, and so do you know what I mean by that?
While I think about that answer, because that's a tough one, let's play some audio from the Speakeasy podcast, Care Bear, singing about how all of us are feeling right now while I think of an answer to Fred's complex question.
How do I say goodbye to Pickens and Lamb? The good plays that made me laugh outweigh the bad. I thought we'd get to see the playoffs. No. But the playoffs gone away. It's gone away. How do I say goodbye to yesterday?
Well done by Care Bear.
That guy can actually sing. Real quick, and again, who knew that the cheaters, we kind of expected this, that when we go off on a tangent, suddenly the text line lights up. Production team was RTVF from UNT.
What?
So there you go.
That's our radio television building.
There you go. So
that was the production team. Kevin's mouth is wide open. We know all the people over there. That's crazy.
They said they know the producer, the same person that texted that in. It said it started out kind of real. We need to get with this 469. They know more than we do.
Wow.
That's crazy.
Do we need to do a cheaters documentary?
I think they need a documentary on them.
Is that what's going on here right now? That we need to do a cheaters documentary?
There's so many people texting in. I can't even keep up. 2 guys I went to high school with were on Springer. They were fighting over a girl, which was real, but everything else about them was fake.
Now, I did watch, okay, so anybody that's my age remembers Jerry Springer. Now, Jerry Springer was, I'm sure you guys got the tail end of the Jerry Springer experience. Correct. I was there for the Jerry Springer, this dude was, we'd never seen anything like it. It was, I'll tell you what, now a documentary that is worth watching, the Jerry Springer documentary. Wild. You had, they were sick.
Dylan looks like a wax figure right now. He looks scary, glued to that wall.
He looks like he might have been on Jerry Springer. Let's see. Okay. I'll tell you what, from the 682, this might be the nicest thing anyone's ever said. Happy Saturday, Mr. Fred and Blake. From the perspective of bipolar depression, you guys are the bleep, and your characters as men are role models in my heart. Thank you for being unapologetically cool MFers.
Wow. How do I frame that and put that in my house?
I'll tell you what, from the 682, shout out to you, because I'll tell you what, this time of year is one of those situations where for a lot of folks, I get it's the holidays and it's a merry time and what have you.
Also be the opposite.
I'll tell you what, there's a lot of folks that have bad Christmas experiences. I know I've certainly had a few, my fair share, so to speak. I can't even say it. That's I was getting ready to say something about 3 words. Yeah,
almost had to dump you.
3 words. 3 words at one time. I was trying to
also Hanukkah and Kwanzaa.
Shout out to Hanukkah, Kwanzaa, Festivus as well,
yep.
And then I want to say EID as well.
There you go.
For our Muslim fatties out there as well. But so anybody that's dealing with whether it's bipolar depression or just any the holidays, keep your head up. In the words of Tupac,
that's the nicest thing that you can say, man, because we're always going to be authentic. I can guarantee that, Fred. We might not, our sports take someday you might not agree with.
Yeah.
Our what's something else people don't like about us? Our voices.
Yeah, now speak for yourself, because I've gotten quite a few compliments on the dulcet tones, so I really can't speak to what you're talking about.
Just because you're getting compliments, you don't think anyone's listening I just hate his voice.
Good. Hate it. Injected it in my veins.
No, I'm very insecure about my voice.
You shouldn't be. Yeah. You shouldn't be. Dude, trust me, there's plenty of crappy voices in radio.
There's plenty of other things to be worried about.
There's plenty of other things to not like about you. Your voice is not one of them, okay?
That's where you were going. We can start with your nose.
How much time do we have? How much time do we have?
Speaking of time, Abby's next.
Oh, okay. Here we go. All right.
The pressure cooker.
for all my diehard, real, true blue fatties out there, for all my Tolos out there that remember when it never got to G-Bag of the Day, which is actually kind of a shame, if we're being honest about it, because I thought it had all kinds of G-Bag of the Day conversation and qualities about it. We almost got into a fisticuffs with Khaki Kevin in a role play regarding, him and his girlfriend moving in together. They were still in the infant stages of such. Here they are now 5-6 weeks removed from moving in together. Let's get an update. Let's find out how it's going. And your text messages and more. Don't go anywhere. It's Fan After Dark.
Get 24 ounces of Rails
else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Those are both.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
The pre-curd?
No.
Nothing me.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
content with the #1 Stars podcast, Spits and Suds, presented by the On-Time Experts, keeping Stars fans comfortable all season long. Check out the latest Spits and Suds episode wherever your favorite podcasts are found.
And it is back to the Fan After Dark. This upcoming segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all price to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
It's 12:40. You know what that means. It is time for Kevin and Abby to get questioned by you, the Tolo, by me and Fred, so we can figure out if their living situation is going
If Fred ever comes back
swimmingly or if they've been capping. Texas Tech is up 13-7 on BYU at the half. BYU got up to a 7-0 lead. Tech has stormed back. They're trying to hold on to that 11-1 record in the Big 12 championship. You've got Miami of Ohio playing against who are they playing? Western Michigan. I know you guys are elated for that one. And the SEC championship, Georgia, Alabama. Where can you watch it? Stay on this station after the show ends, and you will catch it. And I want to say we have another game as well.
We got Big Ten and SEC.
Come on. Then you get Indiana versus Ohio State. Undefeated versus undefeated. So the power conference, then the game with the two undefeated teams, all on this station, 105.3 The Fan. So don't you guys go anywhere after we go off the air at 2:30? 2:30?
Yeah, we're out here at 2:30.
And then, boom, you'll stay locked into the SEC championship, Georgia, Bama. I got the dogs in that one.
I picked Alabama with the upset. From the 979, Blake has a good radio voice for sure.
Face for radio, that's for sure.
Yeah,
okay.
no, 100%. I mean, we couldn't agree with that more. All right, let's get right down to it. We've got Khaki Kevin Walker in studio. We've got his lady friend, girlfriend, significant other, housemate, roommate. I mean, the titles don't stop. First and foremost, have you guys pooed in front of each other yet? Yes. Yeah, just right off the gun.
Yeah, right quick.
Right.
I like her style. She's not even thinking. Because she's not looking at Kevin. I'm looking at each other to look at each other for answers. I need them not looking at each other, just giving the real answer. Okay, this is from the 214. 877-801-1053, Franco and Franco, Angie Attorney text line if you want to ask questions to them. This is from the 214 about 30 minutes ago.
Yeah.
Q for Abby. This feels like a Cora Reddit post. Right?
I'm here for it, too. I'm here for it.
This is only for you.
Where's the lie detector?
Does Kevin do any cleaning?
He.
Don't look at him.
Don't look at me.
Had to think about it already, so that tells me no.
I mean, he does dishes. He puts them in the dishwasher. And
Okay, puts them in the dishwasher.
That's not necessarily doing dishes per se. As someone who did dishes,
just moving them from one place to another.
Yeah, which is why I
Does
only
he
have a
unload
dishwasher.
the dishwasher?
No.
No. Okay.
I definitely recall
like
sometimes I have, but that's fine.
The sweeping.
It's like a storage unit.
Oh wow. He said it's a
now,
storage
can we
unit.
make clear? I want to make one thing clear. We are not here to divide and conquer you two. I want to make sure that you guys are still living together and want to still live together after this segment's over.
Who supplies the toilet paper? Who buys it?
We bought a large pack when we first moved in, and it's just kind of been there. So
Okay. What was the brand and what was the ply?
Wow.
Don't remember. Probably whatever the cheapest
I
one
know.
there.
Angel sauce.
Angel sauce. Come on. Angel sauce where it's at.
That's high quality TP, if I do say so myself.
It's on your bum. You got to make sure. Paper towel, I don't care. My toilet paper,
Can't go uber cheap with the toilet paper.
Yeah, come on.
Okay, you cannot go uber cheap with the toilet paper. I'm a fan of a bidet myself. Once you go bidet,
do you have one?
What's that?
I wouldn't imagine he would say that and be like, but I don't have one.
I don't know. I just feel like that's never come up in conversation. One time, do you have a bidet?
No, because
Hard to fit in, I would
I
imagine.
tell you what, I dated this Turkish woman who had a bidet.
Okay.
I've heard this conversation. I've heard this story before for sure.
He's old.
Oh. Bidet. Have you ever used a bidet? It's a little unsettling at first, but once you do,
I get the idea.
It changes the entire. It changes that entire experience.
I have some comments that I'll say off air.
I thought about.
Say what you want. Look, if you keep it what it's supposed to be used for, your bum. Okay. Let's be real for a second.
I get a little excited over that bidet.
I mean, again, use one. Use a bidet and tell me you don't feel better. You feel better.
No comment.
See, you always have
that.
to make everything sexual.
I don't even remember saying any of those.
Because we'll talk off air.
Next question. Do y'all combine laundry?
Yes, we do.
Yeah, we do. We do.
Separate whites and colors or what? Or do you guys try to put it all together in one?
Separate.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And how often do we think we're doing laundry? Because Dylan does it every day.
Every day is actually
No,
insane.
he uses a towel every day, I thought.
I do use a towel every day.
No, he said his family does laundry
Our family
every
does do
single
laundry
day.
every single day.
That's insane.
Yeah.
Okay, enough about that one. All right, back to you two.
I would say probably twice a week.
That's fair.
No, I think like 4 times a week.
4 times a week.
times
I know
a
I'm
week.
doing it like, at least 4 times a week.
Yeah.
Not saying like you don't do it. I'm just.
See, when you're at work, she might be throwing a load
Yeah,
of
that's-
laundry and you don't know.
That's the thing. I'd work different hours than she
I
does,
think
so
we can
sometimes I'm
all
gone.
agree that girls.
Kevin's going, well, that's why the water bill's so damn high. Okay. Plot
starting to add
thickens.
up. I think we can all agree girls are better about this than men about, like, they'll do a load of just washing the sheets
Yeah.
and the blanket covers and their pajamas, and it'll be a load with like 8 things in it. Like, I feel like guys, we wait till the basket's full,
yeah.
Yeah.
and then we throw this huge load in there, and they're like, all right, it's laundry day. Girls
then we
will just do it in the middle of their errands. They're like, I'm just doing laundry. I'm like, it's a laundry day.
Exactly.
If I'm doing
That's
laundry.
exactly how I think about it. I don't just do laundry, but like, well, I took off my clothes for the day. Let's
Yeah.
throw them in the washer. No.
Okay, 979. This is a good one. Who cooks breakfast?
We don't really have the opportunity to
I was gonna say, we don't have
cook
time.
breakfast for each other that often, but we have a couple of times.
And who cooked it?
I think Abby did. Yeah, you did because when your family came over. Yeah, she cooked breakfast, but it's only been like 1 or 2 times.
Okay. She seems cool already from the 979.
There you go.
Thank you.
214 is Jagon. I have a bidet, life changing.
I thought about getting Papa Walker a bidet, by the way, for Christmas.
Absolutely. He will thank you for it. I guarantee it.
Especially with the
Especially
sling.
with the shoulder, especially with
He is out of the sling now, though. I will say.
The Tolo.
You met Papa Walker?
Yes.
Your first
numerous
thoughts.
times.
Your first thoughts.
Well, that's a good question. Yeah.
Oh, gosh.
Honest, unfiltered. He won't hear this. It's fine.
You gotta
He
say
won't hear
something.
this?
No, he won't hear it.
Maybe. Who knows?
No, he's a really cool guy. He was very, I guess, to himself when I first met him.
Okay.
He's opened up a lot more. Like, he gave me a
Yeah.
hug for the first time,
Yeah.
like a couple
Look,
months ago.
I'll put it to you like, and
We've met him, so
and look,
Yeah.
we're fans of Papa Walker here, not just because Kevin's here, and I can relate because it is Kevin being his oldest son, right? It does take a little getting used to when your son has like a legit girlfriend for the first time, right? And look, I mean, anybody that's listening to the show knows I've gone through it with my son. I gave her a half hug, the kind of hey type deal, and that's as far as we got. The mom did give me a frontal hug. That's a whole other conversation for another time. But anyway, that's key though. That's key. You need Pops and the girlfriend on the same page. So I'm happy to hear that. How are you and the mom?
Oh, I love Miss Paula.
Okay,
I love
okay, because that can get a little crazy sometimes.
Yeah.
That can get a little crazy. Sometimes.
Do you feel like Mama's stealing your man away from you at any points,
or vice versa?
Okay, that's good.
not at all.
That's good. You know, that happens a lot.
Oh,
where
no,
the girlfriend
look.
gets jealous, like, oh, you're always hanging out with your mom, or vice versa. So I wanted to.
Me and Abby are really big on spending time with family, whether if that's together or like separately. So like my brother came over last night for dinner. Like she's always asking like, hey, what's your mom, your dad, your brother? Like we can all hang out or
When did you have to
whatever.
kick your brother out?
We were like falling asleep. I was like, hey, I gotta wake up early. I was like, I need you to go.
You gotta go.
I gotta wake up early.
Now, because does he stay with your mom or your dad?
Yeah, he's still with my mom.
So how far is your mom's crib from where y'all are staying?
About 20 minutes.
Okay. All
Yeah,
right. So you were like, look, bro, you ain't got to go home, but you can't stay here.
I was falling asleep on the couch. I was falling asleep on the couch.
Yeah.
I think he said he was getting tired. I was
Yeah.
like, we both got work early in the morning. Like, I don't want you driving.
Yeah, get to stepping.
Can we do some role play where you're being
No, we don't. We're done with the role play. We're done with the role play. Let me. I had a question too before.
People want
you
your
brought that up.
questions, Fred.
What's
They
that?
said they want the Fred Davis experience. Pause. Because they said if Abby can sustain the segment
Yeah,
with you
no,
questioning
I
her
mean,
than she's a keeper.
No, she absolutely. Well, I think we've already identified that though, because for one,
This is just another
here's the
bullet.
thing, right? Like, so Abby had one of the better top 5 suggestions back when you were in Greece.
Oh wow.
Okay, and me and Khaki Kev did 2 or 3 shows together, and I want to say you asked. She was this is back at the old studio. You were chilling on the couch. And didn't you say something like top 5 most satisfying smells?
Sounds.
She said top 5 most satisfying sounds, and I said
I
Abby.
really-
Like sports?
I don't know if we can.
Was
No,
it
just
sports? Oh.
just that. And I was like,
Okay.
Abby, I don't know if we can do that.
5.
And with Fred on here?
Most satisfying.
I'm number 1 last night. All right.
I
Go
told her, I
break.
said, look, I said, I love where your head's at. Pause. That said, I don't know that we can do that.
Yeah.
I don't know that we can do
Did
that.
y'all change it to like top 5 satisfying sports
No,
sounds?
I don't remember what we did for that.
Because the number
particular
one we can
but-
all agree on, right? The most satisfying sports sound?
Oh, I
sound?
know what
mean-
mine is. A wooden bat hitting a baseball.
Yeah, that was going to be mine.
I was going to say basketball going through the net without hitting a rim.
That's
I mean,
probably number
that's
2
up
for
there.
me.
That's up
pretty.
there,
Hey,
but
that's pretty crisp for me.
Unless you have a good in-arena mic, you might not hear it as much. I know Otani bat crack when he was like in LA, like pimping at 500 yards.
Yeah.
Bro, I could watch that 9 times over. Like that doesn't get old.
Top 5 for me would be a ball hitting a mitt, though. Like catching a
Baseball
fastball.
definitely lends itself to because you've got the delay, you've got the kind of in between, and of course, anytime somebody just gets rocked in football and gets their bell rung, that's always a good vibe too. What's been the biggest issue or fight you guys have had so far in the first 6 weeks?
Ooh.
That's heavy.
Go ahead.
I don't know.
Come on, one jumps to mind because you guys already
It's
looked
just
at
so
each other.
perfect.
I don't believe that.
What did she say?
He's so perfect. What's the fight? Gaslight each other already. What? I know there's been a fight because you guys looked at each other immediately. Yeah, I know you went to something, but you're debating on whether you want to say it on air or not.
Okay, don't get into the details, but what was the
give us-
topic? It could
yeah,
be
give us the
dishes,
So I
coming home, whatever.
So something happened yesterday where Abby was in a situation.
Just yesterday.
Yeah,
Wow.
It was
okay.
yesterday.
Abby was Abby was in a situation where she
Yeah.
was uncomfortable. I wasn't able to be there with her because
Yeah.
I was driving home.
Yeah.
And she was upset about it. She called me and I gave my 2 cents about it. She took it the wrong way, thought I was blaming her for a certain situation. And I said, no, that's not the case.
Yeah.
And then we talked whenever we got home, and she was
Yeah.
like, I just wanted you to be there.
She just
I was
wanted her
upset about the
man.
situation.
That's fair.
Moved on, and it
Yeah.
was fine.
She just wanted to feel protected. She wanted.
So you feel
wanted-
better now about it?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Is there anything you would have done differently in said situation? Maybe pull out the heater next time?
No.
Don't worry, Kevin. Bow.
I got this. I got this. More importantly, I mean, guy parents, whatever, because my daughter just moved in with her boyfriend as well. And so I'd met him. Hey, kids are going to do what they're going to do. What were your parents kind of like, hey, all right, when you came to him and said, we know what Kevin, we obviously went through that situation with Kev. What was that conversation like for you when you went to your parents and said, hey, I'm moving in with this gringo?
By the way, we had that conversation together.
Yeah, we did.
But you hadn't suggested or teased it earlier before y'all had to sit down?
Nope, I did not.
Wow.
Yeah.
So y'all just showed up one day at the
But-
house and were like, hey.
No, we sat them down. We were outside and we sat them down. We were like, hey,
media intervention.
we're gonna talk to y'all about
Who
this.
took it harder, your mom or your dad?
My
I think
dad.
your dad.
Really?
I know they
Trevor's like
both
the
saw
dad.
it coming though. Like they knew it was gonna happen. It was
Yeah.
just a matter of time.
Yeah.
So.
Okay. And what was the biggest thing they put down as far as like, look, this, or anything, or just like, hey, just pay your bills on time and don't be stupid?
I think their main thing was just they didn't want us to be in an apartment forever. Just like, hey, we're fine with y'all moving out and getting an apartment, but like, don't be in an apartment forever. Eventually, we want y'all to get a house. And we was like, that's a completely understandable thing.
Man, that's some long-term
Yeah, my dad
thinking right
also
there.
said no refunds.
Yeah, he
You
did say
can't
no
take me no
refunds.
back. You
He
can't
did say
take
no
me back.
refunds.
Oh, so you're staying,
He's like, once you have her, you have her.
like you ain't coming back to the crib after that.
No. He didn't mean
I know. That's how dads are. All right, so on a scale of 1 to 10, real quick, 30 seconds or less. A, rate how the last 6 weeks have gone, and what are you guys looking most forward to in 2026 living together?
I'm going to be safe because I want to live tonight. I'm going to say a 10. It's absolutely been a 10.
Yay.
Thing I'm looking forward to in 2026. That's because right now we're just looking at Christmas. I would say spending more holidays together and actually kind of getting this thing figured out. We're still figuring out like budgeting and finances and all those different things. So just kind of getting used to it.
100%.
So I would say that would be
all right. Abby?
Oh, just learning more about each other. That's like the fun part, I guess.
I'll tell you what, you guys are I'll tell you what, ring the bell for just young love. What a great thing to see. I am excited for the both of you. Like I said, you guys are both my kids' age, so I certainly appreciate it. Best of luck to both you two kids.
Hey, y'all know y'all are invited anytime.
I appreciate that. I do owe you.
What'd you think of my gifts? Did Kevin show you the gifts I got y'all?
No, I actually haven't seen these gifts.
I literally showed you. I showed you the Longhorn blanket and I showed you the nightstand thing. I did show you both of them.
Abby, we'll talk about it. Abby, just starting fights be starting fights. I'll tell you what, 2026 is going to be a wild year for you two. All right, coming up next, second hour of the program. We got a lot to get to. We got some Cowboys. We got some Mavericks. We got college football. We might have some phone calls. Don't go anywhere.
Tolo means turn it on and leave it on. Thank you for making.
Razor Babes. Saffron Squad. Nutmeg Maidens. Sweet. No. Nutmeg Maidens. I just said that. Was it Spice Girl? Doesn't sound right. Was it Saffron Squad?
driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. Thanks for turning it on, leaving it on. 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome in DFW. Let's do it again for a second time because now I know that my microphone is on. It is the Fan After Dark. Hour number 2 of the program happening right now. This is Fred Davis, the one, the only Mr. Blake Elliott rocking. And I'll tell you what, fair or foul? Fanatics, I ordered me a little something. I mean, it's cold outside. So, boy, I'm not a big Cyber Monday type of guy, but, I was dilly-dallying around on the computer the other day, and I said, you know what? It was Cyber Monday, Tuesday, whatever the hell day it was, and I said, you know what? Let's see what kind of...
They usually extend those deals.
They do extend those deals.
Unless it's like that one big ticket item. For the most part, like almost 85%
Cyber
of
Week? No, it's going
really
on for
just
more
like
than a day.
Cyber Week because they want these sales.
Yeah, they do. Now, maybe the Monday was 40, maybe Tuesday was 30, Wednesday's 20, whatever. Either way, your boy had to go replenish his KU hoodie game because I'm pulling out hoodies from 20-plus years ago that I'm getting roasted for here on the station. Although a lot of you guys did say...
you?
Well, somebody said mine did look like a double XL.
Oh, I said that.
You did.
But that was just the sizing. I wasn't roasting the hoodie.
No, you guys did appreciate the hoodie, and a lot of you guys thought it was brand new when I said, no, this is actually a 21-year-old hoodie. Shout out to Grandma Shirley.
Someone
R.I.P.
said Fanatics is always foul. That's on you, Fred.
Well, but here's the thing, man. Like, when you're buying, like, if I'm buying Dallas Cowboys stuff, okay?
Nike.
You can go anywhere. Right? Like, I can go anywhere here in town and pick it up, and that's fine. But if I'm buying, like, anybody, I mean, a lot of you guys that have alma maters or schools outside of the state of Texas, like, you can't just roll up to, whatever place and go get your gear. Point is this. Here's what's found.
No Nike KU gear? Or y'all are Adidas school?
Don't get me started.
No Adidas? But there's aren't y'all Adidas currently?
We are.
You don't want to rock Adidas?
No.
Okay. You'd rather rock Fanatics?
Well, just whatever the gear is, like just your standard, hey, it's a KU sweatshirt, whatever. Here's my point. It has nothing to do with the Fanatics part of it. I paid a little extra for the 2-day delivery. Showed up in 3. So I'm emailing Fanatics today.
You better go full Karen on them.
And I'm not even going to go Karen on them. Just be like, hey.
You said
I paid for 2. You took 3. I want my money back.
I want my money. I mean,
and that's fair. I mean, it was $10, but I want my $10 back. It's
I could have used that on food.
I could have bought something else.
I don't know. Fair or foul paying $10 for 2-day delivery?
I say foul, unless it's
Pretty
something
foul.
that's actually like time sensitive. But you still should have gotten your delivery in 2 days. You made a choice.
Well, but here's why I didn't mind it, because it was 60% off.
Yeah.
So $10, because otherwise it was going to take a week to get there.
Dylon, I'll take it back. It depends how long the standard delivery.
Well, that's what I'm saying. The standard was going to be a week.
That's fair.
If standard delivery,
7 days versus 2 days. What's the difference?
Yeah, if it's like
wait 5 days.
If it's within a week,
No,
I'm
I didn't
fine.
want to wait 5 days.
If it's
I want
within
my hoodie.
if it's within a week, I think it's foul. I mean, not really that big a deal.
Yeah.
But if it's starting to be like your thing won't be here till like January 20th.
Yeah.
Or pay $10 to have it here in the next week. Yeah, I'm gonna pay the $10.
Yeah, no, I wanted it. Ideally, I wanted it by yesterday, because my point was I wanted it by yesterday. Flex some new duds
Look at
on a Friday night.
Look at the last text we just got, and then we're gonna talk about your Dallas Mavericks.
Let's see. Fanatics is always foul. Hey, y'all. Sup, Blake? Fred, I hope you have an inconvenient day. Life scaring. I'm guessing life scarring is the word you want.
Why? Why are they being so?
I don't know. Maybe
It
I've
said,
said
"Sup, Blake?"
Maybe
Period, Fred. Now we're on to you.
Maybe I said something to them that they didn't appreciate at one point.
I didn't appreciate the Dallas Mavericks last night, who got absolutely blasted by the Oklahoma City Thunder. It was close after the first quarter. 27-27. They're looking like a competitive team. AD had 0 points. Cooper Flagg was doing nothing. It was all Ryan Nembhard, Najee Marshall, and Brandon Williams. Brandon Williams in that first quarter was hooping. Brandon Williams in the first quarter was hooping.
Nice little.
Then you go to the second quarter. The Mavs get outscored, Fred, 36-21. This is when SGA.
Yeah, it was only a matter of time.
SGA was living at the free throw line. In the second quarter, because in the first quarter, SGA, I guess he had 8 points in the second, 9 of it. He just scores a quiet 8. I didn't even feel like he had 8 in the first.
Who's that? B. Will?
No, SGA.
Oh.
He had 8 in the first, 9 in the second, 16 in the third, and didn't play the fourth quarter, and ended the game with 33 points.
Yeah.
And SGA has played. There's been 24 fourth quarters. He's played a total of 11 minutes this season.
Yeah, because apparently he made some remark about somebody said something about him going back and forth, and he said, "How can I be back and forth when I'm never back in the fourth?"
I hate the Thunder, but it's kind of hard to.
Like, okay,
the Thunder are legitimately they're 22-1, Fred.
No, I mean they're the NBA is in a weird place,
and they
now.
have 3 lottery picks if the season were to end today.
Yeah, no, the NBA is in a weird place. Sam Presti, who was lauded for being the greatest GM ever, even though he never won an NBA title, finally everything coalesces last year.
And now his team's still young,
and that's the thing. And I read an article the other day about how people were saying, well, why this Giannis conversation. Why, who says Oklahoma City might not be in on this?
They got every pick in the world they could throw at them.
I mean, they've got more than enough assets. They're the one team, because the thing about, and you and I have talked about this, the one thing about a Giannis trade is that whoever the prospective team is, you almost kind of gut your team in a way, right, if you do it.
I mean, if I'm the Thunder, I probably wouldn't, just because we got a good thing cooking. We got a young team,
and that was the point that dadgummit, I can't think of who the NBA writer made.
Is
this point.
Giannis better than Jalen Williams and Chet? Duh. But do I want to get rid of both of them plus all my draft picks and just go all in for 3 years?
And how does he fit into what they're doing now? Again, it's Giannis. Yeah. Trust me, SJ and Giannis. I'm sure you could make that work. Yeah. I mean, let's call it what it is.
But I will say neither of them are perimeter guys. They're both very interior guys. So.
Right. So I mean,
why mess it up when you just
have it exactly? I mean, you're 21-1. Okay, are you sitting there saying to yourself, "Boy, we could sure use an injection of talent right now"? No, I mean,
and they were 14-1 without Jalen Williams.
Yeah, I mean, this team is on the verge of maybe going 75-7 or something crazy like that. So.
No one in the West, other than the Lakers. I don't know who in a Western Conference game. Maybe the Timberwolves. I'm trying to think of someone they could just match their output. Anthony Edwards goes. He's been having a great season. Goes lucrative. Luka just single-handedly goes lucrative, and with Reeves coming along with him.
But the problem is he's going to need somebody. I mean, as far as the Timberwolves are concerned, they're going to need somebody. The thing that makes the Lakers scary is that they do have 2 guys that could go off. I mean, look,
Reeves has been doing it all week.
I don't know that we're talking near enough about Austin Reeves.
Yeah, he was dropping 35 plus for 3 straight games.
I mean, he dropped 44 the other night without Luka, right? I mean, and they won the game, and it was. I mean, they had a huge comeback against Raptors, who, oh, by the way,
are also good this year.
Did anybody realize the Raptors were 15-8 on the season? My God, I had no idea. Shout out to my boy Grady Dick and my boy Akabaji. So a little rock chalk Jayhawk love there.
The Clippers are probably
Darren Peterson's back tomorrow too.
One of the worst run teams.
I'm sorry, what? I'm sorry, he's getting ready to sneeze. Dylon, God bless you.
Okay, I'm back.
Real quick, Dylon, how was your week?
It was good.
Do anything exciting?
Not that I remember.
How are you feeling today in light of what happened last night to your Mean Green Eagles?
That game was rigged. You saw it too, right? That game was rigged.
We didn't lose the game because of the officials.
Go ahead and ring that bell. Go ahead and ring that bell. No, ring the bell.
Were bad.
Yes.
Don't get me wrong. The officials were bad. The officials are never the reason you lose the game.
Yeah. Sometimes. No, we played bad.
Usually.
Five turnovers. Yeah. I know, but two bad.
Didn't help.
2 bad calls, and for that game to be so close, if those calls flip in your favor, I think you win that game. But at the end of the day, don't turn the ball over 5 times. You want to worry about it now.
That's it.
You're also going to get a good bowl game that you have a chance of winning.
Yeah.
In regards to the CFP, we're going to get blown out.
Yeah.
We're going to go play the Pop-Tart Bowl or something.
Yeah. Pop-Tart Bowl's fire. Pop-Tart Bowl's fire.
Pop-Tart Bowl.
I know we remember the first year of the I don't know if it was
when
the
he
first
came
year.
out of the toaster.
When he came out of the toaster.
That was hot.
Everybody was watching that.
That was lit, dude.
They had real Pop-Tarts at the bottom.
They had a real Pop-Tart in that bad boy, man. Players are eating off that life-size Pop-Tart.
Brown sugar cinnamon, right?
Okay, here we go. Real quick from the 601. I ordered some shorts last week on Fanatics. It said 3 weeks for delivery, but I got it in 4 days.
So maybe they do a facial recognition. They scan.
I don't know, but here's my point, is that when I get home, my gear.
So
at the crib.
Well, we'll talk deeper about the Mavs and the problem with AD in the next segment, but we'll just stick at NBA right here.
Yeah.
The Clippers are falling apart, Fred. I don't know if you've been seeing them.
Oh.
They're 6-17. Bradley Beal's out for the season. Brooke Lopez out for the season.
Lawrence Frank needs to be fired first.
And then Chris Paul, you guys probably have missed it, got sent home Like, on a legit, him and Ty Lue aren't talking. He's trying to inject his leadership too much. Ty Lue ain't messing with it. And there's also a viral clip going out of Ty Lue cussing out Chris Paul in practice.
Oh, no, that was legit. And people are like, well, is he playing? No. No.
Like, blank CP, he better get out there and dribble and do what I'm talking about. I don't care how many awards you got, how many skins on the wall.
No. I've been here, done that. You are not about to come in here and tell me how to do my job.
CA Chris Broussard of him, like on the sideline. I don't care what you got.
And that was they were trying to run a play, right? Like in the middle of practice, and then of course apparently another issue they had was he went in there, and of course as it's being relayed now, Kawhi's getting cooked by Klay Thompson. Which that tells you all you need to know right there about Kawhi Leonard at this stage. If you're getting cooked by Klay Thompson at this stage of your career, like just go ahead and hang it up. So apparently, allegedly, Chris Paul suggests to Kawhi that, hey, we'll have somebody else guard Klay Thompson so you can get warmed up. And then when you get warm, then you can start covering him again. And apparently when they came off the floor, Jeff Van Gundy said, no, you don't. Who told you to do that? And he was like, it was a suggestion. They're like, no, you don't do that. And within the next few days, whatever it was, they said,
CP, your voice getting a little too loud.
Yeah, like I mean,
you're not even playing.
It's. I've heard that CP can be a difficult guy, right, behind the scenes, and I think we're all going to. What is Chris Paul's legacy when it's all said and done? Because I got some people saying he's one of the greatest point guards of all time.
He is. Is he? Those Hornets days, and what was the team name before that? It wasn't the Hornets.
Bobcats.
They weren't. Was he on the Bobcats? I feel like he was always on the Hornets with David West.
Well, yeah, but they were the New Orleans before the Charlotte Hornets became the Hornets again. They were the Bobcats,
but they were New Orleans something. He was on the team when it was the New Orleans.
Well, yeah, because OKC was it OKC?
No, that's Seattle. That's Seattle and OKC.
Remember, New Orleans went to OKC for a while after Katrina.
All I'm saying is my memory of Chris Paul is in two places. It's on the Rockets falling apart with James Harden in that playoff series when they got hurt, and it's in when he had a.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't say they fell apart. They just lost Game 7.
I mean, that was the game where you missed the most threes ever. I would say that.
Well, no, you missed 27 in a row.
Yeah, I would say
I wouldn't say you fell apart. That's who you were, though. That's who the Rockets were.
New Orleans Hornets. So it was a mix. It was a mix.
Okay.
That team, that's how I'll remember Chris Paul.
Yeah.
Personally, with David West and the boys out there.
I'll remember more that we'll never really get to truly or we'll never truly know what Chris Paul could have been, considering David Stern canceled the trade that sent him to the Lakers.
Now, this is for all my hoop heads out there. If you're not a hoop head, I understand, but get into it. It's about to be basketball season, full swing. The Detroit Pistons are the number one team in the Eastern Conference at 18-5. Kate Cunningham's an MVP candidate, and nobody's talking about it. The New York Knicks are 15-7. Like you said, the Raptors are 15-9 in third place. The Magic, after a slow start, are 14-9. Here's the better part, Fred. They've played now 8 games without Paolo Banchero. They're 6-2 in those games. Their offensive rating has jumped. Their defensive rating has jumped. So fans are asking.
They'd look good with an AD.
Fans are asking, is maybe no Paolo the answer? I know the Mavs will be fine taking.
Yeah, but he's been fighting with the coach. Do we need more volatile personalities here with J. Kidd?
Celtics, who lost everybody in the offseason, only got Jaylen Brown and Derek White, still holding themselves above water. 14-9, fifth place in the Eastern Conference. The Heat are behind them. The 76ers, who are a really fun team right now with VJ Edgecombe. Tyrese Maxey is literally becoming like a second-team all-NBA player.
Both offensively and defensively.
He is coming into himself. They're in there. The Cavs, Hawks, and Bucks round out the Eastern Conference right now.
The Cavs might be the biggest surprise as far as a fall-off are concerned. Now, is Garland still hurt?
Yes.
Okay. Is it still the toe?
Mm-hmm.
My God. Mm-hmm. Who knew a toe was going to be that career-threatening?
Left great toe injury. He has not played all year. Actually, no, I lied. He's played games here and there. He scored 6 points last game, out. 21 points, 15 points, out. 8 points, 20 points. out. So he's been.
Here's the thing about CP3 and Lob City: they never made a Western Conference Finals.
Oh, that's a good point. That's probably the other one I would.
Okay, like I'm sorry,
think
but
that one in front of the Rockets.
And oh, by the way, you were up 3-2 or 3-1 on the Rockets, and oh, by the way, you got outballed by Josh Smith. James Harden was hurt. I'll never forget this game as long as I live because I was living in Houston at the time. Dwight Howard, Corey Brewer, and Josh Smith together.
Corey Brewer
outballed you and beat him. So look, I'll say that to say this. All right. CP3 is the Dak Prescott of the NBA, just a bigger a-hole.
But they're completely different personalities, though.
Did you not hear what I just said?
Okay, so just different personalities, but as far as just what they put on the court.
I mean, what do we knock? I mean, hell, Tony Gonzalez and the Prime crew talked about it the other day, right? Because what's her name asked, well, why are we not hearing Dak more in the elite conversation? Like, okay. And Tony Gonzalez made a great point. He's like, look, we know what he can do in the regular season, doesn't have that standard playoff win. Boom, that's what I would say. Thing about CP3 is this: great regular season. All right, great point guard, would always find some way to either A, get hurt, or B, just spit the bit come playoff
Well,
time.
speaking of the New Orleans team, when talking about Chris Paul, let's talk about a player that used to be on the New Orleans team that's now on your Dallas Mavericks, Anthony Davis. What did he do last night, and did he actually score? We'll give you an update on how that game went and our thoughts on Anthony Davis next on The Fan After Dark on the weekend.
The more time you give, the more our...
I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
That you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Upcoming segment is brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-3333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
You're listening to the Fan After Dark here on the weekends, keeping you guys locked and loaded so that you guys know what sports are going on. You get a good laugh before your weekends in full throttle. Your college football scores, just a little quick update. Looking at the scoreboard, Texas Tech up 13-7 on BYU. That game is being played at Jerry World. 3 minutes left in the third quarter. BYU with the ball, and they are at the 20-yard line right now, so they are driving.
979, imagine bringing in a winning player in CP3 to a losing team in LA and then getting mad and cutting him when he's not okay with losing. LOL. This was a playoff team last year. Talk about the LA Clippers. From the 3-6-1, why aren't y'all talking about the Spurs? 15-7.
Spurs are hooping, man.
Lawrence Frank is a bleeping terrible GM. No, he is. There's no question about that. And then 979. He just played 82 with San Antonio and Wemby. We didn't hear any of this BS, so it makes it obvious the Clippers are the problem. They were also a losing team. San Antonio was last year, so
yeah. Even though Chris Paul played in all 82 games, I will look right now.
Well, hey, shout out to him at 40 years old playing all 82 games, because that was probably the biggest.
Wemby getting hurt obviously did it with the blood clot, but the Spurs finished 34-48 in 13th place.
Yeah.
The Mavericks had nobody on their roster and finished 10th at 39-43.
I just think I think CP3 is at the stage of his career where, again, he can't defend anybody. He's probably worth 10 to 15 minutes in a backup point guard role, stay in the offense for a little bit, and that's it. And, for a guy that has that, because I think it would be a little bit more palatable if he had championships. And I'm not saying that's right, wrong, or indifferent, but I think that's part of it. All right, is, if you're James Harden and you're saying, all right, well, and again, they've played together, him and Chris Paul.
So right now, the 10 teams that are in the playoffs are 8 of the 10 are the same as last year. The 2 teams that were in it last year that are not currently slated in it are the Mavericks and the Clippers. And the teams that took their spots right now, just at the season were to end today, are the Blazers and the Spurs. The Spurs are in the 5 seed, 15-7. The Blazers are in the last playoff spot, the play-in spot, at 10-14. Your Dallas Mavericks sit at 8-16, double neg right now, 4-6, and their last 10, they're 3-7 on the road. Still have the worst offense in the league. If the season were to end today, Freddie D.
Oh, what a defensive play by Texas Tech. My man batted that ball up in the air and picked it off. First and goal for your Texas Tech Red Raiders.
If the season were to end today, New Orleans would have the number 1 pick.
New Orleans would?
The Pelicans.
No.
But
I hope not.
But
don't
OKC owns the pick.
They actually don't.
Oh.
New Orleans, right in the middle of the draft last year, they traded their pick to Atlanta to go get Derek Queen.
Right.
And everyone was like, bro, you're not going to be that good next year. Why would you trade your first-round pick next year? Like, keep it. Like, just wait in the draft. Like, it's not like they moved up from like 13 to 10, like similar to like the you know who I'm thinking of in the NFL, the Falcons.
Oh, who, the Falcons?
And the Rams. And it'd be like if the Falcons were the worst team in the league. So New Orleans' pick is going to Atlanta. Right now, it's the number 1 pick in the NBA. So what a great trade by the is it David Blatt? Is he still the GM over there for the Pelicans?
I want to say no. No, Joe Dumars.
Is he?
It's the GM for the Pelicans. Yeah, just ruining things. I mean, it's bad enough you took Darko Milicic over Carmelo Anthony.
It's Troy Weaver.
What?
Is the GM of the Pelicans.
Oh, yeah, but isn't Joe Dumars like the president?
Yes.
Yeah.
The team hired
so,
Joe.
I mean, he's making...
As executive vice president, Dumars' first major move was to bring in Weaver.
Yeah. So, I mean, they're probably making decisions together. But either way, I mean, I wouldn't let Joe Dumars I wouldn't let Joe Dumars run my fantasy basketball team, much less my NBA team.
Number 2 is the Wizards, who have been bad.
Dog, you know what?
Number 3 is Indiana, who all of a sudden will get Tyrese Halliburton and the number 3 overall pick of the season we're in. I mean... lottery odds. Let's just say.
Don't let him get my boy DP.
4, Sacramento, who needs all the help.
He does it. And that's what's so wrong about the NBA. It's kind of like the NFL in a way. Like, you get these top teams that continuously just over and over and over again. We need something. Some league needs to do something uber drastic when it comes to the draft. Why do I, and you know what, I used to fight this, but I'm starting to change my mind on this. Why does Washington get another, why do we continue to reward Washington for being a crap franchise?
I don't think it's rewarding. I think you want them to be good, so you're trying to give them a good player.
Okay, but it's not working.
So
you're not good.
So we should give them a worse player?
Yeah, hey, figure something out, okay? Because here's the thing, if you're selling...
So what do you think they should do if you're the draft people? We should move them to out of the lottery automatically because they've been so bad. They get the 15th
I almost think maybe you do a different type of lottery or something like that. But again, why am I...
I think they should do this. They should have the lottery teams play in a mini tournament, and whoever wins that mini tournament
gets the first pick. Look, I don't think that's a bad idea either. I really, really don't. Because, but now I don't know that you can do another 82 games and do that.
Shorten the season to 70 and make this a round robin... I mean, not round robin. What's it called when it's just single elimination? And these teams all know they're in contention for the number 1 pick, and whoever wins the tournament gets the number 1 pick. So that also goes against tanking. Obviously, you don't want to tank in that because if you tank in that, you just get the last pick, even if you were the worst team all year.
Yeah. Just take the play-in games. The winner of the play-in games can win the lottery. No one's going to want to play extra games.
I can feel that.
Or the loser of the play-in, for that matter?
Look, there's ways to do it. I've been a proponent of, if you're the NBA, maybe you do kind of do it more like Euros do, and because look, one thing we love here in America are tournaments.
Mm-hmm. We could care less about the cup though. So.
Well, but the cup is because it just feels contrived. Which is what it is.
I mean, nobody on the text line is like, I'm changing my day. The cup's on this weekend.
No, but that's because you've put nothing. There's nothing to it. It's just it's a. First of all, it's hard to enjoy it because it's in the middle of the season. Like, it's just a regular season game, and unless you look at the court or pay attention to the bug on the bottom of the screen,
or if you're just like really locked in.
Well, but those people, like, here's the thing. Sports are like politics in this sense, all right? Like, if you're a hoop head,
You're gonna watch no matter what.
I could put a game in the middle of 75 and you're gonna watch it.
Yeah.
Okay, like I'm not trying to get you to watch more basketball. Okay, I need the casuals. I need the people that are kind of deciding. Do I want to take my family out to a movie? Do I want to watch Netflix? Or hey, my local basketball team's playing tonight. Let's go watch them for a family fun event or whatever whatever it is. So
no, you're right. That's the business side of it. That's the decisions that are being made in every household.
That's 100% right. So that's what you're going after. Just like in politics, it's like, look, if you're voting, if you're left, you're voting for Democrats. If you're right, you're voting for Republicans. It's that fringe group in the middle that I'm trying to get to sway one way or the other. So same thing as it pertains to sports. The Cup is, I don't mind the idea of the NBA Cup, but again, it's you need to separate it from everything else and saying, we do in the last 2 games in Vegas. Well, okay. But you also play the other 4 games like on a Tuesday with every other game. Like I didn't really. The court is all blue. Oh, well, okay. I mean,
Brooklyn has the 5th overall pick. The Clippers have the 6th overall pick, and this is just the lottery odds. Obviously, it's still going to be a lottery system that would go to the Oklahoma City Thunder. Then you got Charlotte. Then you've got the Dallas Mavericks at 8 right now.
Yeah.
Then you've got 9 at Utah. Guess who goes to Oklahoma City. Then you got Portland, Chicago, Milwaukee, Memphis. Atlanta's own pick that actually goes to San Antonio. So San Antonio and Oklahoma City make up 4 of the 14 lottery picks right now for the season.
From the 817, maybe one of the most moronic texts I've ever seen. So why don't you go ahead and explain what you mean by this?
He has a whole thread of them.
It's already, let's see.
He's going off. We got a whole thread here.
Tell you what.
You want to save it? Because I got a good AD point I want to get to.
I mean, here's the thing from the 817.
Don't even pay him no mind.
Well, I just like if you're such a worthless, just boring human being, why listen? That's my only question. Are you that miserable of a person that you have nothing else to do but listen to us talk basketball and then bitch and complain because we're not talking about college football? There's one game on right now. We had an entire college football show on for 3 hours. Okay? It's called Fan University. All right? Bitch about something else, get a life, go outside, take a walk. What's next?
Anthony Davis, nothing burger, 26 minutes. He 24 minutes, gets 8 rebounds, so only hits the prop if you had him at 8. If you had him over 9.5 like myself, you didn't hit. 6 assists, but everyone is asking, is Anthony Davis cooked? Chet Holmgren hit a spin move and made him fall to the ground. The Oklahoma City Thunder were laughing at him, and then he was asked about if he was going to play next game. Anthony Davis laughed and said, there is no problem. I am going to play. Ryan Nembhard talked after the game with the media. I want to get this audio. I just sent it to you, Dylan, on Twitter. If we can sneak this in here. This is Ryan Nembhard. He said, I think we're a little too focused, Fred, on getting Anthony Davis the ball. This is two-way guy, Andrew Nembhard, that's his brother, Ryan Nembhard, who has been hooping. Nembhard in his last 3 games, this has been his stats. 28 points when he got the start, 10 assists on 86% field goal percentage. Next game against Miami, 15 points, 5 rebounds, 13 assists. That's a W. Then last night against Oklahoma City, gets the start again. Started off hot, 8 points in the first half. Doesn't play much in the second half. Was kind of with the starters just sitting on the bench because that game was out of hand. They get throttled by the Oklahoma City Thunder, like we said in the last segment. SGA and the boys took over. Here is Ryan Nembhard. Remember, this is a two-way guy that just started starting basketball games 3 days ago. Is he the next Jalen Brunson? This is him at the podium when asked about the struggles about Anthony Davis against the Oklahoma City Thunder.
We got to cut better for him and have some better movement offensively.
And then kind of like as a point guard on the floor when they're kind of fronting AD with the help behind, how do you even get a player like that the ball when they're running that type of coverage?
Flash the guy to the free throw line, throw over the top. There's different ways of getting the ball, but I think we're a little too focused on getting the ball. We could have done some other things and touched the paint and did some other things too.
Hear that, Fred? Little too focused on getting AD the ball. Your thoughts?
You know what? I did hear Nembhard say that, and when I saw that, I had to listen to it because I thought, man, are we being trolled here, or is somebody just kind of paraphrasing?
It was definitely professional. He didn't say any slight. He's saying in the flow of the offense, instead of just playing basketball, we're worried about feeding him the ball.
I mean, he's not.
But it's also a little bit of a nudge and a, hey, we good without.
Well, you don't need. Look, does this team look better with AD? Yes. I mean, for the last 3 games. I mean, look, when he's good at the 5, yes. I mean, when he's in the flow of it, look, in the same vein that George Pickens had a terrible Thursday night, guess what? Anthony Davis had a horrible Friday night.
I mean, that was bad. I mean, 0?
I mean, how bad's horrible?
0.
I mean, it was a rough night for Anthony Davis, and
he was in there with Make-A-Wish buckets at the end.
Look, this is what you're going to get at Anthony Davis for one night he goes off for a double-double and gives you almost 20 rebounds and 15, 16, 17 points or whatever. And then last night against a clearly superior Oklahoma City team who made it clear you're not going to beat us. Or at the very least, forget just not beating us. You ain't going to score on us. And
you had
46 minutes, he almost didn't.
You had 10-day contract guys locking him up in the fourth. He's dribbling the ball off his foot. He's getting shot clock violations.
It was a rough night.
But shout out to Jaden Hardy, 23 points.
Jaden Hardy.
Nobody's better when you're down 30.
Ryan Nembhard with double figures again.
Let's do a little bit of fair foul. I've got maybe the craziest audio from a courtroom that I have ever heard of how he tried to cover up a murder. We're going to discuss that for fair foul and read your text and more next.
What's up, Tolos? This is Bobby Belt here from the Venmo Hall at Sports and Social Inside Texas Live. I've already seen so many Tolos today, but
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curd?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Chevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
You know, one thing I love about Danny Cannell is he has no issue or problem just tweeting out what he thinks and talking smack, so I do appreciate that. I don't always agree with him.
Okay.
Because he does say some inflammatory, crazy stuff. He just tweeted out, and what a better way to start Fair or Foul. Fair or Foul, Miami, this is from Danny Cannell. Miami and Notre Dame are both better than these two teams playing for a Big 12 title. Has anyone noticed...
Whoa.
Calm down. Has anyone noticed that neither BYU or Texas Tech played a decent out-of-conference opponent?
Yeah, I mean, I've been saying that you got to play out-of-conference games that are tough. BYU, I've been saying, is not that good. Texas should be in over them. But I mean, Miami and Notre Dame, their biggest games are like against each other. They don't got no marquee games really either. So I'm there's just not a lot of good teams. Let's take out Miami, Notre Dame, and BYU. Let's put in Kansas, UNT, and JMU, and let's call it a day.
I don't know that I want to see Kansas in the CFP.
For the vibes.
Okay, I really, really don't. It's bad enough that we've embarrassed ourselves to the extent that we have. Now, would I be all for a UNT-KU bowl game? 1,000%.
Make it happen.
We would have to. I think that a remote from the 50 would be the only logical decision
now,
there. But he's not wrong. I will say this about Danny Cannell. I don't know that I agree with him. I do think Texas Tech, now again, I'm with you. I think BYU's offense is not great. But I do think Texas Tech would beat Notre Dame, and I do think they would beat Miami.
Tech is a top 6 school. Don't get it twisted. Texas Tech is...
Tech's defense is elite.
Yeah, they really are.
That Bailey kid, the edge, like they're taking care of Notre Dame and Miami. Notre Dame is going to lose in the first round. Mark it, bro.
Now, I will agree with Danny Cannell on this. Their 3 non-conference opponents, Oregon State.
What team we're talking about?
Texas Tech.
Okay.
So and BYU, I don't even care.
BYU is not beating nobody good.
Oregon State, Kent State, and Arkansas Pine Bluff are the 3 non-conference opponents. So Danny Cannell, in that sense, like his tweet's half right.
we got to start these these blue buds, these college football playoffs, these top 50 teams that are kind of all in the mix for the CFP for the most part. We almost got to start making their schedule.
I mean, Georgia didn't play in one of their non-con.
Yeah, like we got to start making it.
Who'd they play?
They played Marshall, Austin, PA.
Don't sleep on the Thunder.
And Charlotte.
That's what
you mean. Austin, did you say Austin, PA?
PA?
Austin, PA.
I don't know how you say it. That proves my point.
That does prove his point. We've got to start making it like these teams got to start playing the other schools in like Indiana and Oregon played. They played this together. No, they didn't play each other this year, right?
Who?
Indiana and Oregon.
Yeah, because Indiana beat Oregon at Oregon.
Did they? That was and then Oregon
I
fell
think they
off.
picked off Old Boy twice.
We've got to start making more of these in-conference matchups happen. What was it? Texas hadn't played A&M at DKR in like 14 years. Well,
now granted, part of that was because of they left conferences and decided they were going to be angry at each other.
A&M's played Georgia once
since being in the SEC.
They need to treat it like college basketball, and I get it. There's more games, so it's a little bit different and a little bit logistically from that standpoint. But you don't. Whether it's a quad 1, quad 2 win, whatever you want to call it in college basketball, that's the beauty of, KU can play a Duke, KU can play a North Carolina, KU can play a Syracuse or a Notre Dame or I'm trying to think who we played in the last game, a Tennessee, right? And, we're 6-3. Right, but at the end of the day, all right, look, handle your business tomorrow. Then you got NC State again, and then the regular season starts, and that's how a lot of these big time schools do it. And that's what I would like to see. And what you were mentioning early, fair foul that Texas is going to be judged against because they lost to Ohio State. Now, again, we can make the whole conversation about, you shouldn't have lost to Florida, all right? But wouldn't you think that losing by only 7 to Ohio State, I'm not going to say it offsets it, but it kind of puts things into perspective where that's, dare I say, the best quality loss of anybody in the top 10.
Yes, and also the best quality wins, which I've already talked about ad nauseum. But either way, fair or foul, this audio, I'm going to ask you if it's fair or foul, Fred. I'm going to give you the backdrop. There is a man that's on trial. I'll do research in half a second of what state he's in, who's on trial for not killing his wife, or he's on trial for killing and dismembering his wife.
Wow.
He is pleading guilty to dismembering and disposing of the body, but not of murdering her. Now, this is y'all can help me on the legal language. Maybe Dylan can. Wow. The prosecutor.
Where did you find this anyway?
The prosecutor maybe is reading off the Google searches that this man made verbatim.
Yeah, this is probably the prosecutor.
Okay.
I seriously doubt his defense attorney's doing
Okay, well,
this,
I just didn't know if it was prosecutor. There was another name. I would assume it's a prosecutor.
Yeah.
This is maybe one of the wildest and funniest. Very sad. But we all watch crime documentaries, so
let's go ahead and make that clear.
In that vacuum, someone did lose their life. But just listen to
how the way they lost it.
Just listen how crazy this prosecutor sounds in court.
Is it better to throw away crime scene clothes or wash them? Google search. How to clean blood from a wood floor? Google search. Can I use bleach to clean my wood floors from blood stains? Google search. What does bleach do to dead bodies? Google search. I want to get away with murder? ? Use special detergent / Discover magazine.
So this is the part where they're saying that he's pleading guilty to the murder, or pleading guilty to dismembering, but not to the murder.
How to use hydrogen peroxide on bloodstains? Google search. How to clean bloodstains with hydrogen peroxide? YouTube. Should I use hydrogen peroxide 8 on bloodstains in concrete? Google search. Can the FBI tell when you accessed your phone? Google search. Does the dishwasher clean blood? Google search. Is it possible that a knife which had blood on it remains contaminated with HIV after it has been washed with hot water and dishwasher soap? Quora. How long do stores keep security footage? Google search. How to saw a body? Google search. How to dismember a body? Google search. Hacksaw, the best tool for dismembering a body? Google search. Can you be charged with murder without a body? Google search. Murder conviction without a body? Wikipedia. No corpse? ? No problem. Notable murder convictions without a body? A&E True Crime. Can you identify a body with broken teeth? Google search. Disposing of a body in the trash? Google search. Can I mix white vinegar to stop smells? Google search. Can baking soda make a dead body smell good? Google search. Cleaning up blood without leaving a trace? 5 tips, aftermath services. Are footprints easy to wash away? Google search. How long for a dismembered body to decompose? Can a body decompose in a plastic bag? Can police get your search history without your computer? Google search. Does a cell phone track your historical location? Yahoo search results.
Switched up for Yahoo on that last one I see. Apparently the Google's didn't like the results of that one. Yeah, let's go to Google real quick, or Yahoo.
Can they pull up my search results, Google search, as he's reading it in court?
I mean...
So do you think he did it?
I'm leaning towards yes.
Is that not the wildest Google search? You would think maybe you'd be a little more calculated. I mean, he's looking up like textbook.
I mean,
how to get away with dismembering the body?
Girlfriend, wife. I mean, let's be real for a second. All right, all jokes aside, like if you're at the point where you want to murder your significant other, like you're past the point of common think, like just normal.
I love the Google search of like
rational thinking.
He's like doing Quora.
I mean, Reddit threads. I've yet to find the situation where murdering your wife or significant other is a better route to take than just getting a divorce or being separated.
Get a divorce, guys.
Okay, like if you're okay with taking your significant other's life, then you're off the reservation at that point.
Did any of those searches surprise you, or were they all pretty murderous?
No, I mean, like I said, now I do know from just doing my, from back in my, cop reporter days, it is hard to prosecute without a body.
Yeah.
Now, it's not to say you can't, but it is hard to do. Right? Because it's just a lot of circumstantial evidence. And again, you don't have the one main piece of evidence that you need, and that's the body.
My man was looking up what the teeth,
what
did the teeth do? Which hacksaw tool should I use? Hydrogen peroxide, footsteps.
I mean, this dude was going on another.
He just did a whole trail of how I committed the murder.
Can you find my search? Well, did you notice that like not long after that, he went to Yahoo after that? Well, maybe if they don't see the Google, they can just go to Yahoo.
Because it said yes, his answer.
Of course it did. Of course it did. So that's foul, and I would strongly recommend if you and your significant other are fighting or, not seeing eye to eye, that maybe therapy and or just a long walk could maybe cure what ails you. All right, that's 2 hours in the books. It is a short show for us today here on 105.3 The Fan. Fred Davis alongside the one, the only Mr. Blake Elliott. And, of course, we got our boy Dylon, who subbed out for Mr. Khaki Kevin after the first hour. 2 segments left for my fellow shipmate who was not happy with our earlier parts of the show. I just want to let him know that we do have college football on after us.
Someone texted, I think you're supposed to ask that can Google find my searches as the first question.
Yeah, well, clearly the order
after.
The order of operations was a little skewed. So to my shipmate, who I was on the boat for 2 weeks, and that's just what the Navy did for me. So anywho, we've got we got the SEC coming up next, and then we'll have the Big Ten championship coming up after that. So for anybody that's got a hankering for some college football, guess what? You're going to have plenty of it after we are done. 2 final segments. Don't go anywhere. This is 105 through the Fan.
Take us with you wherever you go. Racing Studios. Thanks for turning it on and leaving it on. 105.3 The Fan.
You are listening to the Fan After Dark here on the weekend. Blake Elliott, Fred Davis, and our boy Dylon stuck inside the glass. Keki Kevin was there earlier with his lady. We replaced him with Dylon. Dylon is locked in. I didn't get your I did kind of get your thoughts, but we just played that crazy audio from Old Boy in Court. You got Texas Tech and BYU still trucking along. That game is, it's ugly. It was 13-7 the last time I gave you guys an update. 7 minutes in the fourth. It is 31-7. Tech is putting it on BYU now. Should BYU be out of the playoffs after this will only be their second loss? Both are going to be to Tech this year, both in embarrassing fashion. Will the College Football Committee hold against a conference championship game? I think they should. I don't think BYU is very good, and Texas is a clear better team. But hey, who am I to say anything? And then, if you want to see some real good ball, you've got Georgia, Bama after us at 3:00. We're going to be off the air at 2:30, so you get a little bit of pregame. Then SEC championship, Georgia, Bama. I got Georgia, Dylon. What say you? Georgia, Bama, 3:00, a banger matchup. I like Ty Simpson. But I think Georgia's going to be too much for them.
Yeah, I like Georgia. I just think they're overall a better team.
Mm-hmm.
However, if Alabama wins, it'd be a big win for them in the CFP.
They would move up. Right now they're number 9.
They might still make it. My guess is they probably. I say they will still make it if they lose in a close one.
I think they'll still make it. Like if this game's 27-17, I think they'll still make it. I mean, they're number 9. BYU already is going to lose. That's going to be a way more embarrassing loss to a Tech team. Losing to the number 3 team in the country, and it's Georgia in the SEC championship, I don't think they're going to hold that much, like you said, especially if they hold it in a competitive game. And then after that, at 7 o'clock, we've got you locked and loaded. Indiana at Ohio State, 2 undefeated teams for the Big Ten championship. Kurt Signetti and our boy Mendoza, who's going for the Heisman, against Julian Sayin and Ohio State. I think Ohio State is the better team. I think Ohio State, like I said, is not allowed a team to score over 20 points all season. Indiana, whilst beating Housing Purdue, I'm just looking through right now, Housing Wisconsin, beating Penn State by 3, Housing Maryland, Housing UCLA, Housing Michigan State. Their big win was against Oregon and against Iowa. But to me, Ohio State, I think, is the better team. I think this will be a close one, but I see that like 17-28, 17-27, Ohio State gets the W in that one. What about you, Fred and Dylan?
I'm sorry, what?
Ohio State, Big Ten Championship.
I got Indiana.
Whatever the over-under is, slam the under.
Yeah,
I'm going Indy.
No one can score on Ohio State.
No.
Now that is a now I want to say what Indiana's a 4-point dog in this game.
Looking at 4.5, 4.5 depends on where you.
Okay, I was going to say when we looked at this yesterday, it was 4 points. So
the over/under for the game is 48.5. I'd take the under on that. Well, what did I just say? The final score? I said 27-17. So what would that make it?
That's 41.
So the under would hit.
Or what? You said 27-17?
Yeah.
All right, so that's 44.
And the line is 48.5, so I'd take the under.
There you go.
Most people are taking the over.
I know that.
Fred.
Anyway, continue.
I asked you your score prediction.
My score prediction. Let's see. I'll tell you what.
Fred might punch a hole in the computer before he gives this answer.
This dude, I'm telling you what. I'm just it's amazing the way some people talk. Everybody's a tough guy behind the text line. I don't know. 41-10 Indiana.
You think Ohio State has to let up 20 all year?
I don't. You know what? I don't care.
41.
I don't care. I've let one moron get to me. That's on me. Sorry about that.
Dylan, your prediction
I'll take
for
Ohio State 27-14.
Look at us. We're in cahoots with our score prediction. You also got Duke versus Virginia, which could get it scary in the ACC over there.
If Duke wins, are they the fifth conference to get a bye to make it in, or is James Madison going to make it in over them?
Oof.
If Duke wins.
I think JMU's been a better team, but Duke can definitely make it spicy. They can definitely make it spicy. Duke winning and BYU winning was for the chaos. BYU is getting trounced. Right now, the spread, I'm trying to find it. Do you see a spread for this Duke-Virginia game? I see the over-under is 58.5.
I'm looking it up right now. 3.5 to 4.5, depending on where you get it. Virginia is the favorite. We'll just call it 4 even, I guess.
I think Virginia will take care of business. I think this is like a 30-21 game, 30-24 game. You, Frederick, what is your thoughts on Duke, Virginia tonight?
3.5. That's what the spread is right now.
I like Virginia. I think Virginia takes care of this. I mean, Virginia's 10-2 on the year, right? Now, granted, the ACC, kind of Big 12-ish this year in the sense that, at least Big 12 had Texas Tech to kind of rally around all year long. Meanwhile, with the ACC, you went in thinking that Clemson was going to be the squad that,
right? People had them in the Final Four in the championship.
We had several college football, writers, reporters, people that's all they do is talk college football, who said, yes, I expect Clemson to be a national title contender in 2025.
Cade Klubnik will be a top 5 pick and a Heisman candidate.
And
they're 4-4.
Now, and then, of course, there was speculation, and again, it's the internet, so take it with a grain of salt, but there was speculation that allegedly, our boy was looking at possibly going to Arkansas. Talk about Dabo Swinney. Now, I don't think that was, I don't know how realistic that turned out to be. By the way, speaking of college football, Texas Tech 31, BYU 7. So they're going to punch their ticket to the college football playoff, even though they pretty much already had. But it looks like the Big 12 is only going to get one team in. Because I'm sorry, but I'm not watching this game. And again, obviously, we haven't been able to watch it really all that much in depth. But there's nothing about BYU watching them today that suggests to me, yes, you're one of the 12 best teams in college football. So, unfortunately, the Big 12 is only going to get Texas Tech in. Clemson's probably just going to get the one team in. The ACC is probably just going to get the one team in. And it's going to be a Big Ten and a SEC invitational.
So you think if Virginia wins today, it's Virginia gets the automatic bid if they win today, yeah?
Yeah, they would be the...
Well, you'll still have...
Well, it's a debate, but I'm assuming if they pick them over James Madison. I think Tulane will be that 4th team.
Yeah.
And then it's going to be either the ACC or the...
Well, then you still have an at-large team for the ACC, Miami, that's currently slated to get in. Do we think they'll get bounced? Because then you'd have 2 ACC teams then, Virginia and Miami.
They're showing the rankings right now.
Yeah.
It's conference champion 4 and 5 is who you're waiting on. I think 4 is going to be Tulane. And then 5th is going to be...
Oh, they got BYU and Miami out in this projection.
Well, of course they will. They should. BYU, like I said, there's nothing about BYU that I've seen today.
I love them writing it in, just going full, just writing graphics.
Because Tulane is in, so that leaves just one spot, according to that projection.
I'm sorry, but I think you would... I think there's a chance they could take... They could take Texas over Miami. I don't see. I don't know what Miami's done that merits inclusion over Texas. I just don't.
Beat Notre Dame, who they think highly of.
Yeah, no, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. All right, final segment of the program. Don't go anywhere.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Oh, how's that flu, babe? Did you take Dayquil Intense Flu yet?
Nah, I got this. Ugh, okay,
I don't got this.
You stay on the couch, and I'll grab the Dayquil.
Undo your flu symptoms with Dayquil Intense Flu. Dayquil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms.
I'm ready for that to-do list.
Wow, you do got this.
Dayquil Intense Flu. The daytime coughing, aching, fever, under your flu medicine. Use as directed. Keep...
ladies and gentlemen. This is 105.3 The Fan After Dark on a Saturday afternoon. I am Fred Davis. That's Blake Ellie. We got our boy Dylon behind the glass on the 1, 2s, and 3s. And like I said, we got some college football to get to this afternoon. You will be, though, at the Mavericks and Rockets game later this evening. We can only hope, and I do mean only hope, that the performance we get out of Anthony Davis tonight is far and away better than what we saw yesterday.
I'm hoping so. I'm going to take his over tonight. I have a feeling it'll be low. Remember, Mavericks fans, the infamous Rockets game last year. Got Kyrie on the floor, got AD on the floor, and they look like the best team to ever be assembled for one half.
Where were we at? We were at the Star.
Nope. Try again. Golf tournament. No, not golf. Tennis.
We were at the Star for the tennis tournament.
It was the Star.
Yeah, the Ford Center, whatever it's called.
Yeah.
Because remember, we talked about it, and then everybody, because you and I were sitting there in the first half, and people were going off about how great, because we were still in the that was still in the aftershocks. Like, people still hadn't gotten their brain wrapped around the fact that Luka was gone. You still hadn't seen Anthony Davis actually play as a Dallas Maverick.
That's what made it such a bad trade.
Yeah, was it he couldn't play right away?
He couldn't even play right away. So even if you wanted to get over and be like, well, look at this guy who's dropping 30 for us, he legitimately was on the bench.
No, you had to wait 3 weeks to see it, and then when you did see it, he got hurt in the third quarter. And he was, and look, he was going off. AD was having a coming out party. You had people going off in the comments, and then boom, he hurts his adductor, whatever we calling it, in the third quarter, and then after that, it was
also on my birthday.
That was your birthday?
Yeah, he got hurt.
Oh,
what a bad present.
What day was that?
February the 8th.
So he played 6 days after the trade?
No, there's no way.
No, we traded him November.
No, the trade. Okay. The Luka trade was in February 1st. Yeah.
Did he really play just a week after?
No.
Well,
it sounds. It was his. I would think he'd know when his birthday was. I'm not trying to besmirch my boy's B-Day.
Anthony Davis first game with Mavs.
He was traded on the 1st, the 2nd. It was 11 o'clock that night. So.
Yeah, so the first
game was on the 8th, so he played
a week after. I'll tell you what, maybe it's because he didn't play for another month after that.
I swear we had to wait forever.
Maybe that's what it was, because he gets hurt on that Saturday afternoon in the third quarter, and then didn't play for a month, 2 months, whatever it was, after that.
Anthony Davis.
Maybe we're getting our days confused.
Anthony Davis expressed no concern over his left knee that was absolutely wrapped in bandages when Chet Holmgren dropped him to the floor, and said he plans to play tonight against the Rockets on a second night of a back-to-back. Has no problem with it. He's going to play, not even on the injury report. On the injury report, though, P.J. Washington's still questionable with that right ankle sprain. This is now 3 games in a row. Daniel Gafford, who was questionable, has been downgraded to doubtful with right ankle injury management. You still got Kyrie out. I don't know if I gave this the other day, but Derek Lively, I don't know if you saw, they put no timetable on his return.
Well, yeah, because they said he had to go to. Look,
they're giving him second opinions. It was 7 to 10 days.
No. Now that you've waded into, we're getting second opinion territory. We won't see him play again the rest of this calendar year. I'm guessing we won't see Derek Lively again until January, February
time.
Yeah. So no. When you start wading into, we got to go get second opinions territory.
How much time do we got?
5 minutes.
Okay, you want to do a little LSU talk? I got you. There was a Reddit post, or this is actually called Tiger Rant, about Lane Kiffin. They wrote it. Lane and his yoga posted on 12/5/25 at 8:08 a.m. Very early for a Quora Reddit post. This is the most Lane Kiffin story ever. He has been going to different yoga places every day because he cannot find the one that gets high enough in temperature. LSU is going to build him one on campus if he's unable to find one in the city. In quotes, or in parentheses, excuse me, whatever it takes to keep him happy, I guess. Close parentheses. Someone I know just ran into the staff at Evolve Yoga this morning, and that's what they said, LOL. And then everyone was going crazy, pretty much calling him a drama queen. And Lane Kiffin quotes the tweet with the laughing emoji and the yoga emoji. So fair or foul, having a yoga studio built because you don't like the temperature in the ones that are already at LSU's campus. After you've been there for less than a week.
You're already paying him $90 million, so I guess, you couldn't just change the temp in the yoga room? Look, I'm not a yoga guy, so I can't speak to it one way or the other. Although I have heard it does have plenty of health
benefits.
And I'll let you read this one on a positive Lane Kiffin note. This is why he transferred.
Okay.
This is number one.
Rivals number 1 overall recruit Lamar Brown has officially signed with LSU. Lane Kiffin quote tweets that and says, well, had to stay in Baton Rouge and still finishing some things out with players and a coach. Won't make it to Atlanta for college game day. Hashtag what a great Friday. Now, a lot of folks are roasting him for not going to college game day.
Yeah.
And then, of course, they were, and I saw clips today on social where they were talking to Reese Davis and saying, what are you going to say to him? Are you going to hold him accountable? And, about what happened at Ole Miss? Like, why are we, again, you can criticize him for not making the decision sooner, all right? Outside of that, what else are we criticizing him for? Mm-hmm. You're not, in no college football world are you picking Ole Miss over LSU. All right, it's just not going to happen. And I've seen plenty of people saying that, well, he really wants to go to Alabama, and that was the reason why he waited until after the Iron Bowl, because if there was a chance that DeBoer got beat by Auburn, that maybe there might have been something there. Maybe he leaves Auburn or Alabama. I mean, I don't know if they were going to fire him necessarily, but apparently that's. And again, this is all internet scuttlebutt, so take it for what it's worth.
He's signed more 5-star recruits in the 5 days he's been there than in his entire tenure at Ole Miss.
I mean, come on. You've got a breeding ground of 5-star recruits in the state of Louisiana.
Cowboys news, Jalen Carter is out from Monday night's game versus the Chargers after undergoing a procedure this past Monday on both of his shoulders. Jalen Carter now is undergoing treatment on both shoulders, and he will be considered week to week to return. Carter wants to be as close to 100% possible, 100% ready as possible for a playoff run. And I say, if Jalen Carter ain't playing, you might not have a playoff run, Philly. So Cowboys fans, keep your hope up because you're not winning a wild card spot. The only thing you can do is win that division and hope Philly falls apart and loses some games. And if Jalen Carter's not out there, it looks a lot more plausible.
Well, I'll just cut to the chase. It's do or die on Monday for Eagles, right? Because if the Eagles beat the Chargers in LA,
it's looking pretty.
No, cancel Christmas. It's done. If the Eagles go into LA and beat the Chargers, your playoff hopes are done. Because that's all the NFL is a funky place where all it takes is 1 or 2 games to galvanize a team, and then suddenly they go on a run. You can change your entire trajectory at the end of the year by beating an LA team. Because look, it's not like you got the Commanders twice, you got the Raiders,
and then the Bills.
Like you can go for you beat the Chargers on Monday, you're finishing 4-1 at worst. Yeah. At worst.
I think you lose to the Chargers, you lose to the Bills, and you split with the Commanders.
Hey, I'll tell you what, that's what but again, Cowboys still need to win.
Yeah.
Let's not
we lose to Max Brosmer.
Hey, you should, although JJ McCarthy might be back
9
then. All right, we've got SEC championship game coming up next, Georgia and Alabama. And then, of course, we've got the Big Ten game between Ohio State and Indiana. I'm sticking to my guns, 41-10 Indiana, because you know what? Why not? All right, for the one, the only Dylon, Khaki Kev, that is Blake Elliott. I'm Fred Davis. Enjoy the games today.
Football season is in full swing, and however you like to get in on the action, you can do it on Underdog right now in Texas. This season, you can make team picks and player picks. Just download the app, sign up, and you'll get $100 in bonus entries when you make your first $5 fantasy entry. And using Underdog is easy. Just pick whether your favorite team will win or if your favorite players will go higher or lower on stats like touchdowns, receiving yards, interceptions, and more. Plus, with Underdog's ultra-fast payouts, you can get your profits in a snap. So download the app today, use the promo code TOLO, score $100 in bonus entries, and you make your first $5 fantasy entry, player picks, team picks, all on Underdog.
Crypto.com predictions powered by Underdog Predict. Trading derivatives involves risk and may not be appropriate for all. For more information, visit nadex.com/rules and underdogfantasy.com/rules. For Crypto.com predictions, the term pick refers to a product traded on CDNA. Must be 18 plus and present in Texas. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms_DFS_.html for details. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
Gear up for your thermal hunting season with Shields Hunting Sale now through December 14th. Save up to $1,000 on Pulsar thermal optics. Save up to $400 on Vortex and Leupold optics. Save on the top brands in ammo and get a Shields gift card with your purchase of select Fox Pro electronic calls. Call in these savings and maximize your time in the field now through December 14th at Shields and Shields.